If I was smart, I'd find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do.
हेलो अरे आज ही के दिन और माइनस होना था what is up the lows, what is up, a very good afternoon the mornings कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे 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 what is up what is up what is up what is up मेरी जान कर दो what is up मेरी जान कर दो आज स्पेशल स्ट्रीम है जैसे कि आप वहाँ पे देख रहे हो डांस ये सेम डांस हम कल रात को कर रहे थे वो बात अलग है भाई तो बेसिकली आज जो भी टीम हारेगा मैं उनको पर्सनली बता सकता हूँ कि हाउ टू विन यप 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 या बंकू एकेडमी क्लासेस 3 दिन में टीम बना के आवाज को क्या हो गया मेरे को नहीं मालूम मत पूछो रे बाबा बॉट बाय थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 65,000 मेरे को बोलना नहीं था आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज बट थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 65,000 कल आपने जो ऑफ स्ट्रीम दिया लव यू मेरी जान कोटे लव यू मेरी जान कोटे चैट बॉट बाय का छुपा दे तो बड़ा वाला 65,000 इज अ वेरी बिग अमाउंट मल्टीपल जूसेस एक्सक्यूज मी भाई मज़ा आया लेकिन ये साइड में क्या आ रहा है ये क्या है ये उस तरफ क्यों जा रहा है
You have to remember all the way back in 2024, D1 was that organization that did give DFM their first ever win.
भाई कल सब लोग रोए पता है आरवी के रोया उसके घर वाले रोए मेरे घर वाले रोए मैं रोया पंकु रोई सब ऐसा सेंटी हो गए वो भी स्प्लिट बाद हाँ क्योंकि क्या अभी वैल्यू में आके मतलब इतना अच्छा करना मतलब इट्स like crazy dude it's like कल का सेलिब्रेशन स्टोरी बाय हैवी सेलिब्रेशन स्टोरी क्या है हैवी सेलिब्रेशन और प्लेयर्स का तो भाई वो हो गया भाई ब्रेन लैग मजाक से हटकर प्लेयर्स का है ना सारे प्लेयर्स है ना सेलिब्रेशन के बीच में आधा घंटा मोबाइल में थे इतना नोटिफिकेशन एकदम ब्रेन लैग हो गया इतना ब्रेन लैग हो गया समझ रहे हो प्लेयर्स को मालूम ही नहीं था बाहर वाले प्लेयर्स को कि ऐसे टोल कितना बड़ा है अचानक से हल्का सा वो हवा जो आया है उनको मैं बोला तुम जीतते जाओ हम हवा देते रहेंगे हेलो आही गए ना लव यू पर हेल्थ का ध्यान रखो अरे चिले आज तो 3 है वॉच पार्टी आज हेल्थ वेल्थ कुछ नहीं आज वॉच पार्टी मैराथन आज 3 है कौन जीतेगा भाई T1
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can just review it and go, hey, we didn't approach the game plan, or we didn't play it in the same way.
Sure.
We do have the entry select coming in. For DFM, it's the same composition, but different roles. 4 of them swapping around. Only May saying on that way, so Kaide back to the Sentinel, Alchemy back to that scan initiator, and Yatsuka
2026 is going to be a W year for Resident. This is the start. अभी ट्रॉफी जाने वाले Valo में भी और बीजे में भी love you मेरी जान अभी बस अपन AWC में क्रेजी कर रहे हैं भाई
To like it just depends on how it all comes
year हो
out
जाएगा
one stage.
एकदम
My biggest concern is that this iteration, this composition that they like to run just ends up being one of those things that works in scrims but never translates to the stage. RRQ back in 2023, their Lotus, it was one of those things that they consistently ran because they knew that they were good on it, could perform on that map, but it never translated onto the actual stage. I want to see the differences. I want to see the improvement here, and I need to see that from DFM.
We absolutely do. All right, we're going to send it to our casters from Map 1's coming pro versus T1, and to cast us through today, it's Pilsky and Quack.
मजा नहीं आता वो really happy for RV के बंदे को बहुत ट्रोल किया भाई वो रो दिया भाई वो रो दिया उसका हो गया
I mean, what do you think of the whole kind of four guys swapping up roles?
Hate it. It feels like sunken cost fallacy at this point for DFM. I mean, Pearl isn't even necessarily a map that they've been that successful on, but T1 has been quite a successful map, so having won both pistols against...
Oh, there is one more split one winner in the chat, Mr. UV. Mr. UV, कैसा लग रहा है as a split one fellow split one winner? आप एक फेलो स्प्लिट वन विनर के स्ट्रीम पे आए हो, कैसा लग रहा है? ये रहा माइक मोह पे आपके, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? यप यप तुमको ऐसा लग रहा रहेगा मैं क्यों बज रहा हूँ इतना औरा है? हाँ सो मच एड्स, अरे मेरा एड्स ऑफ रहता वॉच पार्टी में भाई, कौन सा एड्स?
Wasn't great, but the individuals were off as well. So clearly, Pearl is a map that they have prepared heavily coming into this stage, and they've got a lot more to show on it. The question is whether they can execute it in the server, because the double initiator comp, double scan comp can be clunky at the best of times. It requires you to have good organization, great macro, and again, a team like T1 is exactly the kind of team that wants to disrupt that and break down all of the tricky little plans.
Precisely that. As we kick things off right here onto Pearl between T1 and DFM. Clearly, so far in Group Omega, T1 have been having their way with things, especially despite the meta changes here and there. Izu on this chamber has been quite the biggest factor for the team.
Yeah, I think T1 is just kind of simplifying the comps down to what you'd expect them to be in a lot of cases. They're playing a lot of kind of simplifying things down. Meteor's still playing a lot of Senti, Munchkin on the controller. Tends to make sense. Aggression off the back here, though, of DFM. This is a little bit more like it. You want to see them get in the face of T1 and not let the game so much come to them and rely on that double edit. In the meantime, T1 throwing that smoke down on B long and taking control. Munchkin turtled all the way inside.
UV के left में
between May and Munchkin could be round defining here, and there's no way you're checking that corner. Easy double dink for Munchkin and a free sheriff for him to pick up.
Yeah, that had me feeling very nervous, and suddenly
कोई ना अभी रेस्ट है, आज रेस्ट है ना भाई,
question where else could the
आज रेस्ट है भाई,
well
रोज थोड़ी खेलेगा
UV. Find out where T1 is.
रेस्ट है आज.
Dealing with the stealth drone there, will deny information to a comp that often seeks to find exactly that. So they don't have any drones left as Akame's pushed up the sheriff into that round. He's holding on the recon dart to later on in the round. Yatsuka is in astral form for a moment, looking to try to pick one coming in from tiles. It's a bit of a messy duel though, but still gets away with it. Munchkin punishing through the door.
That's the sheriff that he picked up off of the corpse. That's
Rockets Master Jam, love you यार मेरी जान के
because of that T1 they have all the utility that they've been banking on. They get to dump it straight into this A site where I'm trying to set up now, possibly anticipating a recon as well. Couple of shots out from Akame, but not quite able to really connect. He does find one actually, still. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 just trying to play around the spike stairs position still.
Akame ने अगर clutch किया ना dance करेगा, संभल के Munchkin, please. मैच के बाद हक टॉपिक के लिए was the best moment, नजर ना लगे. Love you यार मेरी जान के.
To the quick draw, tapped onto the
आराम से डांस करेगा वो, आराम
से. But it's Akame. Comes up with the goods instead. A quad kill under Spelton, the pistol round.
Yeah, he was the standout on Pearl the last time that DFM played it, even though he was on that Senti role. And the thing that they said about putting Akame on the Sentinel is, well, we put him on the Sentinel because he can shoot. And it turns out it doesn't matter what agent you put him on, he can still shoot. He's been one of the more flexible players coming in from the Japanese scene and overall here in VCT Pacific, having played that info role in just the last stage. One of the sharper players on DFM, and at times, think about that Pearl game versus Paper Rex when he was on the chamber. He's had very, very big performances for the side, even at times eclipsing Nate.
स्काउट आपने किया नहीं, देखो स्काउटिंग रॉसी भाई ने किया, बड़ा सा लिस्ट आया था ऑफ पोटेंशियल प्लेयर्स, जिसमें से 2 नाम हम लोग ने एकदम इंस्टा लॉक किया था, 2 नाम एनक्यू और यूवी, 2 नाम हम लोग ने इंस्टा लॉक किया था। फिर बाकी पोटेंशियल प्लेयर्स का सारा वो देखा, स्टैट्स देखा, मैचेस देखा, वो सब देखा, फिर मिक्स एंड मैच करके दोनों जो एग्री हुए नाम पे वो आरवी के भाई और जिग्जर भाई थे।
pretty much still DFM in control, but T1 getting the spike plant.
But ऐसा कोई नाम नहीं था जो मैं बोला कि ये नहीं चाहिए और रॉसी बोला मेरे को ये चाहिए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं, सारा नाम हम दोनों ने एग्री किया, एकदम बैलेंस लग रहा था। और मेन हाथ रॉसी का है क्योंकि उसने बहुत कुछ किया टीम के लिए। अर्ली डेज में तो बहुत कुछ समझ रहा, इसलिए सोच रहा हूँ एक और कंट्रोवर्सी कर ही दो उसके साथ।
The dancers on this stage, you know, the whole team is kind of influenced by the vibes, but at the same time, off to a possible potential bonus. Everyone's still on the SMGs though.
All picked up by May. Attempt at a pick there from Izu.
रॉसी भाई का ही फाइंड था सुल्तान भाई, मैं तो रॉसी भाई को फाइंड किया, लेकिन
does confirm that there's someone over here. They actually scanned Yantika up over the top of that.
उससे बड़ा फ्लेक्स क्या चाहिए?
He's gone looking for a little bit too much there. Munchkin, actually one of T1's lower rated players at the moment, having a better performance today.
आप जो टीम का नाम लोगे उसका ऑपोजिट टीम ही जीतता है, लैंग्वेज।
Anticipating the push through, they have the judges in hand, but after a bit of a scuffle, DFM still able to.
भाई लेकिन वो लोग ने heavy damage दिया है वो लोग ने।
They're looking well organized today though. I like the way they're aggressing together. T1 though still kind of coming out ahead of this round. Munchkin has charged his way down B long and thrown up that one way. Stacks joining him in kind. Seekers will be secured off the back of this nice open plant for T1.
मारने पड़ेगा उसको।
Question whether they're going to rip them to try to win this 3-on-2.
भले 2v3 है, मारना पड़ेगा।
Yeah.
Huh?
Good go at it. Figure out where your opponents are.
Dono?
Oh, the cosmic divide as well. It just makes things really difficult, doesn't it? Especially since May doesn't have the refract.
Huh?
Still kind of finds a slight timing to sneak through though, but
Dono?
that's just going to give his position away. The stun already tossed out. Stacks is prepared for the hit. Now more smokes. Just blocking off May's vision.
May would love one more kill here and he'll get himself convergent paths coming into the first gun round, slipping through the smoke. Does nicely actually take a gun away from Stacks, but Munchkin
heavy damage दिया, 2 ही गन बचा, अभी ये राउंड हार गया तो लग गए।
He's looking very switched on for T1
UPI
today.
check Primus भाई, एक
A T1
सेकंड।
where Munchkin is performing is going to be a very dangerous
Primus भाई coming up, use with 2200, love you too मेरी जान के रोटे, love you too मेरी जान के रोटे, love you Primus भाई।
That full sense game where they looked a little disjointed, it felt like they were constantly
Couch
getting
किसने
disrupted,
select
not
किया?
able to get onto the same page.
Couch
Today
देखो,
they
क्योंकि
look
मेरे को
much better
सोफे पे सोना
organized,
रहता
and
है,
I'm hoping
couch
that's going to continue
पंकु
across the
select
rest of
करती
the
है।
map.
And it's just the pacing of that game as well with Primi on the Phoenix. But of course this time we do have Stacks on a Sky
अगर का मैच देखने
instead,
के
so
बाद अब
starting
बीच
things
में मजा
off.
नहीं आ रहा, language
Block off T1.
Yeah, May on the line over there, secured by Cess. Have had the guarding light with the pullback of the star on B long multiple times so far for T1. This time it's the Trailblazer first.
May with the op as well still. Ooh, shot whiffed. It's Buzz in high gear.
Yeah, I think the site's going to be given up by DFM here. They've cleared out
ऊपर
mid
से
with the
reflect मार के
Sofa
आगे
drones,
जाएगा,
so
एक और
they're
shot
going to
लेगा,
be in
पीछे
good
जाएगा।
positions with some pretty good
तेहो एक मारने का
information to
try
try
करेगा।
to break down this push of T1. May has got the convergent paths as well. Stealth drone going forward now.
अरे बाप रे!
Just snaps a shot mid-slide
Hello?
anyway. And I'm not
Tracing
sure
the
you want
car?
to rear-caress back off of that smoke this time.
That turret going up. T1, they felt like they've been read, and I think when you're playing double info Enit with multiple drones in play, you can be well aware that you've lost the majority of the map if you've sat in B long for far too long. Wrapping back into middle now, but with only 35 seconds and none of the killjoy utility dealt with in the middle of the map, it's going to be tough for them to make this work.
Still going to try though, at least they got a flash in the form of Stacks. But all the smokes and with all this timing as well, T1, DFM's going to be able to get a good read on this or just rely on the utility.
Split 1 की ट्रॉफी है शायद से
15 seconds, the pressure is on. T1 seem kind of comfortable though, just flashing in.
Just playing retake on A here. Looking for a pick is DFM. Munchkin's getting active inside of the smoke though. See if T1 can find a pick, make this retake very uncomfortable for a DFM.
Retake NH
who no longer has any drones to work with.
At the same time, may potentially would want to deploy the conversion path, so depending on how Munchkin times this just right, could be huge. Gonna eat it, but he still has the shots, just the cosmetic stun, and then for the rest of the team to set up off of contact onto the spike now. They have most of the choke points being smoked off, but still.
आपको देख के मैं भी रो दिया आपको love you.
Just gives him a good ride by Yatska, pushes up, connects onto the triple, and it's DFM who managed to secure a strong lead so far.
That is a very rare whiff from Izu. You could have put your house on him, picking up that kill on Akame, running up through the smoke that was just fading.
I don't want to lose my house,
I don't think anybody would have thought they would
How
be.
things sorted between you and Rossi?
अरे
कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था, sort करने को क्या है?
does a decent job helping them get back in. But I felt like that was T1
Just a little bit of opinion test.
Peeking off the contact of what he thought was going to be a spike tap, and Akame getting away with some absolute robbery in A lane there. T1 with a bit of a slow start here, actually.
उसको क्या हो गया?
Should make things somewhat awkward in terms of their buy, at least. You're on still the
सर्दी हो गई है.
Stealth drone goes up through middle. Information gathering in spades for DFM. I mean, Meteor lurking around the middle should be a no surprise to anyone.
पहला दिन तो सब बोल रहे थे change करो सब कुछ.
Just kind of confirm it as well. Meanwhile, you know, still kind of.
भाई लेकिन दो नए players आने वाले. दो नए players आने वाले.
DFM should have a pretty reasonable read on T1 and how they like to play this map. You saw
T1
already take on Barrel earlier on in this competition. They had a pretty nice time on Pearl so far. But DFM, I mean, as I said, most of the rounds that they won were off the back of the pistol. The gun rounds weren't too successful, and there wasn't much of a second half, so maybe less tape to review on them.
क्यों मतलब क्या भाई?
Spotting out the line
for now. जीतने के लिए दो नए players आ रहे हैं.
Up into this round, and for even someone like Izu seems to be holding on to a lot of.
एक Omen और एक Race. कितना hint दे सकता हूँ? एक Omen में heavy वाला Omen में.
The first move, but that's where you got to watch out as well.
Balance Legend बोलते.
Now onto a Vandal, one more
और एक Race में.
Overdrive.
Yeah, just Neon thinks. Spike going down now. Friday punishing them on the cross, making this more expensive for T1 to get comfortable in the back of the site. They're digging their heels into the
Actually still hold it. I mean, this is where the double Enid utility can come into play. Not to mention May with a full kit as well. Gonna connect into a wall though, so a little bit awkward, but still the whole team pushing up alongside it. And suddenly it's chaos. T1 starts to make a move,
my mods are right. Yup.
Maintain stability.
Yup.
Pops overdrive as a bit of a warning sign. Could potentially just beam through the smokes. He will go in back. Oh, dives on top of the spike. Prevents it from getting defused. Gets a quad. Puts T1 up to 2.
Yeah, Buzz is back on his BS. You saw him getting away with some crazy stuff on the attacking side versus Barrel. Has looked like one of the better Neons in the competition. And make no mistake, we are in Neon meta. Friday does a pretty good job trying to bring that one back for DFM, but felt like once T1 got comfortable in the side, Buzz just took over. The first kill with the jiggle into the Bucky on that wall is the most critical kill to help T1 get into the close plan. Then he closes it out in style with 3 more in addition.
UV or ANQ bench. Takbay or Dada.
That was like a half buy that T1 had. So
easy.
I mean, that's broken DFM's money. That's a big swing in momentum for this game. You felt like DFM was in full control. They had a really nice retake in round 4, kind of getting away with a little trick in A-main there. Courtesy of Akame. In the very next round, they find their economy heavily reset, handing over a handful of guns to T1.
And off as well.
Straight up.
I mean, Hunter Swear was ripped too, so that's quite costly. Hence this timeout to really try to.
Sharam.
Yeah, their retakes, I mean, against Full Sense were a big problem
Zaref
as well.
का नाम मत लो भाई, मेरा stream उड़ गया था उस दिन.
Plants where it felt like they took far too long to get organized. They were getting disrupted. You remember Primi just sending it at them up in through spawn side.
मैं सुना 9 लाख में से 8 लाख आप लेने वाले हैं. नहीं रे पागल है.
Retake off in the fashion that they're looking for, they can have a lot of problems, and even with the role swaps, that seems to still be an issue for them.
Continue to keep an eye on it for now, but at the same time, DFM coming into this round with the pistols, they are looking to progress into
एक और मारेगा.
Unfortunately, that's where the outlaw is.
मारेगा एक और
Izu
मारेगा.
as well. Okay, eating some damage though.
He's very bold. Trailblazer going forward.
अभी उसको मन नहीं है मारने का. बाद में थोड़े टाइम बाद वो मारने वाला है.
Pistols for DFM.
2 मिनट रुक जाओ.
Looking to pick up more momentum. Fract active here for May. Goes looking for Munchkin, but Munchkin is not missing a beat today. Looking very sharp, lurking over towards B long on the Astra. Is a big plus of running the Astra as your primary controller.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
It's an eco as well though, so
Mara.
Just try to go fishing. Sometimes you come up with a boot. This time in the form of T1.
भाई Mindfreak को क्यों ले लिया?
An off angle while the rest of the team goes skulking across. They kind of expect.
अरे दो बंदे आलम विलोम ये पहली बार देखा मैंने.
Yeah, the first 2 kills for Meteor, and they come quite easily to him, at least in that round. So hopefully that's going to help him start to work his way into this game. Flawless anti-eco for T1. And what a turn this game has taken. You felt like DFM was in a pretty reasonable position.
Bye,
Got a bit of a run on defense, but now we're straight back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Nice.
Kind of like how things started off just last week as well, huh?
कमबैक मार लिया अभी T1 ने लेकिन एक बक्की राउंड की वजह से.
Wins 4 from 4 pistols on this. Struggles to do anything. I think it's time for a change in the veto. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yikes!
A on the line again. Guiding light avoided, and look, Buzz has given him plenty of opportunities to take pot shots, but not going to be slowing down anytime soon. Pushing straight into spawn.
वहाँ पर भाई
Not a
मैं
factor
तो
for me,
मार
though.
रहे वे बस को.
He's gonna fall back, hold a separate line.
भाई
Coming back in to try to
खतरनाक भाई
contend with someone for his
खतरनाक.
B site.
Got into the post
Specific
lane,
winner
yeah.
title
Trailblazer
then
dealt
love
with
you यार
the
तेरे मुंह
lockdown
में
being
घी शक्कर.
prepped by
पहले
Friday.
membership ले टिक मार वाले.
How will T1 approach this 4 on 5? They're going to get flushed out of the site, but they're going to invest their own lockdown in response.
At the same time, though,
अब
spacing is all that matters right now as Izu comes back through, rendezvous away. Kaide pushes up with the rest of the
अब क्या
team.
करेंगे वो लोग?
They've broken the lockdown, they've
कुछ नहीं
set up their
करेंगे.
own Cosmic Divide, and they're trying to stick onto the defuse all the way through. It's
वो लोग
T1
ने
who
देखा
gives them
नहीं
that
क्या?
respect.
तुझे और Astral?
Yeah, I think T1 obviously
Base
losing
lane
Buzz
होता है वो
is
लोग.
a bit of a difference maker in that B side after plant. The Neon's mobility and the ability to wrestle
Recent
control
players are
backhalls
built
is a big
different.
factor.
NQ is good
When
at
Maeve's able to pluck him out of the
Hello,
air
my
like
friend.
that, and the lockdown flushes out the rest
Why
of
do
the
you
site,
think
it
I am
really
Goku
limits
too,
your
my
ability
friend?
to play that post plant. You want your Sky and your Neon to be the
F1 का
disruptive
मत
forces
करो
in the
यार, जब
backhauls
से
and on the
आया
site,
है.
and when
कुछ
both of
F
them
नहीं
go
हुआ,
down
चलो.
that easily,
Simple
you're able
is
to
good.
dive in and deal with
0%.
the opposing lockdown.
No,
And
क्या
that
lagging,
retake
क्या
gets a
lagging,
bit
कहाँ से
easier, you're
lagging?
feeling a little bit safer
कहाँ
with
से
the
lagging? 0% frame drop.
divide on B long there.
Well, in the upcoming round, T1 just trying to adjust things out across the map, this time towards A site.
भाई वो लोग का setup लेकिन बहुत प्यारा है यार DFM का.
A main control taken early on. Once again, it's
हर
kind of this
जगह
approach
का
where you're
info है
leaving
बे.
Izu and Munchkin on the extremities. Munchkin looking to juke the drone here. Nobody taking
पे
a
बस
main
ऊपर को
control
रखा
off
है.
the back of it, but the
B rotation भी
Astra not
fast
spotted
है
out.
हर
Munchkin
जगह का
creeping
info
back
वो लोग
onto the line, and Akame a little bit quicker to the draw. That's a big kill for DFM. No smokes now available on T1. It's going to make it much harder to navigate this round.
That's painful despite juking the drone as well. Meteor's going to try to fill in the gaps, but at the same time, he's been spotted out. Maybe trying to keep players from DFM just around this spot while the rest of his team starts to put the foot down towards B site.
I mean, B is completely open here. DFM very much trusting their retake, despite the fact they've invested both the Sova drone and the Teo stealth drone. So you're not going to be able to flexibly clear out some of these annoying positions unless you're investing your utility and going in together. But in a flashless comp, that could go horribly wrong. Because you see Buzz and Stax both still alive, and they're looking to play disruptively. Crossfire between Buzz and Meteor on street. But it's a full approach to
rotation आने के लिए delay किया बे.
Just buying a little bit more time, get the rest of the team nearby. But that salvo's already spent. He's got one more.
हाँ एक उसने delay के लिए किया rotation आने के
position
लिए.
with the operator. Buzz could potentially sneak in a little bit closer as well. First shot whiffs. And suddenly DFM has a lot more initiative. They try to sneak through, but it's Meteor on the off angle.
Almost
Slight trade. And now DFM start to fan out, trying to clear out back hauls, and it's Akame still providing that much more firepower for the team. The Japanese squad comes up in spades. And now
Stream का आवाज कम कर दो,
big
गोड.
improvement
काशिश
from
का
last
आवाज
year's
चुप रहा
defense
है.
against full
कैसे?
sets.
Yeah, Carmax is going ballistic this map. Deals with the lurker over on the A side of the map, then just busts open the B side on the retake. That difference is made not only losing your primary smokes in A main, this is a big impact kill from him, but also neither Buzz nor Stacks have any impact disrupting the retake. Izu, this is his shot on heaven. So this is a situation where DFM coming back into the B side could have potentially lost 2 picks, but without either of those shots connecting,
भाई डांस करने वाला
Buzz
मुझे
and
लग रहा
Izu
है.
both not able to actually pick these players completing the retake in through heaven side. It's a little bit easier for DFM to scale in, and that becomes an impossible hold for T1.
बोल डालो.
Not the form that
और
you would
कितना डालूं
expect
बोल?
T1 to be in post-plant, but either way they go at it again this time a little bit pacier towards A site, but
Like करो chat.
in position with refract as well. T1 waited out, and then for Buzz to
अरे
sneak through,
माँ कसम.
slides in from right underneath their nose and finds one, but May
Finally
fires
मारा
back. Suddenly the whole team just thrown into chaos as DFM
गलत
puts up a
लटरी है
good
बे
fight
DFM.
around the smokes. It's been picked up. Meteor just sneaks through.
सुमड़ी में.
What a sneaky boy! He's just pinched the spike for
ना
free.
जाने कितने
Back
दिनों
into
बाद
A
स्ट्रीम
main
पे आया
now.
आज.
Still not a good position
चांद.
for T1. Let's
कितने
not
आया? ये गया.
twist our
ये गया.
words. Tour de Force is active though for Izu. He's
Chance
just going
is
to
क्या?
hold this
Moon
A
ना?
main line. He wants to punish anybody going looking for information. Yatsuka
दी
deals with
कैमरा
the
में
turret in
आओ
the middle of the
अबे.
map. It's gonna
आओ
make
कैमरा
Meteor
में.
a little more concerned, a little more nervous that
Split
someone
one
might be
winner's
flanking them.
wife.
But if there's anybody that can navigate a mid-round like this, it is Meteor. He's a master at lurking on the attack side and finding the gaps, especially in
भाई
these
अभी
messy
burn peanut
mid-round
देख के ना वो
situations.
चालू
It's
किया.
not gonna be easy though, Pilly. There's so much KJ utility. I mean, okay, it's disabled, so he might actually be able to sneak through.
Alarmbot's taking a nap.
वो लोग को भी मालूम पड़ गया बी काले.
Full control here. DFM.
मेरे
trusting the
होते हुए
safety in
दूसरा
numbers
हिटर
is
कहाँ
gonna
से आया?
process
जाओ
work
जाओ
fairly well
फाइव
for
नाइट
them.
पुश करो जाओ
But
क्यों
all it's
डिस्क
gonna
जाओ
take
जाओ.
is one of these players on
जाओ,
T1
तेरी तो.
actually starting to hit some shots. Nice open plant.
Thank you
next
for
to
the 1,000
spammable.
please bye.
And
Love you
Meteor
very
has
much
both
today.
nanos as well as an alarm bot to work with.
Bot
Now
bhai
making
किधर
his
है?
way over to a
Bot bhai
divorce in
पैसा
hand.
लेके
He's
चले
missed
गए.
a couple of op shots so far this game. Cannot afford
Just
to miss
asking,
this
are we
time.
planning for visiting in future?
Meteor on the Sentinel as well. I mean,
मेरे को
kind of
कुछ
signals
नहीं
to
मालूम ये
them
सब.
playing a lot more defensive around the spike
मेरे
rather
को
than
कुछ
pushing
नहीं मालूम.
further up front.
DFM has 1 star, that's it. No other util to get back in here. They're going to need some really good spacing.
It's just all down to the fights. May has swapped over to a rifle as well, so Ops be
Mara.
damned, but unless
एक और
Izu
मारेगा.
connects on every single bit, it's still going to be tough.
close,
2 players going
बे.
down now, and it's just May. He's trying to bake them out into the open, but that costs
भाई वो लोग
time.
बार-बार
Spike
भी hit
will
कर
go
सकते हैं, मालूम
off.
है?
May only walking away with
वो
1
लोग सिर्फ
kill.
retake
I
पे
mean,
छोड़
that's the
रहे हो.
difference
बार-बार भी
between
kill सकते हो.
T1 hitting shots when DFM are completing the
Mid
retake
खाली
and
करो
not.
बी जाओ. Mid खाली
See
करो
that
बी जाओ.
back-to-back in round 8 and round 9. Round 8, they missed the shots. They give space to T1 coming back in on that, to DFM rather coming back in on that retake. And it's a successful retake where they're able to scale in together. But when they get disrupted, when the op on the line hits a shot, Meteor pokes out backhauls, becomes an impossible
2027 का
prospect.
VCT का चेंज बता दो. बहुत क्रेजी चेंज है. ग्राइंड चालू कर दो मजाक से
DFM
हटकर.
giving them a lot of space and not
जाओ
remaining
रेडिएंट
that
जाओ.
active
5 बंदे
in
उठाओ.
the
खुद ही
mid-round.
खेल
It's
लो
one of those
क्वालिफायर.
situations where
तो
it can be easy
अच्छे से
thinking,
Radiant
oh, we're
जाओ,
up in
ऐसा
numbers,
नहीं.
we'll be fine in on the retake. But against players of this level, sometimes that's just not the case.
नहीं मैचेस तो लेकिन उनको ही खेलना पड़ेगा ना कैसे.
Still though, every win so far for DFM
Matches
has
खेलेगा
been a
दिखेगा ना वो लोग
DP,
कैसे
somewhat of a
करके.
retake. So just a lot of trust in it still. This time trying to hold up main a different position. Wants to catch someone
भाई,
unsuspecting,
क्या
and he
भाई मेरे को
will.
खेलने का मन हो गया.
Looks to reposition as well. The bus is already past the open line.
कितना
Buzz
प्यारा
has been
शॉट.
so good at finding that opener in backhauls. It's a big position to be grasping control of. Hunter's Fury and
Oh,
conversion
अपन लोग किसके
pass.
side
There
पे
it
हैं?
is coming in from May.
DFM
Kai
भाई.
has found Buzz on transition. Izu still on the line, forced to rendezvous away, and now Meteor will take his place. He cops 1 pulse of the Hunter's
एक
Fury,
second रुक
but the
जा.
Cosmic is
T1,
still up as
T1.
T1
अरे
puts the
अलार्म
spike
बज रहा है
down.
तेरा 2
Yeah,
बजे
just
का
trying to
अलार्म
play
बज रहा है.
quick to
Sorry.
displace the spike
Hey,
plant
can
as
you sing
well.
AP Dillon
Not
का
sure if
दिल
he
का
shot will
दरिया?
actually connect Izu. Perhaps in a tricky position now. Allowing for Kami to push up after the stun. It's just Meteor towards the back of sight, but he's still quite the
भाई 30
menace.
HP पे क्लच कैमरा हो गया
Jiggling
है.
back around. Seth's trying to bait him out.
Love
He knows he's low. He
you.
needs
अनुज
one
भाई
shot.
love you मेरे जान के
Put
बेटे.
attention away. Onto
Oh
the
my
spike.
God,
Meteor just
30
looks for the
centimeter
tiny
clutch.
sliver up for a Red Bull clutch.
Hello.
I mean, this is the class of Meteor. Started out this game 0 and
भाई देखो 1000 दिया है. देखो गाना तो पड़ेगा ना.
गा दो.
क्रिस का गाना तो पड़ेगा ना. हाँ. This is split one winner singing a song. दिल का दरिया बह ही गया राह में यूं फिर तू मिल गया ले बेटा मुश्किल से मैं स्प्लिट वन जीता पोस्ट वालों ने फिर भी गाली दिया
Jiggle.
थैंक यू आगे का लिरिक्स ऑन द वे लिखने वालों आज रात को
Well, the curious is Izu's the one lurking this time. Still though,
Goes
pushing all
Gabas.
the way up. Alongside the fast lanes, he's got a judge this time around. May just trying to pick
इधर
a
जाके
different
लड़ रहा है
position,
देख
walks away
इधर
with the kill,
जाके
gets
लड़ रहा है
stacks,
देख
but
मेरे बाबा
still, it's
कहाँ
Buzz.
जाके लड़ रहा है भाई
He's gone past, infiltrated behind enemy line. Whoa! Whoa! What a sneaky position upstairs. As soon as the smoke dissipates, still
मेरा गाना वहाँ तक गया
past that fact, it's the attacking lockdown that gets deployed. DFM have no choice but to try to respect it. It is somewhat of an eco round after all. May still thinking of going at it though.
बच गया
What
रे
does he decide to possibly save? I mean, it's the second last round of the first half, but it feels as though
Full
you're
पे
just completely surrounded
30,000
at
से
this
ज़्यादा ले लो
point.
लेकिन बंद
Yeah.
कर दो
He's been given nothing. Meteor picking off the back of the grab well. And does seem like
Lekin
he's going to
Astra
get
आ
the
गया।
opportunity to save
Munchkin?
perhaps, unless Munchkin is way too far ahead of him.
ब्रो
Cut
उसका
you off at
फिर
the
भी
legs.
रीड था
3K for Munchkin, and
Hello?
T1 taking the lead now on the attacking side. They were a little slow
थैंक
to
यू
start,
जानना जाएगा
but
तो
now that
400
they've
मेरे
got
जानते थे
rolling,
मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड कर रहा
it
हूँ
really
लव
feels
यू
like
वेदांश
their
भाई
game of
लव
Pearl.
यू यार
It's a generational whip from Cess, but look, he still finished.
Got the kill, he got the kill.
Still finish it up.
लेकिन वो मरता नहीं था रे
अक्षु
पहले शॉट
कॉपी मत
मारता
कर
था ना।
अमीशा को कॉपी मत कर अक्षु कुछ ओरिजिनल कर ले
I mean, that operator is not something that they can afford to replace, I don't think.
I think someone else bought for him, and then he's
Okay.
just gifted, you know, rifle back.
Yeah, and Seth, I didn't think it was going to have full utility buying that for May, but he actually
पैसा
has
खत्म
gone
हो
down
गया
to light
मेंबरशिप
armor
नेक्स्ट
and
मंथ
still
डन
can't
सीन
afford
डन
to
सीन
salvos.
Yay.
Buzz picking up the pace straight through art, but this is just trying to draw some rotations, if
Hey,
anything.
कहाँ
T1
तक
aren't
घूम
decided
रहा है?
where they're
Yes,
finishing this
come,
round just yet. May
आओ,
trying to
बताओ।
dive in with the cheeky refract shorty play. Doesn't get an opportunity to pick T1.
All these
But-
early
Okay,
moves,
mid लिया,
though,
बीच
have
जाओ,
already
वो लोग
got
retake पे
displaced
खेल रहे हैं।
DFM.
I mean, they've lost the middle of the map.
Easy
They are in
बंदा
planning
बे।
stations right now trying to figure out what's going on. Good news is the Kame at least has a main, so that's a good info line. Turret hasn't been triggered in the middle of the map, finally gets dealt with. Where did T1 finish here?
It feels like it's angling towards B for now. It's a 2-3
Okay,
split for
Majario.
DFM.
Okay.
When do they start rotating? They're
They're
not
playing
seeing
hard to
anything
be,
towards A main. And the drone has gone out to clear R.
May looking for a pick, diving in through the fast lane. Misses his opportunity, and now T1 have got boots on the ground in the site. Kaide prepping the lockdown in response. There it goes.
बाप
Flush
रे
one on,
क्लोज है
someone
इजू
out of
मारेगा
position enough for me, but goes in for a pop shot instead. Now
इधर
Seekers in
इजू दिखाओ ना
response just to try and confirm that no one's flanking.
Oh, again, is going to catch
my
Izu for sure.
god
Yeah, that's a beautiful salvo to follow
oh
up.
my
And then everyone
god
just spreads out across the
oh
spike.
my god bro
Potential body blocks as well. Kaideo's already gotten it to halfway, and I don't think T1 kind of has to drop on it anymore. Despite the kills at the end, the spike defuse confirms it. It's 6-6
Yeah.
at the end of the first half.
Yeah, that's rough.
भाई कितना
Gravity
प्यारा
Well doesn't
retake
manage to
रे
cancel the half. I wasn't actually across where the DFM were body blocking that
Well,
one,
Bing
but they
Bye for
finally
giving moral
pull off
high
yet another
of boys and
successful
also
B
because
retake.
negative बहुत ज़्यादा हुई थी
Going to half time
वैसे
here.
मैं
It's
नहीं
dead
हूँ एक
even.
कोई player के लिए
I feel
बुरा
like
है,
that was a
RV के
roller
बाहर
coaster
हुए।
of a half that's
हाँ।
ended up dead even.
चुमते हो,
I
मैंने
felt like
उसको बोला था, ये सब पे
it
ध्यान
was
मत दे।
unlosable for them in the first 4 rounds.
लेकिन
Then they
क्या
lose to the Bucky of Buzz, and
Experience
things
करना
get
अलग
very
है और
messy from there. Still
बोलना
anyone's game
सुनना
at this
अलग है।
point.
अभी एक्सपीरियंस
sure.
कर ले अभी मेरे
I
को
don't
नहीं
think we
लगता
got to
इतना
see too
effort
much
है
of DFM's attack in the previous week, but apart from that,
कल सारे पे का जो
T1
फुटबॉल में चले गए होंगे ना
it feels like they
मैं
still got
इसलिए
quite
बोला
a bit
था
of
बे
depth.
क्रिटिसाइज करो जितना मेरे को प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
Quite comfortable
क्रिटिसाइज
here.
Hate
T1
बहुत
single-handedly want to
बहुत
run
गंदा
through
था
this
बे
group and deny any
वॉच प्लेयर है
opportunities
वैलो छोड़
for
दो
Japanese Valorant.
डिसबैंड कर
They've
दो
already dealt
टीम
with Varel.
ये सब क्रिटिसिज्म थोड़ी
And
है
I do believe Zed is in this group as well, right?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
DFM Zed up.
You know what? that's actually the next thing, because DFM, you know,
Cameraman na maan raha.
come out with a loss, fine.
Cameraman na maan raha, bhai.
At least find a map or two. Hopefully you win the whole series, because your next opponent's going to be Zeta. You want to be feeling good going into that one. Be that flag bearer of Japanese Valorant.
I mean, they've front-loaded a lot of their tougher games. Full Sense looks like they're in good form. Then you're playing T1, who are just representing Pacific over on the international stage. They can be a little slow to start, as we saw
Binks
versus
भाई MABR के नहीं है आ रहा है 2 मैच के बाद MABR यहाँ पे आ रहा है अभी का थोड़ा वीजा का सीन है ना वो लोग का यहाँ पे on the way वो टेंशन ना लो रुको हाँ
they lose pistols, where they're losing to sheriff rounds and things like that. T1 still finds a way to win.
That's a potential discussion as well, because T1's up against
क्या हाल स्प्लिट हुआ बड़े हाल है
another team that, you know, can take a while to get going, but for now we're back into the pistol with DFM pushing down middle.
Izu spotted out on B long there. As the rest of DFM creeping into art. Middle of the map held together with a little bit of tape, an alarm bot, and a trademark. And once T1 rather loses the middle of the map here, how do they respond once that alarm bot is triggered?
Just trying to hold it. Pushing in towards A main as well is pretty sneaky with stacks. Up around the smokes, will spot out Cess. Having a tough time trying to finish off the kill. He gets it at the end and turns back around. Takes down 2. Cess managed to bring things back, but still.
Yeah.
Now you're back into a 3v3 with May on low HP.
दो कैसे मारा बताओ?
Where are the stars? Does Munchkin even have any available to? There isn't a fast lane, so this defuse is going to be a difficult prospect. Buzz not quite able to calibrate onto May, low HP. Yatsuka playing on the side.
Just not too worried about it. Goes in to clear the corners. Has potential slide as well. Uses it to clear out Yatsuka instead, but May still fighting. He's so darn low though. Munchkin's just going to try to stick onto the spike all the way through. Full trust in Izu until he gets off at the last second. Saves the round. And now T1
मैं बोला भाई T1 का कौन
I don't know what Stack's got away with inside of A main there. It was Sass he was looking for. DFM does a good job in the mid round, going and crunching it to A main, trying to hunt down that Sky. And they lose 2 players to the Bandit. Let's have a little bit of a look at it. Bang! Those are the last 2 bullets in his clip.
ओए कितना प्यारा मारा उसने.
Very sharp shots on the Bandit. I mean, that's how I feel about the Bandit in general. It's just like with City, and then sometimes when you hit a couple of headshots, it's like, okay, yeah, this gun's gonna
lage.
Yeah, when it hits, it really hits. T1 deny DFM their first pistol loss on Pearl this season, but 3-1 ain't bad for the map.
इसका आंसर नहीं है मेरे पास.
Where's the full investment for this round, trying to carry him over onto the next.
Turret dealt with. Big rotations over to
BCA Genji.
Just trying to dive on through.
Dear Genjis, मेरे mod ने आपको BC बोला है. टैग करके तुम लोग गाली दे सकते हो उसको. Validation बोलते.
Free farm against pistols. Looks like you're running around at a kid's birthday with a pool noodle, just whacking them.
I'm out of here.
Okay.
Not that I, not speaking from experience. I'm extremely
हम इतना स्ट्रेस क्यों ले रहे हैं? टेक्निकली VCT पैसिफिक ट्रॉफी हम पे है ना. फर्स्ट और सेकंड दोनों हम पे.
Well, at least now you're aware that there's a judge in the next round.
वो तो अच्छा सेकंड का ट्रॉफी नहीं देता, वरना दोनों अपने घर आ गया था लास्ट ईयर.
Well, I'm in for pain, potentially, and in A-Main is exactly where that pain will be inflicted. Big relay bolt straight on the face of DFM.
कल कॉल किसका आया था जीतने के बाद और तब मैं बोले थे कमबैक करेंगे बॉयज डिड आप. कॉल तो प्रॉपर ग्रुप कॉल आया था सबका.
Feel like pushing A main is not enough. Now we must push B main.
सब लोग
because AFK over in this part of the map though, and a little bit of a messy duel against B gets him on the fadeaway. That's a big pick for DFM.
बच्चा क्रिस्पी देख के खेलने का मन करता है रे.
And the mouse possibly may be able to walk away with another unless Munchkin goes down. It's a stinger after all, but the rest of T1 just trying to pick up the pieces now, trying to fill in the gaps that have been left open across the map.
Ripping into art now. Drone goes through A main, guiding light will confirm presence in middle, so this is quite readable.
ये लोग तो बार-बार भी ये जा सकते हैं ना.
Looking to stick around. Low on HP is easy
खड़ा नहीं रह सकते, लोग ले सकते हैं
dugout. And it's just gonna reload, reposition.
अरे
More kills going down as DFM trying to aggress out from these ingresses, but still T1 make it tough. Shots from Izu taking down players, and it's just us left. 20 seconds to go.
Sweaty Munchkin is already on the flank. He hasn't put the spike down yet. He's getting a little bit sweaty. Stinger could be problematic in this kind of an angle, but when your opponent's not looking at you, that should be free. Nice little couple of bursts. It was anything but clean, but it was good enough for Munchkin to get it done. 9 up for T1, and they're going to win a bonus. Oh, you're starting to feel not so great about this pill pick for DFM yet again.
That was a gut punch of a round, especially considering the fact that they came into this round with, you know, guns from the previous, the Stinger of all things, but it was a smart choice.
G-Coms वीडियो देखा था आपने जेंजी के अगेंस्ट? नहीं भाई मैं यहाँ पे नींद से देख पा रहा। G-Coms वीडियो कहाँ से देखो?
Placing down those Astra Stars, giving a little bit of pocket to play in over on Churchside to his teammate, and then coming in on the flank. He's had a great game so far.
And it's the same thing again. This judge.
Stealth drone, not quite dodged by Izu. He's gonna force his way back onto this B
देखो बे
line.
अकेला B,
Feels like he doesn't care.
अकेला B होल्ड कर रहा है। 6-9 ये ना love you, shout out to you, love you मेरी जान को love you।
There's no free jet dash, there's no Yoru TP.
मार्कर will be आएगा क्या boot camp नहीं देने।
DFM trying to work the map, deal with some of this Sentinel utility wherever they can. Bit of a trap set up inside of Art.
वो लोग आयरन फ्लैश
हो गए थे मैच में। नहीं देखा मैंने। आयरन फ्लैश हो गए थे क्या? This is going to be a quick flood back into A. I don't know if DFM's going to be ready for it.
Possibly not, especially around the stairs position as well. Now clearing out middle, which allows for Manny to get a little bit further up front. He's got a Bucky of all things. Unfortunately, the shot doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, it should be the fast lane and the guiding light straight back in. But Cosmic invested by DFM. They're going to this round.
On a round where you got 4 sheriffs, now I'm curious.
Trying
to hang out towards the back end of spawn as well. But T1 are just setting up. Okay, first shot goes wide. It's going to be Cess that connects. And then for the rest of DFM to continue to hold. Spike being tapped now, or maybe connected all the way through. They need to peek off. And they managed to find the kills, but still. Defuse connected. Not quite. It's DFM that serves up the Thrifty.
That is a hell of a flick right at the end of the round. I don't know how close that defuse was. But DFM, the Cosmic investment has helped pinch around from T1. They had no business winning.
एक Astra ult से बे एक
भाई वो the Sheriff over here in small side Akame backing up main nicely. They're just down to the last second. Beautiful flicks from Kaide there.
क्या निकाला बे क्या निकाला
The flick through the fast lane is beautiful to watch.
Saw it a second before, but now they go at it again. Full clash inside of A main. Buzz in a deep position, cannot get out. Main has already gone past the opening line and sets up convergent paths straight through it to exactly where T1 are hiding. Cosmetic's done though, and Stax tries to hold. It's Izu instead that fans out, takes down 2!
Down to a 3-on-2. Definitely favoring DFM at this point. Still double nanos in the back pocket. You've got the stealth drone to help try to find out where the retake is coming from T1. Nanos invested onto the spike. Stealth drone clears out all of Art, but here's the Cosmic back in reply for T1.
Just cannot give up your position.
By W wall. उस दिन wall कुछ तो left right हो गया था ना अपने
now the final player who
अपने match में wall थोड़ा left right हो गया था retake में.
This lurker towards B site. He's finally made it here, but he gets pulled in by the Gravwell.
Is that his Gravwell?
I think वो लोग ने थोड़ा सा left right किया था. Same
I feel like that
वाला
was
wall.
definitely looking like attacker's Gravwell post side placement, and if he just ran through the Cosmic into his own Gravwell, that is.
Maybe he tried to.
यहाँ भी हार गए लो मतलब.
I don't know about that one. Could have been Munchkin's Gravwell. Wasn't paying super close attention. Worth mentioning though that Yasuka has just had to swap back onto the Astra after not really playing it and being on the info init role. So those are the kind of things where you're not really sure if he's fully comfortable. That was his Gravwell. He's Gravwelled himself into Meteor's crosshair.
What else are you gonna say? It's T1 with double digits now, and their ults are starting to cycle.
Mechanics main होता है या game sense दोनों चाहिए ना?
The DFM into A main confirms that there wasn't anybody.
तेरा aim बाप रहेगा पीछे से कोई मार के जाएगा.
Two to force on an off angle in the middle of the map. Izu looking to disrupt this.
You have to always protect your gaff with the game sense.
Make their way back towards B. Jiggle from Meteor, hoping to inform the rotates as the round goes a little bit deeper. Armageddon in the post.
तेरी favorite IPL team?
In the meantime, Trailblazers got all of A main. So T1, they're reading this round quite well. You're already seeing the rotation back across from Buzz.
और उनके तरफ सिर्फ B retake नहीं खेल रहे भाई, 3 बंदे B पे.
I was gonna say flood, but they're already on the side.
Yeah, they just conditioned DFM to end up on the B side this time. But the Armageddon does make it a little bit difficult though, not fully. T1 just sidestep it. Now trying to hold different positions. Watch out for the incoming angle. Stacks pushes up and the peaks go huge. It's Buzz onto overdrive now. He's clearing out back sight. Beats down one. Continues to slide back and forth as Meteor provides assistance. It's Buzz. Quad kill to completion. And T1 not slowing down.
I mean, Buzz is just a beast on the B site right now. On attack, on defense, really just dominates backhauls. Big problem for DFM to deal with. You could see it off the back of the Trailblazer into A main, having the Neon be able to get into the B site in time is such a big difference maker. When he has the overdrive in the back pocket, and you can see right at the last second there, he gets a multi-frag to give him another slide to easily pick up that last player. 19 and 14. Buzz is looking like one of the best Neons in Pacific this season.
For sure, not someone that we can forget about. Tough times.
लेकिन मैं सोचा कि बहुत बड़ा patch update आ रहा है.
Still trying to fish around the A side though, but unfortunately it's Izu that bites.
Yeah, nice opening pick on the Outlaw. He's been a bit of a menace over on that A side of the map. Despite the fact that you're running the double drones, he's just still such a problem. It's free farm for him with how many light armors there are. Buzz continuing to shoot the bodies. Unnecessary. But, you know, you'll take what you can get. He's got himself 20 kills, so we'll grant him this celebration.
He's like, I want another overdrive. You don't need it, man.
I don't think there's time for another overdrive. I think
when your opponents are up to 11, and you're just trying to bank everything on this possible round because you don't want to have to climb up against a 12. But either way, now you're playing against the back foot for sure. T1 are still just doing fantastic recon work right now.
Premier का rule भी change हो रहा है ना कुछ क्या पता. हम लोग तो time pass के लिए खेलते हैं.
Always just trailblazing out some of these positions, investing in guarding lines when necessary.
Language, Pratik bhai, language.
Keeping the rest of the map in check. And Izu on these info lines. Buzz and Meteor, hand in hand, creeping up street. With 20 seconds on the clock, I think DFM are just trying to save these Vandals, but as T1 with a great economy behind you, you definitely go hunting for these weapons.
Oh no, and that's where they might get corralled into an unwanted corner. Munchkin starting to push up alongside as well. They have to be able to make this hold, but no, Meteor crashes into them.
That's Meteor's lockdown. T1 making sure they have all the bells and whistles heading into what could be the final round.
This was meant to be DFM's match.
Yellow.
They picked it, you know, so
this
far.
Is split one speaker speaking.
I mean, this is just theory Valorant versus Valorant in practice, you know? You think to yourself going into the attacking side like, I have two drones.
मैंने शायद आपको message भेजा था.
Yes, you can, bro. You absolutely can.
हाँ, वही है.
You're just far too strong on the timings. Outlaw upgraded to an operator. Pace into the middle of the map here. May dealing with the trademark. T1 with a bit of a firing squad though. Shoving their way up B long and giving up the middle of the map this round.
This feels a little bit like deja vu because T1 did similar plans back on their
Split one speaker speaking bola मैंने shit sorry.
Out Yatska. Pushing all the way up. They have 3 after all. Yatska still makes a good go. But then the rest of the team from DFM suddenly ending up towards the A site. T1 might not have been expecting that, but they made it a good fight still.
That can work for them though. Although they've already used the salvos, double nanos, shockies, as well as Arthur's Fury, and a lockdown in the post play. Kaide on the off angle, not feeling the need to push the issue there. He lost his life to Izu. Could have been a bad set of circumstances, but now joined up with Cess, they're feeling a little bit more comfortable about their prospects. T1 have wasted a lot of time clearing out the map.
Walking ना करो यार please. गलती से बोला. First time भी नहीं यार.
Covering it.
T1 just kind of staying close enough, hover around.
सच्ची ऐसा बोला क्या? Oh my god, मेरे brain cells.
There, if not, it's just a save. We'll have to fight another day.
I mean, it's just really good pivot in the mid round for DFM there. They see
आप
that it's
कौन सा
a
mic
3-1-1
use
of some
करते हो?
kind or a
मैं
3-2. Big shove up B long.
पहले मैं वो use करता था
Yatsika goes
WH.
down, but when you're snappy
अभी
and you're on
Elgato
top
का
of the
mic use
calling,
कर
you
रहा
know
हूँ.
that you've got a 3 or 4 on 2.
Are
On
they
the other
gonna
side of the
play
map, maybe
Ascension?
even a
This
4 on
year
1.
there is no Ascension.
That's a situation where you catch the chamber in
Split
transition,
1
you're
is
able to
only
catch the
split,
solo in
prize
on
money.
the side.
Split
You
2
get yourself into a very
is
nice looking post plan. They
कुछ
don't even
तो
have
और.
to invest the ults there to
They
get the
get to
job
play
done.
some other qualifier. Winner
Hail
gets to
Mary
play some
pass
other
kind of
qualifier.
converted
ऐसा
into a
कुछ.
lifeline now.
I think that's where you could have
Roadmap
probably had a
बड़ा
bit
है.
more of a solid setup.
अगले
for
साल से
T1.
लेकिन
You
बहुत
want your
crazy है.
chamber in a position
2027
where,
बहुत crazy है.
you know, if you're shoving your way. Actually, the chamber wasn't over there, was he? It was the chamber on P long. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough, but either way, now they're back to the same old plan. Just full spam into the smoke though, and they will catch Buzz this time. Hunter's Fury into the stun as well.
भाई वो नया
And then it's T1 playing against the back
वो लोग
foot.
नया
I mean,
विलेज
trying to
खेल
come
रहे हैं
back
क्या?
up.
In this
इसमें
current meta,
slow
that's just one of
ये
those
आता है.
situations where you're very dead. Berserk's
क्यों
on the
मेरे को
road the
लगा
other day. I'm dead.
उसने स्लो फेंका
Don't go that way.
करके. नया
There's
वाले
a
अपडेट
lockdown
में
as
ना वो
well
लोग.
to try to secure things here for TFM.
Already?
Playing any games in this 5-on-3, not taking any risk.
Love it.
Double drones go forward. Smokes in towards Pit and Flowers. Should be able to get onto the site here.
T1 though trying to pick the right timings. Unfortunately, not quite coming to
नेट
fruition
कर
just
करके
yet.
बाहर कर
Onto
रहे
the
हो.
spike as well. Munchkin looking for a spam, but
Buddy.
they spam back instead.
Buddy.
This is perfection from DFM in this round. Izu at least able to take one with him, but I
Safe.
don't think he's getting much more than that. Trying to save the operator. Maze in hot pursuit, but spotted out by the trademark. I mean, there really wasn't much that DFM could have done better. They got
New
a
update में
pretty
ही है.
fortunate spam kill in A main,
तो वो लोग
traded
उसमें
that
खेल रहे
second
हैं.
player out, and then locked down to
Nerf
create
वाले
enough
में खेल रहे
space.
हैं.
But what I was more impressed by, I mean, Izu wasn't watching the right line. The creep through suicide. Very nice, takes the op out of his hands.
बस मैं कहा boot
The
camp पे
anti-flood
क्या
from
क्या
DFM was
हुआ.
beautiful there,
Chilling.
though. They're investing the salvos and the
Players
nanos
को
onto Flowers, onto
congratulate
Pit.
किया, gift
Try to get
किया,
themselves a safer plant, got them a free kill onto Meteor. Very, very
celebrate
nice.
किया, cake काटा.
Definitely that kind of effort that you want to applaud for the Japanese
और
team.
ऐसा hugs दिया ना सब.
Exactly what you want to do in that
सबने एक
situation.
दूसरे का
Out of
ऐसा
town was
hugs.
great too. That's just a perfect attacking side round for TFM.
4 more
Timeout.
chances.
क्या stream को like कर दो, मेरी जान कर दो.
Time out now.
Let's see what they can construct for themselves. Shown a fair bit of diversity on this defense so far already. Most of the time it's been retake B and then
Pani?
kind of active on
Hydration
A in the mid round.
के लिए
I think
पानी
the
पिएंगे
all-out
और
A
क्या
fights
पिएंगे.
haven't really favored them too much, and I don't think that's too surprising given what you can see with the comps. DFM has got a little bit more punching power when it comes to the utility. When you're sending Buzz in on the Neon with a guiding light, it just doesn't have the same kind of oomph as I
बोले
can
बोले
throw
ना
missiles
अपन
at you, and the way they
अपने
can
में
dive in for
कितनी
free,
बार
saturate, and
बोला
refract
आपको.
out.
यार
You know?
सारे players हैं
Like
नहीं थे.
DFM's
दो
comp is just
player
a
हैं
little
नहीं
bit
ना.
better in
तीन
those
ही
kind of
players थे.
scrappy A main exchanges.
Surely. But let's shift the perspective
तो
back
normal
towards DFM.
relax
Like,
chill party.
how do you
जब
play
पांचों
around
player
possibly
आएंगे,
Buzz going somewhere
फिर
else on the
एकदम
map?
जीतेंगे फिर
They need
तो
to
crazy
change
scene
up
था. Crazy.
or reinvent the wheel too much. Attacking side op for May is a bit of a change up though. Seems like he's going to be taking that over
Replay
towards
करके
the B
देखो
side of the
पुराना
map. And
वाले.
Izu posted
इतना
up in
damage नहीं
A main
खाता
yet
था
again.
पुराना
Just
वाले
getting
रहता तो.
active inside of R.
Alongside stacks on it.
Yep. Guiding light outside of A main will confirm that there is somebody there from the attackers. It's Kaide lurking though. Izu walking up on the line. There's the pullback on the start. Beautiful team play from DFM. Yatsika set him up for a freebie. And that is completely going to break the setup from T1.
को एक्टिव करने के
What a
लिए
way to play the
एस्ट्रो ने
Astra.
इतना चार्ज डाला
Kinda happy
भाई.
with that frag as well. The rest of the team just
हेलो.
trying to sneak around, see what they can find towards B.
This is perfect again from DFM. Kaide just jiggling
क्या
away,
प्यारा
doesn't
रिकॉन,
overcook the
क्या
round.
stars.
Maintains the man advantage while spotting out the sky. Maze on this deep info line. If they go looking for information on B, he should get a free kill here.
हाँ?
Ready for the jump spot.
T1's not budging though.
Meteor's right there. Still a lot of utility to get into the site here. Lockdown
लेकिन
is in
फिर
the
भी
back
तीन
pocket
बंदे
for
बीच में थे.
Meteor.
वो लोग हिल
They've
नहीं
got
रहे.
3 players over here.
Just try to set up a big wall
You are
with the
defiant.
three.
इंडिया का लग बड़ा है.
Oh, DFM planting their
कि
own.
वहाँ पे कुछ है नहीं.
But at the same time, Buzz trying to
Nice
sneak all the way
focus
back.
on Martin.
Lines. He turns away the worst
क्या?
possible
हेलो.
second.
दो किल पे.
DFM now seizing control over whatever space they have. At the same time, Kaide still skulking around.
That's just going to be a save
भाई
from
comeback
T1.
क्या?
It's another beautiful round from DFM though, has to be said.
कोई तो हाइड हुआ बहुत तेज.
On a comp with no flashes, you have to get very creative about how you're challenging some of these angles. So pulling back stars is a perfect example. The consume giving a freebie to Kaide. He's able to break that up line. Angle from Stacks here.
Kaide gets a kill, he would have gotten more points towards the ult
Sis को
there.
जाना चाहिए.
I mean, he'll get one
वो लोग
anyway.
कितना close है.
Not the worst thing in the world, you know, buy back up again. But main thing,
जा रहा मरा तो मरा.
2 more
Very close to ult.
push us into OT.
Definitely
मेरा आवाज जा रहा है
DFM.
वहाँ
The
तक.
last few rounds have looked pretty nice for them. For T1 though, it feels like they're getting the worst end of the timings. You look at what happened to
जी का
Izu
मैच
with
का
the
बैकल.
consume. You look at Buzz inside of that smoke. You know, how many times have you seen a judge in a position like that just wipe the enemy team?
T1 will win 13-11. Favorite score line है
These
उनका.
things happen.
वो लोग ये round भी
But
जीत सकते हैं.
DFM, make no mistake, I mean, these have been some great attacking side rounds.
Don't
Just wonder if they've
underestimate.
given themselves enough rope. A little dive in there from May to get a freebie on the rotation. The very, very strong plus of the waylay. Get into some ridiculous positions.
Price
Kind of
कितना
cut the
split
flood off at the
उनका?
legs
First
before,
price
you know, you
$10,000.
get into the site hit.
Gonna go back into it. A main once again, but T1 trying to peek outside of Art this time.
Bit more activity on mid. Turret will take that information line back. Teo drone going down B long, not spitting out a
So कोई out और तो मेरे खेल रहा है क्या value का नहीं सिर्फ
the
यही
drone
है.
over on the other side of the map just to be able to secure a main control. You can see May holding the conversion.
Inverter का आवाज आ रहा है. Inverter नहीं है वो construction चालू है.
Save that for later in the round.
Just in case. T1 though just kind of slinking back to fortify heavier defenses. It's all the kill
रात वाली streams का
site.
आज से वो है
he snuck
NA.
past the turret, Kaide.
अभी Pacific है शाम को
well as
एम
the
ही है
Seeker's
रात
gonna
को
be
NA
great
है फिर
retake
वापस
full
Pacific
kills for
है.
T1, but are they ready for Kaide? Great jiggle from Munchkin, keeps himself alive, and there's the ace
सारा
side
utility
in the
है,
favor of
सारा
DFM.
utility
Just close
है.
enough, but still all that footwork
Blood
done.
detect कर रहे
He's
लेकिन
already
सब
cleared out
लोग है
most of the
नहीं.
site. It's going to be a quick flood from T1 just to try to fend this off, but so far so good. The
भाई
kills
कितना
start
प्यारा
out great
recon और
for
stun
DFM. Seekers back in, plus a
वो लोग आराम से
lockdown just
reset
to try
होके आ
to fend them
सकते हैं.
off, but the picks still
short बे.
coming up in spades for the Japanese team. Continuing to pick their fights, pick their angles.
Izumara,
A slight
oh
flank
my
going
god.
through as Kaide gets sniped down, but ultimately it's the full force, full frontal collision outside of there. Stacks and Izu fire back though, and then it's a jumping Yatsuka just to try to
Izu
save
निकाल
it.
सकता
10
है.
seconds and the spike is not down. It's all in or nothing. And Izu tries to pick the best possible timing, but Yatsuka games it, taps off the spike, finds the kill, completes a Red Bull clutch, and gives DFM one more round for potential overtime.
T1 are going to be kicking themselves. They invest the Seekers and the lockdown and still don't come away with the round. The Red Bull clutch for Yatsuka.
भाई
This is
कितना
just a
close
situation
था.
where, great, you've got the lockdown down. Unfortunately, your Astra is dead, so you can't smoke off A main. So that's where DFM go,
Stacks
well,
ने
if I
बहुत
just see an
crazy
A
hold
main
किया
here and
backside
just
लेकिन.
hold all the angles, we're still in a pretty good position.
No freaking way.
Juke did so well there. Great patience from Yatsuka.
जो कर
Hiding
सकता है अभी
inside
इजी
of
कर
his
सकता है
own
ult
smoke.
पे.
I thought T1 was on for one. That was some heroics from Izu and Stacks from the backside of the site. DFM, could they complete the journey all the way back into overtime? Attacking side operating yet again. Armageddon across the backside of the site. In comes the B execute. It's a little bit of a slower one with the drone to go first.
Just go after
पूरा
open
side
spots,
खाली वो
but
लोग
at
को
the
पता है
same time,
retake खेल रहा है.
T1 are already
Backside ले ले
nearby.
एकदम easy.
They've got the guns as well, and Buzz is back on the judge. 2 kills, and it would be an overdrive. He starts to make his move, and connects onto the first. May makes it a stop.
भाई
The rest
कैसे
of the
बचा
team trying to
मैं?
spot out the rest of DFM, but they're still trying to hold. Kaide
Shot.
comes up huge with one, continues to play around the corner.
नहीं, वो HP
Spots out
में
towards the
मारा.
top, and he's running out of
Shot.
ammo. Still connects the
Oh
headshots. Kaide, the beast, up
Oh
to 3 and
my
pushes DFM
God,
up to
पहला ही
overtime.
game.
What a run back into OT for
भाई
DFM.
crazy
I thought they were
crazy
cooked when they were
comeback
down
किया
7
बे.
to 12. But some really great
Huh?
attacking sided rounds from them. Didn't get a chance to show much of them against Full Sense just the other day. Their defense really let them
क्या
down in
लग
the first
भाई
half.
लेकिन वो लोग को जीतना ही
But I
पड़ेगा.
think you can see like this is the
DFM को
confidence of a
जीतने
team that has got
पड़ेगा,
such
वरना
depth
2-0.
built up with this comp. They didn't want to let the comp go. They said, let's just change who's playing what.
Sorry, by
The same
language.
ideas that we feel like have been quite successful for us.
भाई आपका गेम सेंस और स्ट्रेटजी बहुत स्ट्रांग है तो आप कोई टीम को कोच क्यों नहीं कर देंगे क्योंकि वो दूसरा जॉब है.
This game slipped through their fingers a little after a rough start to the season. DFM, they get themselves a map win here on Pearl. They're going to start to feel a little bit better about things.
Confident to clear out A main this time. Not seeing too much though. It's drones on both ends of the map.
That's a good dodge in the Trailblazer for a moment.
किसको दबा T1 baby. DFM अच्छा
Side
खेला.
eight. Playing inside of the smoke.
Obscuring vision.
Just trying to listen if Buzz or anyone's trying to push
Membership
up. But
खत्म हो गई फिर
not
से
seeing
ले लो.
too much for now. DFM
Upgrade करो.
just continuing to clear and check most of the lanes across the map.
DFM
Stealth
literally
drone goes
playing
through
the
the middle of the map.
energy
Both of the drones
capacity.
invested by
The
DFM,
dragon
just looking for
is
information
say
in the mid round. It's a
if
pretty
energy is
pacifist
actually
approach from
good,
T1. Meteor's
they
not
face the same
active in the
thing.
middle of the map. They're not
ये
going to have a lurk.
normal
There's the
comp
smoke to go up and the guiding light
दो
forward.
तीन
Nano will
कॉम्प पे
hold
जो
Buzz
ये
at bay
मैप
for
में ले
now.
सकते हैं.
Confirms it.
कुछ ऐसा हटके
Buzz
नहीं.
though, after the swarm dissipates, continues to push through. A slight stun, but it's not enough. The open line has been
बस
broken
क्या
apart.
गुस्सा है बे.
The rest of DFM
क्या
tried
गुस्सा
to
है बे
retake with
बस.
3. A bit of util to go through.
Team May tried to hold that at bay with the saturate, but didn't quite get the
Yeah.
timing off.
And with the lost timing as well, now it's T1 who are in four
How's your head out?
positions,
Head
just trying
now?
to
नहीं,
observe,
headache कम हो गया.
spot out any incoming DFM assailants.
एकदम
First one
ना
goes
के बराबर.
down, and then the rest out from spawn as well. They know it all too clear.
Oui.
Still though, Cess continues to step through, but ultimately going down at the end.
Anti
T1
Bunch ने
takes
क्या दो
control
मारा
of
भाई
OT.
प्यारा.
Yeah, the entries into the B site were just way too clean there.
Switching sides.
Hello dudes,
Decent
hello.
positions to be able to deal with that B hit, but it gets
चल
felt
stream को
that
like
take a
करो.
closer look at what actually happened here. Different
भाई
variation
तू
on the
अलग है रे
execute.
तेरे streams
Fast
are
lane across
seriously
connector side with the
stressful for
guiding
me.
light through Izu.
जब मैं पैसा
Goblin
कमाऊंगा
inside his teammates
मेरा
fast lane, trying to catch one of the
lift
defenders
का
getting in a cheeky position, which is exactly what happens.
कोई सीन नहीं.
This is
E
T1
और T
having
बाजू
some
में.
nice depth.
का
changing up
first
their
super
approach to the
chat
site,
will be
having a
yours
couple
man.
of
Be
different
ready.
ways that
आपका
they can
खास
hit the
दोस्त
B
बनूंगा.
side.
ठीक है.
Defense
Remember
doesn't play
man.
around it
ठीक
well
है.
enough.
ठीक है. ठीक
That
है.
is the strength of
ठीक है
playing
मेरी
Sky
जान
Neon.
टोटे. Love you.
Now they just got to play that strength on the defense.
Hawk out.
Guiding light confirming. Well, not too much, but I think hearing the drone here for the defense, you're going to be well aware that this could be an ace play. It's just a double drone
एक
into
को
the
लोग
A
mid door
execute.
रखेंगे क्या? Just in case B जाना रहेगा तो.
Not quite clear as day, but at the same time, you're flushing your opponents out from dugout, secret, spots where they won't be able to contend with the spike plant. So far, so good. DFM will be able to hang back.
Yeah, do have salvos in the back pocket that could help them in the post plant. Nano's deployed
लेकिन
onto the
तीन
spike.
बंदे यार.
At least a 1-star placed on that spike. Trailblazer going forward and confirming there's no one on the site for DFM. They are playing full post plant.
Yeah, playing all the way from port
Impossible,
side.
na?
Meanwhile, T1 pushing on the aft. They've cleared out most of it. Could potentially try to sit on the spike, get it to halfway as well.
Body block.
T1
Oh
just
shit
continuing to
अकेले
block
वो.
and defend. They have it to half. And
Shit,
now it's
shot
DFM trying to make a
miss.
move. They just dumped all their
Shot
ammunition
miss.
into a general spot, taking down every single player. The Armageddon at the end chases Munchkin away. DFM strike back.
Got it to the A
Best
side,
shot
a little
miss
too
हुआ.
cleanly.
Switching sides.
T1 giving them a lot of
Overtime.
space to work with, and with the comp that you're running on DFM, those post plants are pretty free if you don't make a
भाई
mistake.
लेकिन निकाल सकते थे बे.
Very
बहुत
hands
info मिल
off.
गया था वो लोग को.
Well aware that the Neon
इतना जल्दी
Sky
मालूम
comp
पड़ गया
wants
था
to
कि
dive back
side
into
में
Art
कोई है
there
नहीं.
and punishing in
Problem
kind. The
है कि
first time
Neon
the Buzz tried to
अकेले
go up the stairs into Art, he gets stunned by the Teo. The second time you can tell that he's turtled up, playing the post plant
भाई इतना
accordingly.
वॉच पार्टी करते
Credit to
इतना
T1,
प्रो
a
प्लेस
nice
देखते
body
हो.
light to
What's
get
your
into
secret
half
of
on
your
the spike, but it
Hagas
still wasn't good
language?
enough.
Timeout.
Go for a second go. Timeout now being called by the DFM coaching
बस
staff.
भाई आपकी आइजलिंग और T1 प्लेयर के
They
आइजलिंग
come
में
up with,
कोई
they're gonna go
फर्क है
back
क्या?
onto the defense.
19-20 का अगर देखा
Karma's
जाए
got the
तो
operator out.
19-20
I don't know if that's going to
वो लोग का
last.
थोड़ा
Hop
19
on the
टाइप्स
Sova.
मतलब थोड़ा सा बस थोड़ा
Surely
सा.
that's okay.
Haven't seen an Odin yet. I wouldn't mind, honestly, towards this A side. Haven't been playing too much of those kind of spam battles.
फ्रीडम देने के बाद कोई ट्रॉफी है क्या? शायद से
Potential. I think it's the kind of thing where you can definitely get your scans against this comp as well if you time it right. Like if you're holding the recon dart, fast lane goes up, guiding light over the top. It's
इनका
very
देख के वैल्यू
obvious
खेलने का
when
मन
the
करता है
site
बट आई
is
ड्रॉप
coming in. The Neon's gonna be
10-21
inside of
मास्टर
his
क्लास इन
fast lane. You
कॉपी.
can't always reliably dodge the scan.
उसका उल्टा करने का
The rest of the boys
21-10
will be
करने का
following
ट्राई
up
करो.
behind that off the back of the guiding light. So honestly, recon bolt with the Odin in pit, could be something that actually breaks one of these A
Pacific
hits.
being Pacific, DFM might actually outplay energy in their own comp.
Pops out for
लेकिन
May.
energy
It's
ऐसा
gonna be
वैसा नहीं है
over
ना?
towards B. Does seem like T1 is going to fake the B control with a little bit of Sky utility.
उधर एक बंदा जो ओडिन चलाता है
Turret goes into middle.
और वो लोग energy being energy जो करेंगे वो लोग
in combination with the consumed Trailblazer, May dodging that out and posting on the info line. So all of this aggro that's being attempted there by the Sky is read fairly well by DFM. I mean, they can see there's no one towards B, and the stealth drone confirms someone's in the middle of the map. So DFM, they know exactly what's up here. Big rotation back across to that A side of the map, but it's not a commitment from T1. They're just getting the orb.
Harsha by WSTL NT Arentix.
It's trying to investigate. Problem is, though, May has been a menace with his
ऐसा L
operator in
लिखने
that
का
first
जरूरत नहीं,
half
NT
against
लिख
players
सकते
like
हो।
Buzz. Could do the same thing.
सिड भाई की शादी में जाने
Of course,
वाला
it's a
सोचता
slight
हूँ।
risk because he doesn't have armor, though.
मेरे को
Oh,
लास्ट
shot
में
goes
इन्वाइट
wide.
किया
The
उसने।
flash
Let
to
me think
support
about
as well. And Buzz now trying to set foot into B side. He's gotten back calls. May, though, still with the angle. Connects onto the first, re-peeks, anticipating Buzz to push through. Suddenly it's Izu out from the back of middle. Gotta watch out for the backs. Meanwhile, DFM still trying to focus attention towards the front with Meteor and everyone trying to get the spike down. But there goes the spam! The Odin. And his Ravens now clearing out the site.
Not planted yet.
एक
So the
लिंक
drone
एक
goes
डिफॉल्ट
forward,
है
still a man
और एक बैक
advantage for
सेट है।
DFM,
तीनों
but
का
they've
पोजी
lost this
मालूम है वो
same
लोग को,
post
तीनों
plan
का।
with a man advantage on the defense before.
Waiting for the smoke to go through now.
भाई इतना
T1
टाइम
just
थोड़ी दे
holds
सकते
for
हैं।
best possible crosshair placement. Oh, hopping around, what? Buzz, he just has the off angle alongside Izu. Odin or not, it doesn't matter. T1 continue forward.
दो बंदे।
I mean, that felt like a kangaroo going across the road into a car. I've seen that on the highway in Australia. That's what we just witnessed.
Roadkill.
Yeah. Just hopping their way back into the site with a massive crossfire from T1. Doesn't go too favorably for DFM, and this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, you can have a man advantage. This is the closest thing outside of Autumn we have to Australian Valorant Pacific. I mean, another man disadvantage post plan won by DFM, or run by T1 on that B side.
सारा सीन अगले साल पता चलेगा मेरी जान। 2027 is Valo year.
Make his way back towards Art. It's a very centralized setup for T1.
गंदा रेट है गोल्स का लेट स्मोक भारी पड़ा ना।
Main line, guiding line clearing out middle. Timmy the turret gets bullied yet again. It is his purpose in life. Drone re-clearing A main. Spot out the chamber.
A very passive hold, expecting T1 to make the early pushes. Now just trying to find other options. A bit of drone towards A main. Might keep some of the attention from T1 away, but ultimately DFM looking to end up on B.
Turret dealt with. There's a lot of utility in this choke for Meteor. See if the shocks are good. Buzz has made his way over here as well. There's 4 players on B for T1. This could be them holding B for the game.
Might not be good for DFM after all. They've taken quite a bit of damage through suppressive fire outside of the smokes as well. And you got nanostorms and everything. May makes quick entry on towards the top of heaven. Doesn't see too much though, but will reveal a bit of positioning. It's just Buzz! Full connects on towards the other side of the smoke. Off a recon tap, and it's on towards Munch with the finish. OT. They don't go through that far. And ultimately T1 still snatches Pearl away from DFM.
All that hard work, and you don't even get a dub as DFM. That's going to be quite disappointing. Great resilience to be able to bring it back into overtime, and undeniably a better game that they had on Pearl against Full Sense last game. But unfortunately still not good enough. And yet again we look at T1 and we say, what was that? Their B game, their C game, and they still find a way to win.
Oh, who invited my man blood? Hey, oh, Gen Z, oi! Huh? You don't know about me. I'm the young lad. ठीक है? No caps. 6 sevens. बकचोदी नहीं. सारा कंस्ट्रक्शन आज ही करना है क्या तुम लोग को?
Do as well. Meanwhile, this Izu chamber can continue to be that prevalent across multiple maps.
बंगला 3-4 से सीन देख रहा हूँ.
Hope
तो कभी आपको बीच स्टेज पे खेलते हुए देखना चाहता हूँ. Love you यार.
I mean, exactly what Achilles was saying on the desk back, you know, in the double duelist meta, when they did win their Bangkok trophy, that was a map where they have had a couple of reps. They've had some pretty outrageous games on Lotus in the past. See what they're looking like and what kind of formula they're going to be.
Abhi T1 ka best map hai.
Yeah, a map that we've seen too much in Pacific. Only between Nongshim and Paper X, I think, have we seen Lotus thus far.
पीछे वाले पंखे का आवाज आ रहा है. अरे कंस्ट्रक्शन का है.
But loving to see the repetitions out from DFM anyway. We do applaud their effort, but for now we're going to send it back over with a lovely desk. What do you got for us?
Thank you, lovely casters. Yep, that one into an overtime. We expected a better performance than DFM, and we definitely got one, but it wasn't quite enough there to end up closing out this map. But T1, on the other hand, started strong. At some point, they really started dropping the ball.
I mean, for me, T1 always managed to do this. They keep finding ways to get these tricky games across the line, which is so pivotal for being able to stack up these wins. DFM, on the other hand, it's the opposite story. You felt like for a lot of this, especially in that second half, they're mounting that comeback. They have that momentum. Take a look at the first kills and make.
पंको एक बार हंस जोर से. नहीं रुक जा. अभी हंस. हाँ, एक सेकेंड. अभी एक फाइनल बार जोर से हंस. अभी हंस. ये लास्ट टाइम अभी हंस. ठीक है. आपकी वॉइस लो है. अभी हो गया बराबर. आए ना. अभी बराबर है ना सब. अभी बराबर है ना सब. अभी फर्स्ट क्लास. आर वी गुची. तेरी आवाज लो है. हेलो भाई. पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन का आवाज आ रहा है. और इंक्रीज करो. हेलो हेलो हेलो. कुछ तो और आवाज आ रहा है लेकिन. हाँ ना, नहीं आएगा. हमको तेरा रील का आवाज आ रहा है. वेल ठीक है. ऑल गुड नाउ. अभी वॉल्यूम बढ़ गया ना लेकिन. ऑल गुड ना. ऑल गुड. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. अब हो गया. अभी क्रेजी. ठीक है.
You see how they send the recon across. Guide is able to take a great fight onto Izu, very unsuspecting, and they're working the map. They're doing everything right, Achilles. But they're not winning.
Yeah, I mean, Pilsky was talking about it. T1, it is a kind of scraping by with these wins, and it feels like DFM at times are kind of getting robbed here. I mean, T1 was making plenty of mistakes as well in that first half while the run back was coming through. I mean, we saw it there in that first clip. Izu getting caught by the detain. So it's moments like that that need to be very much shored up, and I think he might have actually gotten detained twice in this map.
Yeah, he did.
If my memory serves correctly. So yeah, moments like that, you can't really afford to have that going on if you're T1. So they definitely opened the door a lot wider than they needed to for DFM, and DFM did well to capitalize as much as they could. It just wasn't quite enough for them to be able to finally get that win. But I mean, we saw some step-ups here from T1 in their own right. And I think that Munchkin was a big one that had, you know, a much stronger performance here. He did okay in their first outing versus Varel, but this was a lot more of the Munchkin that we have kind of come to know and love, especially from his days on Gen G, as being a more fragging IGL.
That's exactly it for me. If T1 want to return to their former glory, I think Munchkin is the man to do that. We know how lethal he is, how fantastic he is as this fragging IGL. So nice to see him sort of returning to form, moving up that leaderboard.
Now, some people will be like, well, but his KDA was 3.2 in the first series, so why is this better? Well, he was 9-5.
Yeah.
Like, he basically had to do nothing because the rest of his team was kind of just carrying him through that one. So it was good to see Munchkin kind of get back onto the front lines and be, one of the tips of the spears here that T1 have in their arsenal.
I mean, for me, I don't mind if Munchkin has a lot of deaths. I want him to take those fights. This is what he does. He takes those risks. He takes those timings. If he's sat in spawn playing with the pull, that's not the Munchkin that I care about. That's not the Munchkin I want to see. So nice to see him really get in there in this match.
Yeah, play an FPS, not an RTS.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why it was such a big deal when Munchkin, he was with Gen G when they won that first trophy and then kept going to win that Masters trophy. I think Munchkin really helped redefine the roles within a team and that how important it is indeed for an IGL to be able to frag, and Munchkin's really one of the best at it. Now, as we go into Lotus, you talked about this, Pilsky talked about this, and Masters Bangkok, this was a T1 specialty. We did see some ups and downs leading into it in kickoff. Carpe was like coming in at the time. They were experimenting with comms a bit. We were even scratching our heads on it. And DFM, on the other hand, were okay on Lotus too. A lot of Odins. I just remember a lot of Odining happening there. But how are you guys thinking of this?
I mean, you talk about ups and downs. This is like the deepest pit in the world, I think, for DFM as far as our record on this map.
It's not.
It is not. They're like 3-20 all time on Lotus. So the times that they have been able to get wins, they've looked good, and it looks like they have a very sound game strategy.
Wait. It's funny because they had so few wins in the past, so when they did win, it was like,
it was a big deal.
It sticks out more.
Yes.
But it is one of those maps that all time hasn't been good. But of course, Lotus has been in the rotation and been in the mix for such a long time, and DFM hasn't really been emboldened and gotten stronger since until last year. So there's plenty of losses that you can basically brush aside and say, okay, this was the era that doesn't matter. This is the era of DFM that we forget about because now we focus on the more modern side of it. But I'm curious how this is going to look for them. Do they have something up their sleeve? Because we haven't seen them bring this out. This, again, T1, we're talking about it. Does the ISO come through for them? Are they going to be playing it? Does DFM just say, we like the way that you were playing it and we think that we could do the same? And they, they go for the ISO. There's a lot that they could do given that we haven't seen this map from them.
I think we can expect to be surprised here. T1 has surprised us
thank you for the 2 Canadian Australian dollars.
Are doing whatever they can to make sure they stay in the game, and they've been quite creative with their comms as well. So how are you feeling about this, Morgan? I'm a little nervous actually going into this.
I am worried for DFM. I felt like they kind of needed that pearl, but ultimately Lotus is they've not played it since it's joined the pool again. So I kind of want to see them surprised. I want to see them doing something different. When we saw them play this last, they were running.
भाई 18 साल का मेरे को 0-10 डिफ दे रहा है 0-10 हाँ मैं क्या बेइज्जती करने के लिए खेलूं स्पोर्ट्स
Oh, dear God.
They're not doing that. Kai's on ISO.
We got an ISO, but it's not on T1.
Yeah, it is not. So T1 continuing to go for this solo duelist. So I thought, obviously we're playing double over on Haven, but so
good morning.
they've widely just been
good morning,
keeping the buzz. So this is going to be very interesting. I mean, Kai had a big performance on the KJ, and that's exactly the kind of performance that you need to be having as you're getting ready to go into this ISO, because it's been globally very hit or miss for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, ISO, you have to be hitting those shots. I do worry, though, because, he didn't have a great game on that initiator. You put him back on a comfortable role in the Killjoy. He picks back up. He's got to adjust again onto this ISO. So a lot of expectation, a lot of weight on this man's shoulders, bringing us something a little bit different here in Pacific. So I'm excited.
And Munchkin on the Omen and Meteor on the Viper. I mean, I have a lot of questions of how everyone's kind of choosing the agents that they're picking. So all I have are questions for this. Maybe Pilsky and Quack have the answers. Over to you guys.
Of which is stage to play.
I think all the answers lie within the server at the same time. It's Neon meta for sure, but with a slight asterisk with the ISO coming in.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a good ISO and not an eyesore in this case, because I'm a little bit worried. Kaide's had a lot to do on this roster, playing a lot of different roles. As mentioned,
Paris के LAN में जो
vibe थी, माँ कसम, as the secondary
camps में जो मजा आया था.
Over on the side of T1, playing something a lot more classic. This is the old Gen G comp, but with just acknowledgement that Leon better than Raze at the end of the day. And there's not much to say about that.
चलेगा अपने ग्रुप में नहीं है.
6-match win streak inside of Pacific from T1. Started off with that win against Gen G, and they just went from strength to strength to strength since then and kicked off qualifying for an international event. And they're expected to do much the same, even if they had already had some struggle maps in the opening portions of this group.
I'll find you.
Just cast that all aside as we kick things off on the pistol. DFM just trying to fan out towards C.
Deep alarm bot and already prioritizing the ISO ult. Kaide looking to potentially try to get a pick later on in the game. Yatsika gets a little bit of action inside of A main, does quite well to come away with one there. The trade on the frenzy at that range is outrageous from Kaide. Very well done from him. T1 find themselves down a man.
कैसे उसने मारा frenzy से?
To come. Long range frenzy. Now equipped towards the C site. T1 just slinking back. Not sure how the retake's gonna go with essentially, well, what seems like 2 sentinels, 2 controllers.
Yeah, I mean
3 guys, but you know, the roles.
They got a paranoia to get back in.
तक जाके बैठा देख मैं.
Spawn. May takes that space. Potentially has a 1v1 with Meteor on the cards, but opts to just play the numbers with the boys back in spawn side.
किधर फाइट करें? किधर तो फाइट करना पड़ेगा लोग. ओ बाप रे प्यारा वन वे.
Yeah, they kind of know exactly how to play around this as well, just given how the agents are. But Munchkin, what a shot on that pistol! Now Kaide and the rest of them need to hang towards the back. A flash toss back against T1 just to try to hold space, allow for Kaide to peek and re-peek. Oh, shots going wide, but still, Kaide crouches down for the 4th. It's DFM with the pistol.
It's a little bit messy for Cess there, but if anything sets up Kaide to get himself closer to his ISO, he'll have that in the bonus, one way or another. I love the little detail there from DFM. I don't know if it was necessarily intended, but they go and take spawn side, which actually forces Munchkin to use his paranoia on spawn instead of on the site, and then reposition back towards Waterfall. I think despite having that man advantage with how close that pistol round came down, that might have been the difference maker, if I'm honest.
Really would be. I'm just trying to convert that into more rounds. Bit of a stinger on May towards C-side, spots out a couple players, but a lot of noise towards the
बंदा रहता था ना वो लोग स्टिंगर से ट्रिपल हेडशॉट मारते थे ऑरेंज में.
Rubble control taken by T1. Meteor's feeling confident. It's a Sheriff with armor behind it, but you see the Prowler is just way too easy for me to punish him in an open position like that. I mean, you got to back the man when he's feeling confident. He's been a world champion for a reason, but that's a situation where it doesn't go too favorably for him.
Clear and peek. Smokes out towards C-side, but
अपना मैच नेक्स्ट कब है भाई?
Port of call gonna be
जितने के बाद मैच वैच नहीं खेलते भाई, रेस्ट है.
Rip up into a C-stack. Could be bad news bears for them. Is Buzz here with the Bucky? Yes, he is.
Okay. Hasn't shot it though. Re-smoked as well, but as long as you see players, you don't want to end up towards the C side. Buzz comes back in. Izu with a shot as well. DFM still managing to hold, but ultimately it's Stax who deals quite a bit of damage. Izu managing to sneak away with a stinger as well. Could be
Izu.
Further deeper positioning.
30 seconds left.
Pivot back to A. How we've missed Lotus. Another 3-site map. This map has undergone a couple of changes. One of which you can see in front of you. There is no jump up onto the tree root anymore.
Oh,
Izu. This one's getting expensive. That was Yatsuka going down with rifle in hand. That will be pilfered by Izu. Gonna see if he can continue to make this one more expensive for DFM.
He's got the turret to try to watch his back as well, but the timing of that sneeze.
भाई सेव करेगा तो भी OP है.
Can't sneeze at that.
That's what I was thinking. Oh well, gave it a good crack. Gets very expensive for DFM. Cess and Akame walk away from that round without any armor. And a lot of guns dropped for DFM. Good news for them is that
प्लेयर से ज्यादा तेरे को जरूरत है रेस्ट की
the advance them straight back again at the end of that round.
आज 3 रीजन का वॉच पट्टी है कल 2 कहां से
Meteor going down for free. That one actually gets quite expensive for DFM.
Still okay to buy
heavy damage, heavy damage.
So definitely already see T1 just have the potential to fight for a lot of space.
अब वाले तो अच्छा करता पर पब्लिक गोट है.
Yep.
Just
change of positions here for both of these teams. It's a quick one straight out A main for DFM, diving their way forward with the Omen and the Neon. In the meantime, T1 have taken that C long info line, as you mentioned, but this is what we were talking about. 4K on the pistol for Kaide, has this ultimate active, and he's going to throw it down, but there's no one in position to get caught by that. We'll give them control of the A site, but that's about it for now.
Really still have to watch out for T1, how they're able to potentially flood back in. The flash goes huge, and then it's Buzz, but he gets chopped down. Vandal versus Bucky, and a significant one comes up anyway. Still towards the back, a drop though, and it's T1 just able to
एक सेकंड में
pick their target with the vision that they have, but Yatska trying to make it competitive with a Sheriff. Goes down at the very end still.
Oh yeah. Saw it coming together the way that he was taking that shot. With the Sheriff, not quite enough. Would have needed something very heroic from Yatsuka with how clean that retake was looking for T1, flooding in together quite nicely. Unfortunately, the ISO does not find its target in a round like that. T1 playing around it quite nicely because they're the ones who used to play it. They know how this game does tend to go. That's beautiful from Meteor. Finding his perfect timing to push off the back of the backside contact. Was only the bonus for DFM, and they get the spike down though, so quite an expensive round for T1 in the first gun round.
Still happy to try to keep that investment going up to upcoming rounds for now. Just taking a lot of space
लेकिन वो लोग भी ले सकते हैं.
Control easy. Has got the C long info line. Up goes the wall for Meteor, looking to try to block any B main push with the snake bite if necessary, but DFM slowing this one down. There's the smoke to front B. T1 being very active. Something that you can do quite well, even with the Raze version of this comp. Just reactively take map control with Prowlers and the Neon diving forward, and now they're back towards A main again.
Just always trying to keep DFM imposed around the walls and smokes, and suddenly now as it falls, it's Munchkin. Up with one.
That's classic from T1. Dropping the defense wall. The attackers are never quite ready for it. You don't know when that defense wall is necessarily going to fall unless you're keeping track of the gas, so you can just lose free picks like that sometimes. Really nice timing for T1 there.
अगर कुछ कर सकता तो वाइपर कर सकता उनका.
I've heard a couple players as well, but no, up in towards Link. It's Munchkin who makes it a good hold. Just putting up walls all around DFM. A flawless up for T1.
Munchkin is holding on to that Link position so nicely. 7 and 3. He is looking on a different level today on the controller role. He has been one of the more quiet players for T1 in some of these games, but today he is on one. Perfect timing off the back of the paranoia there. And T1, what I'm even more impressed by is just how well they're fighting together so far in this game. Very fluidly moving around on the defense. Very comfortable on this map.
Clean round
be a good one for them coming back into the pool.
Plus T1 का attack अच्छा है मैप पे.
Going though at the same time, peeks off the smokes and suddenly Kaide finds himself headless.
Yeah, DFM busting their way straight through that smoke, but over on the other side of the map, Yatsuka's found a pick onto Munchkin. He's had a good game so far, but maybe feeling a little over-eager in the middle of the map though. T1 have shoved their way straight up the guts. Looking to get in the face of these pistols.
Just again, straight up getting DFM contained within containment zones. Not quite easily able to slink back towards B now. Cess makes it a good try. Sheriff shots, but then the stun out from Buzz to aggress back, corral him into a corner, end him with a shorty.
उसका stun bounce देखा किसी ने?
Yeah, it's kind of snuck around though.
One off the pit. I mean, a pick here or control of the spike could be worth its weight in gold. Dark cover fades. Neither of them are looking at him. And undoubtedly had an opportunity there, but I think he was just more or less surprised that there were even two players on his screen in the middle of nowhere. Cannot blame the man for not being ready to calibrate the aim in time.
NT.
Some sharp shots on the Sheriffs that
वो
round.
Sentinel
Sessa
comp
and
अच्छा है क्या इस
Yatsuga
मैप में?
much
अच्छा
more
है रे,
competitive
लेकिन
than they probably should have been.
पूरा टाइम
Whoa.
अवेयर रहना पड़ेगा कि क्या गैप छोड़ रहे हो.
Can't hit that though.
मतलब अगर तुम लोग स्मोक वोक डाल रहे हो वो टाइम पे टाइमिंग पकड़ लिया
formidable.
और मार लिया तो बहुत अनलक्की हो
Continuing to push out, make DFM uncomfortable. But now you got 4 ults to bank on. Just looking to collapse in towards Mound for now. The Prowler confirming position, but at the same time, it's Munchkin potentially TP out.
Yeah. The disengaged DFM will wrestle control of Mound for the time being. All picked
Lekin
up
team
once
bande
again, being prioritized towards the ISO. Reactive paranoia ready for Munchkin. Could go for the TP on the
पहला
box.
दरवाजा खोलो.
See there from DFM.
बी के बाहर चेक करो
Yatsuga's
वरना
active on
सैंडविच
the
हो
other side
सकता
of the
है.
map though. Spotted out by Buzz. A pit ready to go here for Meteor in one of these post plants. They opt to use it. Or if it's a B ending, I mean DFM are kind of angling towards B. Meteor's very close. Could just
डब्बा
deploy
spam
this
करना
pit
पड़ेगा
if
लोगों को
necessary.
और उसके बाद सीधा पुश.
Yeah, but it's 3
B
against
split है,
1,
B split.
Meteor being the one though. Either way, still DFM just trying to keep T1 invested in other portions of the map for now.
I think he's just going to rift the pit off the back of the turret contact. Dory is being tickled. They're trying to draw out a reaction and a rotation for T1, but straight into B. Meteor doesn't have time to put the pit down. He's playing inside of the fast lane, and that backfires for him.
Just full Valoranted, but Buzz!
Oh my god, भाई
he's
बस
making
तो
it
कुछ
tough.
ज़्यादा ही मारा भाई.
Still just buzzing all around this B side alongside the Prowler as well. 20
कुछ
seconds left
ज़्यादा ही
to
मारा
go
बस
for
ने.
DFM. Pick up the spike and then still back into the pit. Buzz could just slide in. You got 10 seconds now.
They've at least got the plant. Munchkin's coming in on the flank though. Paranoia thrown into the pit. Doesn't catch either of the attackers.
Not quite. Overdrive rip for May. He's looking to explode.
Guys,
Just pushing
so
on
let
through while
करके मारा
Yatsuga provides
भाई,
assistance
भाई,
towards the
लोगों
top
का decision making बहुत
stacks.
प्यारा है.
Pushes in and clears the pit.
He's got a seize.
Tries to bait out the peak and uses elevation to toss across our placement off stacks. What a monster!
Yeah, big
तब
clutch
ब्लू
there.
लेकिन DFM का
Much
भी
needed
बहुत
giving the
क्रेजी था. वो
TFM
लोग ने
throws
बहुत
on in
प्यारा
the pit and the overdrive, but Stacks is
Main
so
वालों को मारा.
experienced and so good
ओमेन को 1 2
in
3
these
करके
clutch
बहुत प्यारा मारा.
situations. Another Red Bull clutch there for T1. They've been getting the better end of the clutches for the most part in this series. I think it's really what helped them get across the line on Pearl there.
ये बहुत प्यारा था. ये बहुत प्यारा था.
Lovely opening of the door and pressure over on that A side of the map for DFM in a round like that. Actually gave them a much better chance to
Lotus
win it than
वापस
I
आ
thought
गया.
they would
Yes
have.
sir.
I think they
Lotus
sped up
में
into
मजा आता
Meteor
है.
and he threw down the pit. They were going to be pretty cooked there with the nano on the B main choke.
बहुत प्यारा मैप है.
Another ISO ult for Kaide.
It's starting to get really expensive. No, you can't even set up. Just look at how T1 is spreading all across the map. The peek's out the door, and then back towards B.
Yeah, Izu is being so
क्या हो
bold
गया
on
भाई
the C now
T1 को?
position,
भाई लग
especially
गया
on the
DFM के
killjoy.
भी.
Like he
Next
doesn't
round
have
पैसा नहीं
movement to be able to
उनके
get
पास.
out of trouble on that
भाई
side of
करे
the map.
भाई कर सकते हैं
But he's
वैसा.
so confident that
Technically
he's going
देखा
to be
जाए
able
तो
to
भाई
take
तो
that
कर सकते
space
हैं.
unpunished. And that's really helping
लेकिन
T1
वो
apply a
light
lot of
shield वाला
pressure to the
armor
middle of
लेंगे
the map,
mostly.
being able to utilize the door there. See them moving in tandem, even with a 2-man advantage, remaining active. Straight up through the middle of the map.
Language.
DFM,
जी का मैच कब
in a
कल.
tricky post plant like this, I don't know if
भाई
they're going to be
next
able
दो
to
मैच
convert.
तो
You've got
जी
the
जीत
overdrive,
रहा.
got the nightfall there.
कंफर्म नेक्स्ट दो मैच तो जी
Everything
जीत
you
रहा.
want
प्लेऑफ
and more.
क्वालीफाई इजी
The
है.
only thing that DFM can do is
बाकी मेरे को जो देखने का है
I
जो
don't even know.
एकदम
I mean,
एक्साइटमेंट है
you've
वो है
got the Flash, you've
PRX
got
और
the
नोंगशिम.
Prowlers, but it's 4 opponents on the other side.
Nice open plant for Heavenside. Akame's gotten very deep on the flank here, but he can't go for the full flank because the turret imp is actually taken away there. So he can wrap back through B if he wants
क्या वो
to.
लोग KJ alt commit करेंगे? That is
Lockdown,
the question.
Nightfall, you've got a lot of great retake tools here as T1.
Just hope that you try to trickle down T1 as they make their assault back in.
अब नहीं करेंगे.
Okay, Sesh
एक
going
अल्ट में काम
down,
हो गया वो लोग का.
hitting the ground like a brick. It
Yeah.
feels as though the round is done with Overdrive, especially being ripped by Buzz alongside Munchkin to provide some additional cover, but
बस.
Akame
Backside plant.
is trying to go kill. Okay, the sortie be hopping across. What a way to close out the round.
Yeah, it's perfect util from Stacks there.
Huh?
Nightfall into tree and perfectly placed Prowler just to be able to zone the defense away nicely. Crunch in the middle of the map for T1. Like I said, they're being so active shoving their way front B
हाँ बंदा मुझे
multiple
गोल्ड
times,
डालना है बट
pushing down
सिल्वर
C
हार्ट
mount.
को क्या करूँ
T1 has just been everywhere,
कल का
giving
स्कूल
DFM
मैचेस
zero
देखो भाई
respect.
상반면 이거 빠질 때 조심해야겠다. 하긴?
Time out.
They know they've got the confidence off the first map.
आज के दिन बनता है आज के दिन फ्लेक्स बनता है आज के दिन बनता है आज के दिन
I
बनता
think with Lotus coming back in, T1 will be welcoming it with open arms. It's a map that they played for quite a long time, and as mentioned over on the desk, DFM have not looked
गेंजी का क्या
fantastic
प्रॉब्लम
on
है
this
क्या
map in
सीन
the
है
past. It's one that they've played a fair bit,
क्या ना वो लोग
even
थोड़ा
with
बहुत
various
चेंजेस
iterations of this particular roster. Not a
आएंगे वो
great
लोग भी
record
वापस
on it overall.
I will say though, the players' performance thus far, not the worst thing. I mean, they've made it incredibly close rounds. It's, you know, once or twice now, a couple of clutches out from T1. But apart from that, the macro game, they just don't seem to have much control over the map on the attacking
I
side.
can't help but point it out. Again, we're in a game where DFM is winning all the pistols, and when it comes to the gun rounds, it's just not much to look at, you know?
That's a really good point.
So far,
T1 is
they've
too
lost
strong.
one
T1 is
pistol
good.
from 4 maps. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna get
Very,
the
very,
second
very
pistol here,
balanced.
second half pistol here. Lost their first pistol today.
मतलब बहुत ऐसा
When it comes to the gun
खतरनाक
rounds,
चार
not seeing
वाला टीम नहीं है
too much there.
लेकिन बैलेंस बहुत काफी बैलेंस
Well,
सारे
post
प्लेयर्स
timeout,
में
they're
वो
trying to
वाला
gain a little bit more
उम्फ
control,
वाला
trying to
है
go a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
भाई
maybe
मिक्स
trying
नॉट
to
गेटिंग
go for
क्विक
the
नहीं
reverse
मैं
crunch
तो
through
पहले
the
बोला
door,
था
undercut and paranoia, having
इतना
taken
अच्छा
B main
नहीं
off
है
the
मिक्स
back of T1.
ओमेन अच्छा
At least
कंट्रोलर है
forcing
वाइपर अच्छा
T1 kind
कंट्रोलर
of
है
back through the halfway
उसको
corner.
अपना
Wow, what a
डिस्टेंस
shot
अच्छा
from
क्या मारा
Yatsuko on the
भाई
jump
जंप पे
spot. Plucks Buzz out of the air.
भाई तीसरी बार उसने शायद
Like
बस
the
को
ideas and the
ए पे
efforts
पिक
thus
ऑफ
far,
किया
but again, T1 just don't seem to budge too much. They wait for the timing and then they reaggress off the flash.
क्या
Kami
बैकअप दिया
managed to
कामी
hold
ने
up front, and that is numbers now for DFM.
फिर से ये जाएंगे ना वो
Robots in
लोग
place on front side of B, all picked up now. Goes to Akame to off of his Nightfall. Kaide not feeling the need. Throw down his ISO ult in a
क्यों
round like
लेकिन
this.
क्यों ने मारा
Yatsuka's getting more space up A, but he goes down for free to stacks. I think off the back of that, DFM will just speed up in
वाटरफॉल
C.
पे मारना पड़ेगा
Yeah,
उसको
Too greedy back there. At least now, though,
पोस्ट प्लांट
just
मारने
giving
वाला है क्या वो
DFM a little bit of respect because they have a
30 seconds
4v3
left.
lockdown now
Up.
coming in. Oh, okay. Kill contract off of it just
Oh,
to try to play
shit.
around the positioning,
Oh,
but May
shit.
just sneaks through and gets gunned
Oh,
down by Munchkin.
shit.
Izu taking down Kaide as well. In an instant, a 3v4 turned into a 3v1. Cess is not but a guardian of all things. Does he have the headshots necessary? No, just the one. T1 just absolutely disregard whatever DFM have done
Bye.
and come up with
5v3 है 5v3 with ISO ulti एक साथ regroup C execute what for ult no way वो लोग हारेंगे वो राउंड हाँ
공세장치 파괴.
And Munchkin just continuing to dominate.
थोड़ा ओवर कुक हो गया वो लोग का
now what's the economy look like?
4v3 नहीं रे 5v3 वाइपर जिंदा था भाई
And they're maxing out the loss bonus, so they
वो
continue
फिर
to
भी
put these
आगे
guys
जाते गया
together on
वो
the light armor. Op comes out for Buzz now. He's on that C long line. It's been a big point of contention
का
so
sound
far
नहीं
this
है,
game for
construction
T1.
का है
Cess
वो।
keeping it under control. They've got space over on A main for now. Deep alarm bot was placed. Might have been heard by the attackers.
Come back in to clear it.
Yeah, Buzz falls off the line. I mean, they're pinging it. They know the alarm bot was placed down over
4v3
here.
not 5v3 अरे 5v3 था बाबा वाइपर
This
एमिन
is maximum
ए पुश
safety
करके
for
मर गया
DFM.
वो
Maximum safety. Zero risk speed taken. Zero liberties. So much respect
लोग-
given to a team like
तुम
T1
लोग
when you see
split one
3
winner
pieces
watch
of
party
utility
streamer पे शक
just to
कर
clear
रहे
an
हो
alarm bot and try to take back C mount.
हाँ
A lot of effort into clearing
कितने
out
बड़े हो गए
more
हो?
spaces. Yatsuka getting a bit of heat as well, though.
dude congratulations बंग
Another
भाई
wall
लव
picked up
मेरे
for
जान बेटे
Kaide. Just continuing to invest in a game plan around the ISO ult that has not been too successful for
कल
DFM.
ब्लॉग किसने किया बुडगम भाई हमें सेलिब्रेशन देखना है मॉडल भाई ने किया
And looking to end up back on A.
30 seconds left.
Backs behind the tree. Munchkin still has the paranoia in the back pocket, and you're getting the rotation over from Meteor.
Push alongside it
Oh,
for now.
oh,
They cleared
oh.
out everything but that one corner. And Stacks walks away with it scot-free. Kaide still though,
second,
suddenly
bhai,
turning
Atsuka
around, catching heads. 10 seconds to get the spike down.
Atsuka one
DFM will do it.
one taps.
Still though, Izu catches them on a timing, turns things back into a 2v2. Buzz up around the corner, trying to make things tough. Where could DFM look? There's so much noise, so much to look and clear. Suddenly, he slicks forward, and it's Izu to continue to find that contact off of it. T1 do not stop.
उसने माउस पैड तोड़ दिया रहेगा माउस तोड़ दिया रहेगा उसने
Good defuse to come through from Izu. 11 and 3 on the Killjoy. He's having a whale of a time. Would have put your money on Meteor being on this agent. It's historically one of his best agents, one that he's very famous for. I think a lot of respect being given to Izu in this regard to let him play that Sentinel role. Although we have seen more and more Viper from Meteor as time has gone on. And in the last iteration of T2, you did see him a lot on the Viper on this map. Something that he picked up after the ISOs stopped working as much, and then they put him on the Teo and they said that was a bit weird, let's not do that again. They've definitely gone through their iterations, but this seems like a winning formula to me.
Well, at least against DFM. DFM though, they'll give it another good old college try once again. Yatsuka, it's like 4-1.
इसने बस को वापस मारा ना
but he might just walk into the op here for free. Buzz posted up. That's about as easy as it gets. A lurker lost. Well, DFM
मेरा
gonna have to
इंटरव्यू है
navigate
आज
this 4-on-5
जीत
now.
गेमिंग बेस्ट ऑफ लक मेरी जान कटे ऑल द बेस्ट मेरी जान कटे भाई ऐसा इंटरव्यू में जाके तेरी कंपनी है
Another warning sign. Orb goes up. You've got the snake
ऐसा
bite.
कॉन्फिडेंस में
Got a
जाने
nano
का
swarm in position.
No way.
Not going to be
इंटरव्यू में
easy
तू
to
उनको
break this
पूछ तेरे
siege.
को
Choke
जॉब चाहिए
Munchkin's
क्या
over
भाई
here with the paranoia.
Can't
ऐसा
send it.
ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस रखने का मन में
Trying to clear it out somehow.
Nope.
Okay.
They can't get in.
Traps popped, flashes tossed. T1 are just
मराठी
perfectly
येते
set up,
तर
perched
ती
up
किती
top,
बॉट आहे
waiting
सांग
for them to peek through.
दोन
Smoke set up as well, continuing to oppose against DFM. It's a pit now invested. DFM trying to slip past
Ross,
it
तेरा
though.
मुंडी सीधा नहीं हुआ अभी तक
Spacing up towards stairs, but Izu has the corner.
So dirty.
Full spam into
माँ
the
कसम
connection. Tries to
Hello,
hop back in with a
headshot
shorty as well.
कैसे?
Gets gunned down by Akame, but then look at where the rest of the team is. Meteor still inside, just keeping the pit up. Meanwhile, the other three from T1 just continuing to surround the site. Buzz finding the stun. Akame says they managed to get a couple of kills, but still 10 seconds. The spike's not down. Meteor is just racing circles around him. Spots on the barrel, breaks up the sortie.
Oh my god मेरा हो गया
Oh my god!
oh
How does that round get so tight? T1 is in full control for the majority of it. It felt like DFM was just fumbling their way into that C site. And somehow they fight their way out of a wet paper bag. Unbelievable.
मेंबरशिप लेने के बाद भी
2
चैट
on 4.
इग्नोर हो रहा
Like
है
14 seconds, 2
फायदा
on
क्या
4. Akame
कैंसिल
and
कर
Cess
देने
just explode together.
अपग्रेड
Meteor peeks it with 2 bullets for that. He didn't even know he had no ammo.
क्या है इसे 12 लोग वो बोल रहे थे
Kidding.
क्या है कुछ नहीं आ रहा मेरे को
Both timeouts now spent. I don't know what to say.
It's eight in a row for T1. After losing to the pistol and the follow-up anti-eco, some of them have been closer than others. That's a round that there was no business in it being close. They lost their Viper for free and then were in a 2-on-4 on the site with 14 seconds and T1 was kind of running at them.
Mid T1 are
82 lao,
just
bhai.
comfortable to do so. Meanwhile, now it feels as though the river's starting to run dry for DFM. The buy up in the next round is not too good. I just hope that we don't truly end this first half with the 10-2.
I mean, this has to be a bit more of a mental timeout at this point for T1, like for DFM rather. You're not investing a timeout in what is a half-play and one follow-up gun round on the attacking side. Especially if it's your last timeout. That's the last bit of input for the coach
कॉलेज का
in
वेकेशन
terms of
चालू
between rounds for the rest of the game.
आ रहा हूँ
So this really
इंडिया
is a
तबाही
timeout to try to
मचाने
cheer up the boys and turn this game
W
around sooner rather than later.
Preferable in a couple of cold ones. Really need
Finally,
whatever you
ISO
have
wall
to get them feeling comfortable
हुआ है।
here.
10
Early
राउंड बाद
util, delay util being tossed out by T1.
All
भाई
given to
मजाक से कर
Akame.
सुनो दरवाजा खोलो
Kaide feeling like he's going to get the
दरवाजा
ult one way
खोलो।
or another if he goes down in this
देखो
round
बी
or
कोई
gets a
क्लोज है
kill.
क्या और उसका टरेट तोड़
One
दो बस
preferable to the other. Forcing into C there would have been equally nightmarish to the previous round. It's up on the A cross.
दरवाजा नहीं खोला चलेगा
Lost
बीजो
didn't spot
बीजो टरेट
Yatsika's
मेन है
creeping
टरेट
across,
मेन
but
है
he'll be well aware that's a possibility.
तोड़ो उसे
Yatsika's been quite sneaky on this A lurk so far this game.
There.
Hand cannon versus
Versus
literal
what
cannon,
क्या?
though. I still feel not too
20 प्लेट
confident
वापस
behind that.
It's not about the size, it's about how you use it, Quack.
लेकिन
right?
कैसे
That's what
फाइट
I've
लेंगे
learned in this life.
रे
Izu turret dealt with on
दो
front B.
बंदे भी पे है अभी
Wall has not gone up, and you
Wallop
will
हुआ
see
क्या?
DFM force their way into B. Will the lockdown be invested in response?
Might as well.
30
At
seconds
this
Okay.
point in the first half,
Spike planted.
set them up, bait them into peeking. They're
Okay.
trying to break it, but they can't quite make it happen. You're going to have to back off into open spacing, and that's where
लग गए
T1 should be able to
Omen मरा
regress quite safely. The one thing I'm looking at, though, should be May, who's taking his own sweet time to sneak out towards the back. Meanwhile, his teammates all dying towards the front lines. It's T1, and they already have full control over B site.
Yeah, Buzz
बोलो
just
मैं
styling
देखा
on
नहीं
them.
क्या किल जो
Lovely
अल्टी
stuff
क्या
from
हो गया
T1.
इतना
They
फास्ट
throw down the lockdown yet again as a bit of a bait. Try to bait DFM into pushing into heaven, then they're dumping paranoia onto that heaven choke, followed up by a relay bolt. Just preventing DFM from advancing any further and securing that
ध्यान
lockdown.
ओपन नहीं है लोगों का एम ट्रैकिंग स्लो है बराबर
Lovely stuff from Buzz. Cess is
बराबर
looking like
है
a bit of
भाई
a goose there. 9 in a row for T1 here on Lotus. The defense is looking very crispy.
जरा प्रो प्लेयर्स ने मार पा
Post
रहे हैं
timeout,
बोल
what
स्लो
have
है
DFM come up with? They once again have an ISO ult. We're 0 for 2 in terms of the ISO ults. They've got to get it done this time.
Oh, no.
नींद आई तो क्या करना चाहिए रॉन्ग
They've
क्वेश्चन
got to, but at the same time,
Wrong
T1 is
person,
just
wrong
not
person.
letting them have it.
No way you're not sending that with the double tap active. He's not going to have the shield for the next one. Oh,
शील्ड
man,
जाने
that's
दो
rough.
टरेट तोड़ो पहले
Surely you just send it and back yourself in the 1v1, even if you're not committing out A main there.
Just not feeling it right now.
नेट चालू
Look to
कर
end up
दिया
back on towards the B site. They know that they have a bit more spacing here,
Alright.
but oh my goodness. At least Cess is here to pick it up. And then
Oh,
the kill
shit.
contract mid-rounding
Lotus
towards
के
C.
Easy's got an operator.
ऑफ है
Surely kind of. Oh! Well played from Izu. The team to play around it still, though. So trying to keep things in contest to try to end up with a 3-9.
Spike
Yeah.
planted.
Tank goes down. Overdrive. Nightfall in response there for DFM, trying to push T1 back on Mound. Prowler to zone that player back into spawn side. And the Seas will buy a little bit more time. DFM posted up in waterfall.
बे सभी
Buzz
तो
just
डॉज
has
कर
the
दिया उसने
movement to dodge the Nightfall, in
फेड
fact.
भी डॉज
So just a
किया
bit of
सीज
timing,
भी
and
डॉज
then the
किया
Prowler from Stacks to get himself back into the site. Overdrive gone now, but he's got the firing power just to try to play around the corners. Stacks unfortunately goes down, which means Munchkin is the only one left.
पीछे
He's
देखो
got a good idea of where his opponents are, though. Hops into the smoke, and there lies Yatska
Read
to
to
bring
that.
up
Read
a
to that.
third for DFM.
रीड तो
Pretty
था
decently.
Switching sides.
And that will be a third round in the half and the first gun round for DFM. But it really doesn't fill you with too much confidence when Maze just said, I'm done fragging. I'm just going to run through Link and we'll see what
क्या मारा है
happens.
बे
He
ओ
says,
माय
"Please trade me."
गॉड क्या मारा
5 kills
भाई
for May here on the Neon.
भाई उसने क्या
This is
क्रेजी
the
मारा
second time
भाई
we've seen
उसने
a duelist superstar go completely missing on Lotus in Pacific. The first one was Danby. That was more surprising on the Neon. But it does not feel like
Semi-back
May is in the
video
server
देखा?
right now either.
मेन अकाउंट या राइट
said,
दूसरा अकाउंट
background
देता
from
है
Pat is
सबको
why I feel
नया
that,
अकाउंट
but
मिलता है
Either
सब कुछ
way,
अनलॉक
at least 3-9. You can hope to once again pick up the pistol maybe in the second half and try to build up off of that. Because if not, you know, it's T1 on the attacking now, and Izu is this heated up alongside basically the entire team.
पानी आया ना तेरे शॉट
I mean, that look for
लैंग्वेज
Izu just kind of looks like, why are you peeking me, bro? Like, a little bit
It's a
confused.
killjoy.
Yeah. He's a little bit too easy for him right now. 14 and 5. That was a 9-round streak on the defense there for T1. They're looking very comfortable, very well drilled on Lotus.
क्लीन 2-0 लग रहा है
Quite the
चैट
opposite, 0 for 3
तब
in
तक
terms
अपन
of the ISO
नेक्स्ट मैप
ultimates.
का देखते हैं
They were putting a lot of eggs
Next
in that
match का देखते
basket.
हैं।
You saw them continually farming
भाई
orcs
मजाक
on the
से
ISO for
हटकर
a lot of-
मजाक से हटकर अगर DRX वो वाले फॉर्म में आई ना जो फॉर्म में अपन DRX देखते थे अगर वो वाले फॉर्म में आई DRX हाँ आई थिंक आज नोंगशिम हारने वाला है भाई कितने कोरियन प्लेयर्स है भाई VCT में भाई, कितने भाई, प्लीज यहाँ से 3-4 तो जाओ प्लीज रे। 5-5 का वो लोग टीम बना के 50-60 लोग हैं अभी यार।
Oh, that's just banged straight through the wall. Akame already jinked up in this round. Hasn't even seen anybody yet, and he's down to 13.
Yikes.
I mean, the Sheriffs are primed and ready for the re-peaks on B here. There you go. I mean, I cannot believe that hasn't gone well for Izu. He's caught Yatsuka with his pants completely down.
Oh, बाप रे क्या?
Pistol tilts are outrageous. How are they getting away with these?
What about the 7 peaks and taps that TFM just get away with? But Meteor pull down Cess's pants as well. Now you get a real game with the smokes all around Link. TFM want to push past it. They hear the tap. It's got the double tap activated as well. Kaide alongside Mei, the duelists here to take the fight to T1. We're not out of this map yet. Do not count us off. High-low though, and it's Munchkin to play sneaky.
भाई उसका high-low पूरा left right कर दिया उस
not
smoke की
move
वजह
a
से।
muscle. 30 seconds. It's your play, Munchkin. What do you got? A bit of a jump spot. Tries to triangulate onto them. He takes down the first. 15 HP. Kaide has to reload. Sneaks back in. Munchkin down to 2 bullets. 10 seconds. Kaide wants none of this smoke. But he's got to come back in. There's still a chance for Munchkin to actually get the spike down. Kaide, what's your play? He's trying to bank on the fact that he's going to run out of time. DFM sneak away with a round, but still going down to kills at the end.
One of the worst pistols I've seen in a long time. What's going on, man?
Oh my god.
It feels tense though. Yeah. That was a very cringe pistol. I think that's how the kids say these days. But even when you lose 2 picks as T1, like they still find a way to get back into this pistol. Munchkin almost brings a 1v3 together. Very messy exchange. Missed the plant.
As we would say in Australia, by a V-stick, which is not, you know, उसको
not
लगा
by a
वो
lot.
पिक करके आएगा बाहर आएगा।
Meters or inches, either way, you still
क्यों लिंक से बाहर आया जब ये
be
प्लांट
able
कर
to
रहा
go
ना वो
the
सीधा
entire
स्पैम में मार
mile up
सकता
against
है।
T1.
उसको
You
प्लांटर का
start things
एडवांटेज
off
नहीं
with a defensive hold, but
है।
Buzz again. Quick movement back into the Bucky kill. Suddenly you got control over B site. DFM might have you surrounded, but do they actually have the shots? Kaide with the double tap, trying to keep himself alive. 12 HP, while T1 just looked to hold or play around the bottom. A bit of elevation. Sax will find one more kill. The rest of the team gonna get absolutely connected on by the paranoia, but then it's Meteor's turn. Continuing to peek bit by bit. Says onto the spike, trying to stick it through. A bit of support coming out from Yatsuka. And it's once again Munchkin in a clutch situation. Does he have it? DFM trying to play it safe as ever, but ultimately the weapons will come out on top.
Good patience, but similar to the pistol, the anti-eco is very strugglesome for DFM. 2 rounds in a row now on this defense. Another pistol, another anti-eco. Time for some gun rounds, boys. Well, this series is going to be Dunsky. For T1, that's gone about as good as you would have wanted, though, bar the round win. A lot of guns taken away, armor broken, and with the spike going down, a little bit of extra money and a whole lot of ult orbs as they move through the rest of this half.
भाई उसने स्पैम में मारा क्या? लेकिन आईएसओ को स्टैक्स ने नीचे से टैप टू बैंडेड देके
Potential for them to come back. Just trying to farm up onto the first one, possibly around C.
Sheriff's out. DFM have looked sharp on them so far today, and it's going to have to be
भाई
quite the
DFM
same
लेकिन मैप
story.
पर घूमते जा रहा
On the
है।
map, Izu between the legs. A lot of damage there to Akame. And here's the speed up onto A.
T1 are just getting such a good read on the map at the same time, and now the firepower brought over to the site. May might be close by, but you're not gonna be able to fan off a judge. Akame with the bulldog is all you get. Meanwhile, Kaide comes back in. Perhaps a last standing hope for DFM on this agent. Where he could possibly isolate a lot of these duels bit by bit.
And it's only the bonus. Even if he doesn't come away with the 1v3 here,
एक
kill or
बंदा
two would
दिखता
go
नहीं
a
है
long
नियॉन
way
को
into securing his
वो
ult for the
बंदा
first
तो
gun
जा
round.
ही रहा है
He's just
जानवर
gonna let the
जैसे
timer
उसके
run
ऊपर
lower and lower.
वुमेन
Double
लैंड
tap
भी आ रहा है
active now.
यूट्यूब
Throws
भी
up
आ
the
रहा है
ball to get
क्या
the half.
करेगा बे
Just one kill at the very least, perhaps. Get yourself that kill contract for the next round, but not even.
Not quite able to secure it. T1 win their first gun round, not without taking a couple of losses, but double digits secured nonetheless.
अभी तो नेक्स्ट
What
मैच
you
में
saw
तंबी
from
नियॉन
T1
देखना
on
है
the
यस
defense.
सर
DFM very active towards C mount, using that position to crunch the middle of the map. But T1, after seeing all of that movement, they just speed up onto Cess. Quite happy to
बिंक्स भाई जी
get
को
back
इनवाइट
straight
मिल
into
गया
that A site
AWC
and
में
just force
अब
an
होगा
after plan.
जी फाइटिंग कहाँ पे मिला न्यूज़ कहाँ पे मिला सच्ची क्या
Just round after round, but now DFM with a full investment, hopefully able to put
सच्ची?
up good hold. Dealing with earlier
दो बाय
recon,
दोनों तबाही
clear
होएगा
cut
अभी
setup,
AWC में।
mound. They spot that many and they call it clear. It's time to delay on C.
ये लोगों को
All five of the
कितना
players here for
FPS आते
T1.
होंगे
No lurk from Meteor,
W
all being picked up now. Looking to speed up into C here.
AWC वालों ने डाला है कहाँ पे
Holding on. to
भाई क्रेजी हो जाएगा
Snake bite or not.
कहाँ पे डाला है
DFM close by on B as well. Trying to find the right timing around the door.
किधर है?
Make it a go now. Meanwhile,
ओमिन को देखो
Yatska
हेलो
and Cess trying to delay as much as possible, but Munchkin has snuck behind them. Shrouded steps, be damned. And then it's Kaide that hits the deck.
भाई
In an
duelist तो
instant,
मैं
it's a 4v2. T1 are quick.
Spike planted.
How has Munchkin gotten away with that? That is outrageous.
AWC Valo
Sneaks into the
मैं
back of the
सिर्फ मिला
site.
J को
Akame and May now in an untenable position. Actually, two of the better performers for DFM going to have to come up with something special.
AWC पार्टनर टीम अलग है
I just don't
और
really see
इनवाइट
it
अलग है
happening, though.
अपना जो है
All the
अपन
angles
क्लब
being
पार्टनर
covered.
से रे
Meteor makes the
बाबा
first move, just trying to buy more time away from the spike, and
वो लोग
the
थोड़ी
same
रहेगा 15-20
instant
गेम में
pressure of the entire
Pagan.
scoreline weighing on DFM's back. They
कुछ
opt to
अच्छा
save
वो लोग
instead.
We
किया
have got to see the replay on this. That is outrageous. You can see what T1 is going
कहाँ पे मेरे
for
को
from a
बताना?
macro perspective. You cannot force your way into the
AWC
seed show.
क्या डालूं क्या
When you
डालूं
do have, you know, Viper, Omen in position. These are really good anchoring agents. You have the orb to stall potentially a reactive
AWC.
paranoia snakebite. These are pieces of utility that you
Ian क्या
decide to bait out and then favorably exchange util.
No way.
But yeah, the paranoia in there
क्या
with the
मैं तो
TP
मान
up
लो
onto the site. Must
my
have
God.
caught both of the DFM players, and he's just won the round outright for
AWC
T1. Munchkin
extra
with a
open है.
suicide play.
And it paid off. Well, here we are, 11-5. One more for match point. And DFM split themselves 3-2 on extremities. They try to fan out.
I mean, the ISO ult's there. Guardian in hand for Kaide. You cannot go 0 for 4 on the ISO ults and expect to win the game. Once again, crunching through the middle of the map is DFM. Securing C mount, clearing out all of B. T1, at least initially, with a bit more of a singular focus, applying a lot of pressure to the A side of the map. You can see the rotations in tandem for DFM, ready to react to that pressure with force.
Oh my God. And
ऐसे
then
भी
the Suits
qualifiers
were
खेल रहे वो
small,
लोग
trying to peek past it. Trying to gain some initiative.
Hey, लंबा रास्ता है,
outside of
लंबा
rubber
रास्ता है.
perhaps, but oh, now it's made. It makes it a
मैं
good
बोलते
pass, but at the same time, Kaide going down. Stacks
Stacks
just
was ult है.
hanging back with the rest of the gang. He's the
Stacks
one with the
ult है.
spike though. Wants to continue to push all the way, shove DFM back on A. It's a stinger, and they don't have the firepower that it takes to
क्या
fend off
मारते
T1.
बे
In the middle of the map, Izu has taken the pole position. Ready for the rotation from Yatsuka.
Hey, ये
There's the
लोग का जो
nightfall
qualifier
straight
है,
across link. Izu
वो लोग
steps
का
into that
qualifier वहाँ
space
पे है
now.
क्या वहाँ पे है
White plant going down from Stacks. Oh, the nano to zone from Izu
qualifier
over
वो
a
लोग का
waterfall
रियाज नहीं
site.
आएगा क्या
It's
oh my
falling
god
apart in the
बाप
end
रे
hour.
2v3 क्या clutch किया वो
DFM
लोग
just
ने हेलो
ping-ponging off each other to perfection.
ये क्या retake है
A slight blunder, perhaps, even off of the.
ऑनलाइन होता बस वो क्वालिफाई होता है फिर
intended
मजा
national
आएगा
toss,
रियाज
But
में
he's
मिलेंगे तो
definitely
मजा
overcooked
आएगा
it there. Like,
ऑनलाइन है ठीक
I don't know. I think the Nightfall clearing out the door side is what gives him the security to go, okay, he's not on tour. I can pull the nano out for a second. He's not close enough. But the
भाई ये
Nightfall
राउंड
was
वो लोग
dodged
को
quite
जीतना
nicely,
था
actually.
खत्म करना था क्या क्या वो
By,
लोग
who was it on that side of the
Cess.
map? Yeah, Cess.
Yeah.
Yep. Seth jukes the Nightfall nicely there.
भाई यात्सुका ने कितना शेरिफ शॉट्स मारा है पता
I mean, come on.
है मस्त किया लेकिन 1-1
Position and then he's just pulled another onto waterfall. He's trying to do way too
what
much
will
there.
GE do for 2027 as they have to pick 3 SF players but their roster now is the best there ever was.
A lot of space outside of Rebel as well. Look at Munchkin. All the way to the back. Full confidence. No fear. Buzz. Overdrive. But he's fully decayed. A single whisper and he's gone.
Buzz marana.
But DFM are just nervous. Just trying to contend around it. All that time, Buzz's HP came back. And then there was Kaide and Yatsuka all falling down bit by bit. DFM crumbling at the joints up against the Giants of T1.
Yeah, Munchkin just TPs behind them and he says, yeah, you got to deal with me at some point or deal with the A push, pick your poison. And in this case, they try to fight T1 head on. Buzz is just running around through dark covers, Viper walls. T1 navigating an extremely complex rubble fight quite nicely. Yep, just another day at the office, I guess.
Oh my god. We got that many rounds and
club partner AWC में qualify नहीं करेंगे मेरे अलग फंड है
once again back in
हम लोग वैलो गेम में अभी कहां से qualifier खेलेंगे रे
ISO ult
वैलो का रोड मैप VCT के थ्रू
hero rifle here pushing in towards spawn side, bit of a disengage from T1 but Meteor holding the line. Easy, quite happy to join him now.
Not like this, Billy.
He didn't even get the ult off. The overdrive is gone. The ISO ult is gone.
यही था जो लॉर्ड कर रहा है उसको मारो लेकिन
well, I guess the history books of stage 1
बैकअप ऐसा है क्या करेंगे
2026 with not the greatest record
मेरे
on
को
kill
नहीं पता ऐसा वो लोग जीतेंगे
and then it's just Sess, kind of a lone, naked Akame Yatsuka. Yatsuka slightly ill-equipped. The pit not a factor in this fight.
He's got the pit down on C.
T1 बहुत clean जीता यार.
That's about it.
अभी इसका याद है मेरे.
Sneak around the turret. Izu, where could he be? I wonder. Akame at some point would have to turn around. But he's got to face either a rock or a hard place. He's choosing the rock. And he's taking down a big chunk off of it. But then it's Izu out from behind.
Please explain the format of VCT 2027.
Unfortunately, the flagpole on the ground.
Format.
The Japanese team hopefully well, defeated, but hopefully not dejected. Meanwhile, it's T1 that streams forward with win after win here.
Yeah, even some struggles, some maps for T1, but they recover nicely in the second in both of the series.
WT1
Barrel on Haven, overtime required on the first map of Pearl.
Akame bhai, just saying, जब आपने डांस किया तब हारे हो. Just saying.
For DFM, I mean, you've got to start to question some of these games where they win both pistols and only put together like one gun round in the rest of the game. It was the same story against full sets. In saying that though, they front-loaded a lot of the more difficult games in this group early on. They've already played their way through full sets. It looks like they're in pretty good form. They've now played T1. And an RRQ that's looking quite sleepy at the start of this group might be an easier prospect than these first two teams. So there's still hopes for DFM to make their way through this group.
Yeah, potentially. Do love the effort. Do love the fact that they get map to overtime here or there. Never ever back down. But at the same time, T1 just shows that they have that resilience. We're going to hear from them on the stage with Bella.
Very less.
Hi guys, it's Bella. Well, if it isn't T1 with their 2-0 victory, and look who I find. It's Buzz. 안녕하세요.
Go together.
자, 알겠습니다. 네, T1의 버즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
जब अपने कोई टीम को दिल से सपोर्ट किया है वो हारी है जैसे language.
Well, you guys take a 2-0 win against DFM, but you know, I feel like the first map, it went in an unexpected way. You guys went to overtime on Pearl. I wanted to ask you, we thought that DFM had the momentum, but it seems like you guys seized it right back. What enabled you guys to close it out like that? Because it's not a rare thing we see. 이제 또 첫 맵부터 연장까지 가면서 정말 멋진 경기를 보여주셨습니다. 기세가 DFM 쪽으로 넘어갔다고 생각을 했었을 때 다시 뺏어 오셨거든요. 역전. 이게 어떻게 가능했는지 뭔가 T1 선수들은 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 들어보겠습니다.
Good question.
일단 뭐 특별하게 얘기했었던 건 없는 것 같고 그냥 뭔가 저희끼리 실수해가지고 조금 넘어간 느낌이 컸어가지고 근데 그런데도 뭔가 위기감이 딱히 있진 않았어가지고
아.
그래가지고 뭔가
Regional
별 생각은 안
VCT
들었어요. 그렇게
2027
넘어갔는데.
खेलेगी क्या?
I mean, there wasn't really
Never
anything
know.
special that we thought of the
Never
situation.
know.
I think the results of them taking the lead actually it rooted from us
Wait,
making our
next year
mistakes.
Valo
So once we were able to
disband हो
clear
रहा है?
that up, we weren't really shaken up by
ये तो
them
next
having
year
the
पता
lead.
चलेगा
So
ना।
I think the way we played, we just played it our
KRX,
way. And we
DRX
got the
KRX से
momentum back.
भाई।
Yeah, I mean, you guys always do your own thing, but DFM was making a lot of the good calls, good things. They were doing the right things at the right time. I feel like
पहला
it's
map
only
है ना,
fair that
actually।
you give them credit where it's due. I wanted to ask you, who gave you the hardest time on the server today in game? 이제 오늘 DFM 선수들도
야츠가.
되게 좋은 경기력을 보여줬잖아요. 이렇게 상대방 결과가 2대 0으로 승리를 하긴 했지만 버즈 선수가 체감했을 때 오늘 좀 까다롭다라고 느꼈던 선수도 있었을까요?
앞서 말한 것처럼 저희가 그렇게 따라잡히는 순간에도 별로 크게 위기처럼 느껴지지 않았었거든요. 그래서 그런지 저는 뭔가 게임할 때 되게 편했고 뭔가 뭐 불편했거나 그랬던 선수는 없었던 것 같습니다.
그래도 오늘 좀 인정을 날려주고 싶은 선수도 없었던 건가요? 다.
그냥 저희 팀이 제일 잘했습니다.
आगे एसएल वालों का क्या प्लान है? जीतने का प्लान
We were having
है।
just a comfortable time in the server. We were just playing our games, and I asked him, "Well, who do you want to, give a thumbs up to?" And Buzz would like to give a thumbs up and a shout out to his team for putting the great match on. Well, you faced Vero. You won against TFM, and you're up against RRQ, right? Well, Pacific OG, what are your expectations for the next match? What are you
RRQ
thinking?
versus
Are you just
T1.
gonna take a 2-0 win again? 이제 바렐도 만났고 DFM도 만났고 다음은 퍼시픽 원년 멤버
RRQ
RRQ를 다시
matchup?
만나게 되는데 어떤 경기를 예상하시나요? 이번에도 좀
그거잖아요.
2대0 승리 자신 있다.
Alice Platform
일단
hello.
자신은 있지만 오늘처럼 저희가 방심을 하면은 RRQ라는 팀은 그 방심한 틈에 확실히 그 기회를 가져가는 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가
Viral bye।
그거에
कल
방심하지
पंकज का setup
않고
lucky था।
잘
वरना अपना
보완해서
लवलप
오면은 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
penalty
I
लगा
mean, we
देता।
are
Excuse
confident, but
me।
RRQ is a team that
As
would be
everyone
able
has
to
said,
exploit
love
us
you, Nikul bhai,
making our
love
little
you, मेरी जान
mistakes.
करटे।
So we're gonna try our best to, lock in and play our game so that we could bring the same results
Leo
for
bhai?
our next match. All right, that was T1's Buzz for the interview. Thank you, Buzz. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
이렇게 해서 T1의 버즈 선수 만나봤습니다. 안녕.
감사합니다।
All right, T1 continue on their win streak quite comfortably through this group. And let's see if the win streak continues. It is going to be a rematch against RRQ next week, which should be pretty exciting. I'm pretty sure RRQ has a bone to pick with them regarding this.
भाई ऐसा भाई कितना भाई वो लोग में कितना प्यार दोस्ती रिस्पेक्ट है ना ले ले अरे हाँ ना चैट अपनी इधर भर देते प्लेयर्स एक दूसरे को ले टी बैग ले तेरी वेंड की तू खेलेगा इधर हाँ ठीक है सामने बॉट से ये सब बातें होती chat G is a Pacific team and no problem in 2027 they follow the rule they have 4 Pacifics and 1 EMA player so they follow the rule very nice W टी-शर्ट में एडिट कौन था क्या वो आपका फ्रेंड लिस्ट में है हाँ डीजे था वो सामने ड्रोन करता था एक गाना बजाता था तो रीजनल किधर से खेलेगा ये बताओ बुट कैंप से नूब क्या होएगा बे ऐसा कॉमन क्वेश्चंस कहाँ से खेलेगा क्वालिफायर बूट कैंप से खेलेगा ना ब्रो कहाँ से खेलेगा अग्रिम शर्मा भाई सो जाओ हाँ नींद की सख्त जरूरत है आपको अब इंडिया से जी के अलावा भी और टीम्स खेल सकता है ना इफ क्वालिफायर पास किया तो ऑब्वियसली मेरे को स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग आ रहा है रैंक डीमंस उठने वाले हैं 5 जन क्रेजी टीम बनाने वाले और कुछ तूफानी करने वाले समझ रहे हो जैसा अपने को एस्ट्रिक्स ने एकदम सरप्राइज किया था वैसे ही हैवी और सरप्राइजेस होने वाला है 2027 में Why G play regional if they have international slot? नहीं मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ तुम और आयर इडली दोनों नंबर एक्सचेंज करके एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना दो और एक दूसरे से क्वेश्चन आंसर करते रहो नहीं देखो क्योंकि ये सब क्वेश्चन का आंसर है ना मेरे पास है नहीं वो नेक्स्ट वीक मिलेगा नेक्स्ट ईयर सॉरी 2027 में कैसा है क्या है कौन सा क्वालिफायर खेलेगा किधर से खेलेगा टीम बराबर है क्या कुछ चेंजेस होगा अभी कुछ पता नहीं है लीग मैच आरएनटीएक्स का था और चैंपियनशिप हमारी मेरे को नहीं समझा लीग मैच आरएनटीएक्स का था और चैंपियनशिप हमारी लीग मैच मतलब लॉल लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स लॉल एसएल को विजिट जाना है तो कैसे जाएगा भाई देखो ये कंस्ट्रक्शन का जो आवाज आ रहा है ना यहाँ पे हो रहा है कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है यहाँ से एक पहले वो लोग बस लेंगे एकदम सीधा जाएंगे वहाँ पे एक ट्रक है वो ट्रक से सीधा जाएंगे वहाँ पे एक ट्रेन खड़ा है वो ट्रेन से सीधा जाएंगे वहाँ पे एयरपोर्ट है जिससे एयरपोर्ट में लैंड हुआ वहाँ पे 2 प्लेन समझ रहे हो वो 2 में से हम लोग को एक चूज करना पड़ेगा कॉइन टॉस करेंगे उधर वीटो होएगा फिर बाद में प्लेन में चढ़ेंगे जाएंगे डायरेक्ट इंटरनेशनल कल मजा है बंग्स भाई डब्ल्यू टीम बोलते हैं रूट क्या रूट में बोल रहा 2027 तक रुको करके मैं 100 बार बोल चुका 2027 में मालूम पड़ेगा 2027 हाँ मैं कौन सा फ्यूचर देख सकता हूँ बे 1 मिलियन ऑन टॉप यार ना करो यार कल ही तो 25K लाइक्स होता है यार ना करो प्लीज कल कितना मैं क्लोज था 1 मिलियन का पता है तुम लोग को विल ऑल आवर प्लेयर्स प्ले स्प्लिट टू फ्रॉम द बूट कैंप प्लान वही है लेकिन अगर कुछ लेफ्ट राइट होता है सो देयर इज नथिंग वी कैन डू मतलब कुछ चीज़ें चल रही है जो सॉल्व हो रहा है रोसिकिस में और यूवी का जो है वो तो देखो 18 बाय द वे समझ रहे हो उसका एग्ज़ाम होएगा तो हम लोग ये तो नहीं बोल सकते भाई एक काम कर एग्ज़ाम कल दे आज बूट कैंप ये तो कर नहीं सकते तो देखते हैं होपफुली सब लोग आ जाए बूट कैंप शर्म नहीं आती रूट शर्मा आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज बहुत दिन से यूवी का नियॉन देख रहा था अब डम्बी का नियॉन स्लो लगेगा जैसा स्ट्रीमर हो वैसा चैट एकदम बेशरम प्राउड ऑफ यू माय बॉय प्राउड ऑफ यू कैसे बंक्स भाई लव यू टू बंक्स भाई एसएल को भी चैंपियंस भी खेलेगी क्या भाई चैंपियन बनने के बाद चैंपियनशिप नहीं खेलना रहता है ब्रो बाकी टीम्स खेलेगी #flex नेक्स्ट ईयर का फॉर्मेट एक्सप्लेन करो ये तो नेक्स्ट ईयर पता चलेगा ना कल बोस्टर क्रेजी कल पूरा मिस हुआ रे। मैं यूजुअली ऑफ स्ट्रीम देखता हूँ मैं मैचेस, लेकिन कल मैंने कुछ भी EMA का एक भी मैच नहीं देखा, और आज टाइम नहीं है मेरे को, परसों देखना पड़ेगा। #flex भाई मेरे पास सारे आंसर्स अभी से ही रेडी है, पता है। अगर स्प्लिट 2 में कुछ भी लेफ्ट राइट होता है, कोई भी और टीम जीतती है, पहला तो अपन जीते। हाँ, हे कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, यू आर फर्स्ट बट स्टिल यू आर सेकंड, हाउ डज इट फील, ऐसा। और अगर अपन ही 2 बार जीते, हे 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 हे, हाँ, या सो इट्स अ क्लियर कट विन विन सिचुएशन। सिंपल बात है, क्लियर कट विन विन सिचुएशन है। जितना गाली खाया था पूरा पूरा साफ हो गया यार। अरे बाप रे, बिल्डिंग ऊपर तक बन गया क्या? यहाँ तक कैसे आवाज आ रहा है? भाई जी कॉम्पी में ट्रिब्यून एंड टीम को हरा के आया हूँ। ठीक है, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। हाँ, टुडे EME एंड NA वॉच पार्टी होगा, ऑब्वियसली होगा। हाउ कैन आई कॉन्टेक्ट यू? इंस्टाग्राम, मेल। जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन पूछा नेक्स्ट ईयर फॉर्मेट वाला, एंड आप जोक्स कर रहे हो। जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है, अरे ये तो नेक्स्ट ईयर पता चलेगा ना डीट। बस भाई वो ब्रीज का कुछ करो, एकदम खत्म हो गया है। कल वाइटलिटी फनेटिक मैच में नियॉन वेपर हार्बर सोवा क्यों कॉम्प यूज कर रहे भाई? वी कांट डू द सेम बाबा। वैलोरेंट और डांस 2 अलग चीज है, समझ रहे हो? तुम रील्स में ऐसा डांस वांस देखते हो, ऐसा 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 ऐसा, और तुम लोग बोलोगे ये तुम कर सकते हो, तो अपन भी कर सकते हैं, समझ रहे हो? वैलो में प्लेयर्स का प्ले स्टाइल अलग रहता है, पर्सनैलिटी अलग रहती है, कंफर्ट अलग रहता है, बहुत कुछ अलग रहता है। तो उधर है ना कॉपी पेस्ट वाला सिस्टम है ही नहीं। कोई अगर अच्छा कॉम्प है ट्राई करेगा, स्क्रिम्स में अगर नहीं वर्क कर रहा है तो फिर भी जबरदस्ती थोड़ी खेलेंगे। नहीं भाई जो फेनेटिक वाले खेले ना, क्या जीते वो लोग 13-0 बैंच, तुम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? अरे नहीं है, नॉट पॉसिबल। डांस भी डिफ होता है, डांसर्स अलग रहते हैं। ब्रो कम ऑन मैन, कम ऑन, ये लॉजिक नहीं होता भाई। मेरे सामने पंको कोई भी डांस स्टाइल होने दो, इजी कॉपी कर सकते हैं, इजी, समझ रहे हो? कॉकरोच भाई का स्लो मोशन किसने सिखाया था? आज तक क्रेडिट नहीं लिया मैंने, आज तक, टिल डेट। आओ इधर, यहाँ से इन्वेंट हुआ है। पंकु मेरे को मारती है, फिर मैं स्लो मोशन में वॉक करके जाता हूँ, सोफे पे सोता हूँ, समझ रहे हो? तो मार खाने से लेके सोफे तक जाने तक जो मेरा वॉक स्टाइल है, पूरा अक्खा कॉपी हुआ है। लेकिन कभी तेरे भाई ने घमंड नहीं किया। इट्स ट्रू। ट्विच सेटअप व्हेन ऑन द वे है, ऑन द वे है। पर जो है एसिडल को इस साल काफ़ी खुशियाँ आ रही है। एकदम आपकी पर्सनल खुशी भी आ जाती तो मज़ा आ जाता। लैंग्वेज, अच्छा रेफरेंस न्यू होम, होपफुली यार, होपफुली 2027 में न्यू वैलो के साथ न्यू होम भाई, समझ रहे हो? मेल किया था रिगार्डिंग वैलो कोच AI, रिप्लाई नहीं आया, बस टाइम मिले रिप्लाई दे देना। अगर रिप्लाई नहीं आया मतलब सोचो कि मेरे हिसाब से वैलो कोच AI क्या है? इज इट अ ब्रांड डील? और ब्रांड डील और तूने 200 रुपए दिए तो हैशटैग शर्म क्या है? क्या क्या मैं कोच कर सकता हूँ? पता नहीं, लेकिन वेट फॉर लाइक फ्यू डेज, अगर रिप्लाई आया तो WW, अगर रिप्लाई नहीं आया मतलब नहीं आएगा रिप्लाई वैसा। Why so rude today? अरे क्या रूड, मैं मेरा वो चेक नहीं करता हूँ मेल्स। जयेश भाई, हर्ष भाई मैनेजर करता है। कल जब मैं वैलो खेल रहा था बिना बात के रैंडम टीम टेमनेट गाली दे रहे थे मुझे। वो टेमेंट लिखा इसलिए म्यूट करने का डायरेक्ट। बिंग्स भाई, यू नो वैलोरेंट बेटर, दैट्स व्हाई आई थॉट कि आपसे फॉर्मेट वाला क्वेश्चन पूछो। भाई जिसने फॉर्मेट बनाया है, जब वो खुद बोल रहे थोड़ा बहुत रुक जाओ। अभी वो लोग ने फॉर्मेट जो दिया है, वो फॉर्मेट के अराउंड बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस और आंसर्स पेंडिंग है। तो जो वो लोग ने रोड मैप दिया है वो एकदम अर्ली स्टेज वाला रोड मैप है। तो 2027 में मालूम पड़ेगा कि क्या है, कैसा है क्वालिफायर, क्योंकि इतना इजी नहीं है भाई। सबका वीज़ा का बहुत सीन हो सकता है हर एक रीजन में, तो बाद में ही पता चलेगा सब कुछ। वैलो मोबाइल के बारे में कुछ आइडिया नहीं। बिंग्स भाई, फॉर अ वैलो कंटेंट वीडियो कंसोल पे खेलो, कभी स्ट्रगल मारो, आपको लेजेंडरी रेस देखेंगे। You think I would struggle? हेलो प्रियंका जी, हेलो हेलो हेलो। बंग्स भाई, आपका एक मॉड इज हाई ऑन समथिंग, सुबह से टाइम आउट दे दूंगा, हाइड दे दूंगा बोल रहा है तेरे को, तो फिर तो डब्लू मॉड हुआ। कैसे मेट भाई, हाउस इज हेलो, कभी हमको तो नहीं बोला, वाह भाई। ओके बंग्स भाई, थैंक यू एंड लव यू, फॉलोइंग यू सिंस व्हेन यू मेट स्ट्रिक्स फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम। डार्क डे ऑफ हिस्ट्री याद दिलाया मेरा। बंको छोटू पांडा मिला, आजा देखने जल्दी। मैं अभी हॉस्पिटल के बीच में हर्थोपिया देखो। हाँ एक सेकेंड, पांडा क्यों उठता, एक सेकेंड, 1 सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड। तो ऑफ स्ट्रीम खेल रही है?
He just doesn't lose.
But it's Mako.
Come on, Mako. I am not a fan of the RB skirmish. I've been very vocal about this. He's on the Vandal right now, but he only has to lose a couple of rounds before he starts to get,
Stinger, the judge.
Yeah, before he loses respect for his opponent a little bit.
But
I don't know how much
surely,
respect he's going to be able to lose for Mako though on the other side, but
exactly, as
it's a tie-up.
ex-teammates, I feel like there's a little bit of
Maybe they agreed Vandals only.
it could be. I feel like if you're gonna agree to anyone making the request, it'd be Mako.
I mean, could very well have been the case, but right now Mako looking good in the setup here. So
Those RB spot back. That's my question. How long till he brings out a Stinger?
he's got to basically reverse sweep it at this point. So this would be the moment. Given that we're lingering on Mako, it makes me think that he closes it out.
It's not looking great for RB. This is what happens if you give him a Vandal. He has to cheese his way to these skirmishes.
No, he went with a Marshall.
Okay. Okay. Oh,
And
see,
he wins
Oh
it.
my god!
Anytime. Anytime you give this guy a cheeky weapon.
This guy, man, he's unbelievable. I think I'm gonna put in a formal request to Jake Shin that RB cannot be in the skirmish anymore.
Well, 5-2. So maybe that
There we
argument
go.
starts to
okay.
become a little bit more weakened.
Yeah. I think.
No, I'm happy to see him lose. Always happy to see him lose. the
Oh,
skirmish.
you're awful. I mean, it was Mako who won, so I'm quite okay with that too. But with that skirmish result, we have our map draft here. Pearl and Bind. Off
KRX
the
is still
menu.
going for Fracture.
Yeah.
So it must be feeling like they've shored up the gaps that they had on that map versus Team Secret, but this is potentially a risky one for them.
Yeah, I worry. I think how much of that is the coaching staff, because Nongshim have also shown their fracture. So, you know, both teams have tape. I think it's sort of taking it in an anti-strat kind of way. We know KRX love to do that, but I think that's the big map for me. That's the one to watch. I think that's going to be the decider of the series.
But this is also all the more pressure being applied onto Young. I have to suspect that he's still going to be bringing out that Cypher. He's got to be the one to slow down this approach from Dambi in particular.
Yes.
But it's like you were saying, when a team tends to pick into a map again, it usually means the game plan didn't go according to plan the first time. So we will have to wait and see as we send it down to the stage. We're going to have Nongshim facing against KRX for the first time this stage 1.
Today's matchup.
भाई क्या गर्मी हो रही है?
Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim Red Force facing off against KRX
Thank
today.
you
We
so
just
much
saw
for the
Nongshim basically do a repeat of the grand finals in Santiago, except with a different result, with a much longer match last week. So we're already seeing a little bit of
thank you so much for the 1,000 मेरी जान करोड़े split one champion बोलते hashtag OPKD.
But now it's week 2. We're expecting a little bit more from the squad.
जब भी आता हूँ ये आदमी challenge में जाता है.
All
Plus
these
chips,
guys,
plus
and they've
chips.
had to make sweeping changes across the board. This team loved that
कल
goal,
परसों आपको
which they're
देख के
now
पूरी
not
family
using
के
at
लिए
all. I think
गोली
week
जोड़ा
1
मंगाया.
you
I
sort of
guess
give
after
them a
20
mulligan.
years.
You can
कैसे है
say,
मेरे को पीना
okay,
बचा
they
हाथ
need
पीऊंगा
more
मैं.
time, but now they've had that little bit more. They have a tough opponent across from them, and they really cannot afford to drop
Resident से
to
बाहर आने के लिए
0-2
वेटेज सजी
in
जनरल
this top
शॉपिंग
group alpha.
से
I mean,
क्रॉस
by all
आती है
accounts,
मुंबई
Nongshim should
सर्वर
be feeling
तो
pretty
यू नो
confident coming into this despite
शॉपिंग
the
पे खेल के मतलब नहीं है मुंबई सर्वर
KRX,
खेलो
they're
ब्लॉक
the
कर
team
दो
that has undergone a
बरोबर.
massive change in addition to having to deal
क्या
with
चीज़
the
करना
meta
अच्छा चीज़
swaps
करना है,
coming
मेरे को
through. Nongshim just need to shrug off the loss to Paper Rex, very respectable opponent, much like KRX is, but I'm curious how this one's going to shake out because
विजय शुक्ल
Termi,
का जार्विन का
a
डिबेट में
coach that I
होगा.
always do trust when it comes down to developing new talent. So while yes, it always does look silly, it always has us scratching our heads when we see these roster swaps. Typically, at least by the end of the year, it ends up working out in their favor. But they need to jumpstart
भाई
the
strong
engine
है
and
भाई.
have that
किसको
happen a
लग रहा है
little bit
Nongshim
sooner.
जीतेगा?
They need to show us that yes, Yong is the truth. This is the guy that's going to allow them to qualify to Masters London as well as to Champion Shanghai.
To be fair, and on to that point, Termi has great scouting. Generally,
he does.
the players who
That's
do come
true,
into
that's
KRX,
true,
or
that's true.
formerly known as DRX, formerly known as Vision Strikers, tends to have really good rookies coming in, introducing Hyunmin, for example. He was absolutely
prediction?
fantastic. He became a fan favorite in the last
Nongshim में
Champions
लग रहा है
event.
जिसमें
So
आपसे
I
खेल
have
रहा
high
है.
hopes for Young to eventually settle in.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we want to see. It looks like he's going to be playing that sentinel role a lot more, and I think he does have some development to do, but if there's a coaching staff I'm going to trust to get it done, it's going to be Termi and the boys.
I mean, how many times have they done this in the past?
Exactly.
To great success. Take a player that's known for playing widely duelist and then morph them into something else, put them on a different role, allow them to learn and understand under the coaching staff's tutelage how to really, really perfectly pilot that. It's been done time and time again.
Yeah.
Yes, but Young doesn't come from a duelist background, does he?
Quite a bit.
Does he? Okay, well, prior to this, he seemed to be playing a little bit more controller role there, but we'll see if he fits in. Now we got to talk about predictions, I guess. You all picked Nongshim.
Yeah.
Stacks picked Nongshim.
It was close though for me.
It kind of pained me to go for this one, just because, even with the name change, always in my heart.
Yes.
But I think that Nongshim just come into this with a lot more key advantages. I think that, they will obviously have watched back DRX. They will have seen the struggles that they did have on that fracture. And overall, I think they're just coming in on a higher high.
Yeah. I think for me, it's that extra week of time to figure out Francis's role, to figure out how this team identity is without that Yoru, and I don't think they needed much. I think the few days that they've had to prep will have been enough in my mind to carry it through. I just want to touch very quickly again on the map veto. It will end on Lotus. So if we get to map 3, Nongshim can try and rewrite the kind of script of last week, because their Lotus did look like a problem. So if we're talking about week-to-week development, that Lotus is going to be a key area.
Oh, 100% here. But with KRX, I feel like Termi does have really good reads when it comes to other Korean teams here. And as the Asian poll comes out, this is kind of a classic.
Yeah, I wonder if he's read this. Nongshim Red Force throwing it all the way back. We got Sober Breach once again on Haven. We've not seen this comp really in quite some time. This is like, you just replaced that Neo for a jet. This is as old school as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, send out, try to get some information, have that drone through, get the tag, get the fault line, send Cappy in. That's going to be the game strategy widely here for Nongshim. It's looking like we're going to have back-to-back Cypher performances for Young on KRX. Can he stem the tide? Is he going to be that player to slow things down? That's my biggest question. I think that is really what the potential success of KRX is teetering on.
Well, yes, absolutely. And it was Young's very first time playing on this stage. And we've heard from other rookie players that they were surprised hearing the white noise in the headset and having that experience of hearing the crowd. So I think this is something that he needs to adjust to. And well, now it's week 2.
Next to map Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, it's his chance, like you say, Achilles. He has to find his footing now because the best Neon in the world is running at him.
All right, well, he's going to have to face him today as we send it back to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Yep. KRX versus Nongshim, that's going to be a big clash for sure. I mean, Young definitely has, his work cut out for it, but at the same time, I mean, this feels kind of weird, the comps-wise, KRX tended to be that team that played that jet flash and dash style. Now they're like swapped all around. You got the Freon back in.
Yeah, the Freon, as we're calling it. I can't believe that Morgan's missed that one over on the desk, to be fair. But the thing that you keep seeing from Nongshim time and time again is, as we've seen this meta change come in, they've gone back to a lot more classic comps. They've gone back to Breach Teo over there on Fracture. Now you're seeing them go back to the most classic, most played and tried and tested comp here on Haven, whereas it is KRX to continue backing themselves with the double duel as Freen continues to play the Neon, Hyunmin on the Phoenix. It's a very popular style that you're seeing in a lot of different regions at the moment. They're going to start out on the attacking side, and I want to see how it goes for them.
Especially on the attacking side, you would think that is exactly where they get to do quite a bit of damage. But apart from that, Nongshim, surely after that loss against PRX, they're able to bounce back. A lot of us seem to think so. So without much further ado, let's get things started here on this map pick of Haven by Nongshim. KRX attacking.
See Francis starting out on the breach. Both of these maps, I'd imagine, unless you get a comp change for Nongshim. See how Young does go. Didn't have too much of an awe-inspiring debut there up against Team Secret. A little bit strugglesome on Fracture in particular for KRX, which makes it very interesting. As mentioned by the devs that they picked it into this series. But first we'll see Nongshim's pick of Haven.
4-1 split. Killjoy util to kind of cover some of the
Dev bhai maan gaye abhi. Dev bhai maan gaye ho gaye.
Yeah. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, KRX will be very familiar with this comp. They do breach style. many times. So they're going to know how to kind of play around it, shoving their way through the middle of the map. Smokes into the links. Flash goes out. Turret spotted out. Straight into a link there. Actually, Cage will obscure Francis's vision, and KRX will get some side control.
Yeah, trying to push further front with it as well. Three splashes back to aggress back off the fights. Both relay both being sent against each other, but Tabby getting absolutely tagged up. Still backing into the fight though, and the aftershock connects the kill, confirms it against Mako. Yamin trying to hold out from B, and he will put up the strongest line as Yom out from the backside, able to complete the fight. KRX walks away with the pistol.
Yamin really is the center of the team on this Phoenix at the moment. You saw it over there on Pearl. Is their star duelist and their main fragger. Freeing's job really is just trying to set him up for success, make sure he's in the middle of the pack, and once he can go crazy in those post plants, that's when KRX get a lot more dangerous. The A-Link fight didn't go well for them at all, but Hyunmin exploding in the middle of the map, hand in hand with Yong cleaning up Nongshim on the retake. That's a great start to their opponent's map pick.
Still though, don't really want to cut it out completely just yet. Do have Ring now coming in with the Judge as well. Flash and dashes going through. Well, not quite the dash, it's just a slide. Bandit not quite able to find it.
By Dambi ko log sare utility डाल रहे बे. Stun
really
blind.
like that from Nongshim early on though. Even though it doesn't work out, this is exactly the kind of thing you want to see them doing a lot. The Phoenix is an agent that... Oh, Young's feeling confident here, swinging out with Bane off the back of the camera. That's what you want to see from the rookie. Getting his confidence kills anti-eco. But that C-long trap that you just saw Nongshim run, that's exactly what I want to see them running against the Phoenix. The C defaults to be able to get yourself as many run-it-backs as possible are very common with this comp. Young giving the plant. You'll get yourself the run-it-back heading into the bonus for KRX. And X-Ross spotted out on the flank. A flawless anti-eco.
Clean as ever.
But bonus bhi jeet sakta hai.
Already round 3 running back is online.
You're going to be farming those. Saw Hyunmin do the exact same thing on Pearl just the other day. I think early on though, already on the eco round, Nongshim kind of conditioning KRX to maybe respect the C-long control. Have a second thought or be a bit more tentative about farming that C-long. C defaults where they look for a pick up onto the site.
VCT जाएगा तो VCT partners का ही रहता है. Conskin.
Yeah, that's the thing because once you start to think about.
पहले का वीडियो में गाइड बना तो beginners के लिए मेरे को बनाने का मोबाइल के लिए
रुका है. Push somewhere else. Back to the 2-1-2 somewhat, and suddenly it's an open B site. Running back already popped. Cage aggression.
It's complete disengage. Will secure the plant though. Xiaomi gets a little bit more info trying to use the death camp to be able to get some information on the A rotation. Danby on the movement. Here on the flank, Young will have to deal with him.
ये ट्रिप तोड़ेगा, वो लोग दोनों garage से आएंगे, sandwich करेंगे.
KRX already has a pretty good idea of where that could be. Playing out from window, underneath it as well. They will tuck back in after eating the flash, and then suddenly popping through. Going down because of Hyunmin's tabs, and then X-Ross out from Link, trying to fight back still though. The 1v1, the flashes.
Oh my god!
Just buy time away from Spike, buy some health away from the kill.
Oh my god!
A final rollback to complete it.
Bro, उसने क्या मारा है?
All written in the strat.
Hello?
I mean, Hyunmin is putting on a clinic.
Montage बना दिया
really just having another one of those games on the Phoenix. He has taken this meta change in stride. Nobody else is going to save KRX. This man will do it. Big multi-frag on the pistol. I mean, that is just what X-Ross gets done sometimes, though. You've seen him kill Neon's mid-slide. Very, very sharp on the mechanics. Still not good enough to win the first gun round for Nongshim. And KRX are off to the races. Bonus converted. And Hyunmin's already close to another run it back.
What is it, like round 3 run it back, round 5 another run it back?
Hey, he just popped it. He's already got 4.
That's
out of 6. Now going into the anti-eco. So if he even just gets 1 kill and dies in this round, that's another run it back in the very next gun round.
Underestimate.
Unbelievable.
Not to mention potential orb control. Because they could definitely get this A-orb. It's easier to farm it when you're playing Cypher, Phoenix. You know, the Blaze Wall, the Cage can help you definitely pick these kind of orbs up.
If he actually gets it scot-free, that would be huge. X-Ross trying to possibly prevent that, but he's alone with a Sheriff. Drone coming out. KRX just looks to really get boots on towards his ace side, but that's exactly where Nongshim looked to strike back as well. They pulled off an eco, a thrifty against Paper X last week. Maybe the same thing here. What is this? Francis, the shots. X-Frost chiming in. Just Young left. And suddenly he's been absolutely concussed.
30 seconds left.
Zoned away as well. Nongshim not giving him anything. Spike on the deck. 2 cages to play with. Dambi spots him out. Just playing with his food. Bucky in hand. Picking into the aftershock though. Not going to work out for him. Thrifty picked up by Nongshim. Incredible shots hit on the Sheriffs. Interesting how this current iteration of Nongshim looks so much like the team that won Ascension over in Jakarta. That was the kind of team where Bucky bought by Dambi plus Sheriffs equals a lot of rounds won. And you're seeing the exact same thing here on a top that they actually played back in that era.
Not really shackled by anything either.
By 4 round और चाहिए Nongshim को बस.
Like that on ecos. Now the next one up though.
4 more rounds, boys.
Will come back in.
And again, you're seeing the same setup here for Nongshim. They want to stop any C-long control early on for KRX. Make sure that they can't get that C-orb. Full breach trap being prepped here.
KRX is somewhat relinquishing it for now. Just happy to keep their eyes trained towards other portions of the map.
Be a drone here, but stun paranoia with Dambi running at you could be a recipe for success.
Something that maybe KRX hasn't really quite dealt with yet in this meta. Suddenly, 2 players gone. You hear more footsteps with Freeing trying to reassert himself around this position. Will take down Dambi, but Nongshim have already seized control over long. The Hunter's Fury as well, just to keep them on their toes. Spots them out by the end of the cage though, and KRX look to strike back. Finding header after header, it's just Yunmin left. RB chucks himself in the corner and finds the headshot to pick up the round for Nongshim.
I mean, Freeing and Yunmin keep that very competitive, but you have to really question KRX in a round like that. Like you just saw them do that on round 2. It's not like you don't know that they're gonna run a trap off of that Killjoy turret contact. And they get completely caught by it. Probably going to be a bit of a facepalm from the coaching staff of KRX. Now needs to approach the C side of the map with a lot more caution as they move their way through the rest of this attacking side. It's a half-bite plus a gun round which completely breaks KRX's economy. And after a great start winning the bonus, we're staring down the barrel of a very different looking game. Ivy starts off very well. Entry down for the count.
Straight disrespect against Freeing's Neon. Still though, Yunmin picks up the mantle and tries to complete the site control, but it's not quite going well because Nongshim already have this red. Players all across the sites.
2 more rounds,
trying to complete the kills as Bane.
2 more rounds.
From behind. We're tied up 3-3.
Yeah, you're never really quite ready for those fast Neon flanks at times. An immediate recovery. It feels like in a matter of minutes. Straight back on top of them.
अब हमने गेम में दे दो मैं गेम में कॉल दी 3 विंस करा. Thank you, love you to मेरी जान करते हैं.
Doesn't find his mark on the lurk there.
Heal कितने का है?
Timeout.
See which one of these teams wants to reply. Will be
बस 2 राउंड और
KRX.
जीत गया Nongshim.
Coaching staff going to get a couple of words in.
हाँ 2 राउंड और जीत गया.
Definitely have to consider some of these kind of trap plays that Nongshim can run.
Bait chat नहीं था वो.
Which you've got to be on top of, because let's be honest, if there's a team that invented breach done into a duelist running down at you with flashes, it is KRX.
It would be, except most of their previous members are not here anymore.
यार मेरे को Young दिख रहा है.
Remember 5 years ago?
He gets all the flashbacks. Yes, I do remember. Also, a lot of ultimates coming online in the next round as well.
How to become pro in Valorant series cloud? ठीक है. कौन सी एनिमे देखे? बहुत सारे देखे.
Decent start on this attacking side, but now it's going to be gun rounds on gun rounds for a Nongshim that has done a decent job of building up their money.
बरोबर heavy ulti
Thunder
था
and the
अभी
overdrive can be quite a deadly
heavy
combo
ulti
coming back in on one of these retakes, and I think
retake
getting
कर
quite close
सकते
to the
किधर भी
lockdown, but it's just ults on ults for KRX. Not a comp where the ults have huge impact though. The run it back being the most impactful of those. Marco comes a big shock dart there, already down to 75. KRX walk their way into lobby. Trap in the middle of the map for Nongshim off the back of the flashpoint, clears out all of middle. And now you're going to get an A stack in here.
Oh my.
कितना अल्ट यूज होएगा
Still
तो
step
वो
by
अल्ट
step.
यूज होएगा
Just a bit of clearing out from Nongshim as well.
ओ दो
KRX
बंदे
have
ये
other
फिक करने
ideas.
वाले हैं
Wow, Freeing's just going to be sent in by himself here.
No,
अरे
surely not.
कौन अल्ट
Lonesome, just to try to draw and keep Nongshim invested towards his side. He's baited out the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, that is so beautiful.
Bro.
KRX have really caught them there. Rolling
Bro.
Thunder wasted, and Francis loses his
Bro.
life. Now they run it back straight through the
फेंक
middle of the
किया,
map. Hyunmin applying pressure to
गलत
the
फेंक किया,
rotations.
bro.
Great
गलत
space for
फेंक
Marco
किया.
to get that plant down on B. KRX have completely out-rotated them.
Now control over B site. They just have to hold the post plant positions. Down B still in the fight. He's gonna jump to his
क्या
death
मारा ना
upwards
योंग?
back Gong. And suddenly it's hot hands as well that continues to block off the chokes. Ivy steps forward, eats a shot. And then
मैं
RB
बोला,
goes down
hello?
an entire round,
उसने क्या मारा
masterminded
माको
by
को?
Termi himself.
Oh, what a
बोला ना,
beautiful
योंग
timeout for
मारता है.
KRX. They were... Does a good job hanging on from the backside of the site. That was a beautiful exchange. Hyunmin with another 2 kills after investing. Into round 8 now though. Nongshim do have another buy here. Ivy, top line, trying to wrestle control of a main.
Bit of an insert. You can check other portions of the map now. Nongshim
आ गया क्या आ गया क्या चैट हेलो
B and A portion
From KRX, but it's a drone back through A. There's out all of this space. Full retake setup. Ivy just trusting the lockdown.
आया क्या
KRX did a masterful job playing around the ults with the help of the input from the coaches. But can they figure this round out on their own this time?
just might be able to, using the
Aya,
command
aya.
to allow for Nongshim to think that it's a lurk. Meanwhile, it's Young who's now spotted outside of B. He
ऊपर हो रहा
smoked
है
off. But now, you still need to fend off the incoming waterfall of Dambi and Gang. He slides through,
Alright.
Freeing makes it a strike back, but Francis and Extros
Alright.
completely swarm it. Just Mako left.
Aya?
Might have a bit of time, but no. Smoked off despite that. Nongshim and Extros just anticipate the spot. It's 4-4 tied up neck and neck again.
A little bit easier to tackle that retake when Yong goes down in the middle of the map before you even end up in the post plant. You cannot lose your Cypher this early on in the round. He needs to even just stay alive and be a little bit of a threat. See some of the more elite lurkers in the world under the confidence. I like that he's taking that fight, but it's a double-edged sword, right? You win it, you win the round a lot harder than you would have potentially. But when you go down, it's a lot easier for Nongshim to navigate around like that. This time they take full lobby control. Once again, KRX are shoving their way through the middle of the map. Freeing over towards the Gong. TP onto the site. The plant goes the way of Bane.
क्वालिटी
He has
दीजिए
abandoned
एक
an
सेकंड
armor.
रुको एक सेकंड रुको
Taken, suddenly see nobody there. And all the footsteps coming out from Win all the way up front into B. Now already onto the spike. Bane trying to deal with it with utility, but still, the shot's not going right. Nongshim
अभी
will
आया
take
अभी आया
back
अभी आया
control.
अभी आया
Armageddon dropped on Yong's head. There's not even a Teo in the server. He's double blinded and Dambi's just running circles around him. I'm just not even sure what you do from under window there. Like the attempt of KRX to flip the map. They pivot into a leaker, try to play the
Just
post
a
plant
tech
from
guy,
there,
bro.
but
I'm
doesn't
just a
really
tech
help them
guy.
too much.
Come on.
Great
Come on.
combo. Dambi
Just a
diving
tech
in off
streamer.
the back of Francis's util. It's like watching a Nongshim of yesteryear.
Literally 8-bit gaming
Before
language
Francis became so duelist pilled.
Yes.
अपन आया लेकिन DRX तो गया
You're
ना
absolutely
dude
right as well. I mean, the desk was talking about it. Young has to stand up to the challenge, but right now he's being dunked on. After that fact, it's back to a slight half by KRX. Just trying to explore other sides, maybe a bit of garage this time.
Dambi
लेकिन
pushed
कोई
off the
प्रेशर
info
नहीं वो
line.
लोगों को पता
Valor
ही
deals
नहीं
with
है
the drone.
यंग
KRX
को पूरा
once
लाइन
again
है
grouped up in the middle of the map. Made their way into garage. There's the paranoia in response. Not an easy retake on the cards. Francis blinded in the back of the site. Jumped on by Freeing. What a whiff on the Bucky though.
And maybe a little bit more as well.
Missed क्या
Fortunate
उसने
attempts going southways for KRX. Yemen will be able to sneak through, but runs out of ammo. Still clean.
6-4 बे
Simple. Nongshim.
Sound glitch है तो refresh करो. Sound glitch है तो refresh करो YouTube.
Trying to get into that groove. Round 7 was a big win for KRX, but it feels like majority of that success came off of a fantastic plan from the coaching staff. When it's come down to just KRX themselves to kind of figure things out, feels like it's all going the way of Nongshim. Great pistol win, great bonus, and great timeout call, but when, again, similar to the last series, when it comes to the gun rounds, it feels like Nongshim is just running away with the game right now. X-Ross 11-4 with the Hunter's Fury in hand. KRX being pretty successful in the rounds where they do have to run it back though. So once again, we turn our attention to Hyunmin and what kind of impact he'll be able to conjure for the team.
Otherwise, for now, it's already Nongshim once again.
दो अल्टी है लेकिन अल्ट मार के वो लोग वापस भी जाएंगे क्या?
Yeah, refresh on the dark cover. Wow. So Bane will wait to deploy the drone.
गराज से स्प्लिट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो लोग?
To try to add a bit of pressure and
एक टरेट का वो ट्रैप लेके उसे वो लोग ने छोड़ ही दिया
बेसिकली. Lobby a little bit more, make it look like there was actually a setup towards B. Hunter's Fury cancels the drone.
पड़ी.
Bit of a connection, but evaded nonetheless.
I'm in. Looking for a pick in the middle of the map. If he goes down here, that's going to be the run it back gone.
To be ever so cautious, but at the same time, it's a call from the team.
Bro.
Couple players getting taken down, and at this point, I don't know how effective the run it back would be. Invested. They spotted them out. Hyunmin wants to take the duel. He goes in, takes down Dambi, but RB and X-Ross just have it under lock and key.
The round is over before KRX can even get their ults off. Just couldn't find a clean enough execution. Take a look at the replay here. This is the biggest Neon dip I've seen in quite a while. Look at how Dambi sidesteps through the fast lane here. He lets free again, and then he peeks straight into him. That is the difference in mastery on an agent.
देख रहा ना यूवी?
That's all there is.
They are cooking him. The pot is well and truly boiling at this point. Ramyan's almost ready.
Get ready to slurp it all up. Potentially end
the
first half 8-4. No, surely not.
Not with these ults. TP into short, looking for some information. RB
on
the other side of the map doesn't spot anyone out in short. Is that a false sense of security for a Nongshim? We're about to have some A pressure on their hands, but they are well and truly ready to deal with it. Look at this setup.
Eric's trying to rethink it a little bit as well. Just some false pushes, run it back with the judge. Not too much gone. Meanwhile, it's a Hunter's Fury on one side as well. Bane being able to take down the opposing Sova. Now, suddenly, it's a spike ending up on B.
Yeah, nice open B plant. This has been a recipe for success for KRX, pulling once again the rotations away from the middle of the map. Marco gets out with the ultimate. Nongshim trying to bust their way back in.
Just trying to do a bit of early recon work, but this time, Young, he wants to knock this out. He wants a bit more, but maybe a bit more than he could chew. Hyunmin will come back and provide support, so no 8-4, it's KRX coming back in with 5-7.
Switching sides.
16-8 for Hyunmin. Another star performance on the Phoenix, but he needs a little bit more help, I think, in the second half. It's okay, like 5 rounds is pretty good, but given the fact that they win pistol and bonus and convert the timeout from their coaches, only 1 round outside of that makes things feel a little bit flatter than they might have. You look at the brass tacks of the scoreline though, moving back onto the defense. KRX have a on this defensive side, they should be good
Nongshim जीत गया 100% जीत गया 100% जीत गया 7 राउंड बहुत ज्यादा रहता है भाई डिफेंस में बहुत मतलब oh my god
Nongshim go back to their roots though. I mean they're putting the Francis back on the flash.
क्या लगता है पैसिफिक भी जीत सकते हैं पहले जाने दो भाई पहले एंटर करने दो भाई.
Well, I'm a little bit curious, Billy, because you mentioned KRX
पहले एंटर कर दे दो.
defense. What's that going to look like, especially with Young on this side?
Yeah, I mean they kind of highlighted it on the desk. Cypher versus Neon is probably the best
America's
sensible matchup that you're
obviously. America's में तो बाप matches होते हैं.
As opposed to the Killjoy that kind of just lets you run around wherever you please. If the trick placement is good, then could have a good time of things. But when you look at Nongshim's comp, I mean things like Aftershock, the shock darts of the Sova can definitely help to clear the way. And I think truly elite teams like Nongshim really understand how to play the Neon. they're not going to be taking any liberties. Their executes are going to be well drilled.
Dharmil bhai ne 1000 super पे किया था ना 1000 GP पे किया है
his way into the sides.
बोला भी नहीं है जी
That's definitely
मैं अभी देखा वो भी आधे घंटे पहले किया था
tricky for KRX to play around, but at the end of the day, this is what they need.
धर्मी भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 GP अगर आप अभी भी हो तो लव यू मेरी जान गिरटे क्या ले स्प्लिट वन विनर मैं हूं
Nongshim early
अगर मैं सबको कार्ड्स कलेक्ट करने का शौक उठा है मेरा ओजी वन प्लेस कलेक्टर वीडियो कब आ रहा है पोकेमॉन भी कर लेना पोकेमॉन एनएच के वन पीस में मैं अभी पैसा डाल नहीं सकते रहे हो इन्वेस्टमेंट है ना थोड़ा हैवी है
well aware that the Cypher is over on that C side of the map. Turret dealt with on grass side, speed up towards the A side of the map. Bane has crept up and he's been caught. Danby runs him down.
And now he's continuing to run it down into the A side as well. That's an ankle breaker if I've ever seen one. We'll see if Freeing has other things to say about it. It's not needed for now, though, as he just slides across your screen. Brent says hello. Goodbye. Just Ivy left with a Sheriff and 4 targets on the other side. Past that threshold. The spike not within reach as well.
I mean, this would be a massive misplay or something phenomenal from Ivy to turn around a pistol round such as this. Young already eyes on the flank. Playing the off angle, Ivy quite low. Easy tap for the rookie. 9 and 9, not too bad of a performance here as he picks up the Sheriff. And KRX, 5 and 1 in pistols so far in this stage, as opposed to Nongshim, who I think are staring down the barrel after their PRX game of like a 30% win rate on the pistols. So, not too surprising to see KRX start this half so well. But again, once the gun rounds get rolling,
Ring का वो वाला शॉट बहुत क्रेजी था ये वाला ये ले ओ बाप
it's all up in the air at that point. Always need to wonder and predict how this Nongshim squad is going to play. Might be a comp that KRX are used to, but Danby
काश Nongshim pistol जीता रहता
oh my god.
Reach done on the left side. Shoving their way through the middle of that, TP into the smoke as well. Nongshim are out for bloody here.
Whoa! Okay, but still, KRX just fully anticipated. They were prepared. They had flash and everything popped up as well. It's the Spectres raiding bullets. 9mm all across the ceiling. Flawless picked up.
भाई क्या मौली था बे?
Nice anti-eco for KRX. I mean, Nongshim clearly with a cheeky little plan.
भाई यूनमिन एकदम बाप खेल रहा है भाई.
The depth that they're showing. Got to put something like that together. Oh, that's beautiful. Hot hands for Hyun. I mean, he's all over that. I mean, that is the strength of the Phoenix, really. Something that you see a lot from elite Phoenix players. You know, in this game, these smokes act as little bunkers and give you little pockets of play. But when you have something like a Phoenix that can run into his own volley, you throw your volley down inside that smoke and you can clear it and take that space for yourself.
पैसिफिक में क्या 2-3 टीम देखने में बहुत ज्यादा मजा आता है बाकी अपन सिर्फ फॉलो करते हैं इन्हें का बहुत बहुत मतलब बहुत ज्यादा टीम
on both sides. Marco not hitting his stride on the Omen yet, and Ivy, who was fantastic against Paper X, is having a slower day on the Killjoy. Right into Garage here. Wow, hot hands in response for Hyunmin. Oh, X-Ross
कोई कॉल दिएगा हेलो
I like toes.
Thanks for sharing.
Blaze wall back up as well, but as soon as it drops, there it goes. Despite the curveball,
so unlucky.
Just the full force of Nongshim to be reckoned with. Back end of Garage entrance as well.
Won't be winning 2 from 2 bonuses this game. That would be a little bit egregious. Much better looking gun round in the second half of things, and Nongshim to take the lead.
गुस्सा क्या मारा
beckoning them in. Just really wants somebody to run into him with the judge.
Nongshim's like, we're good.
No, they want to keep all the guns up possible. There's absolutely no reason to go into defense.
लोग पोस्टर को टारगेट कर रहे हैं शायद वो भूल गए कि कितना बाप पैसे ले वो तो बहुत पहले से
I mean, just quick hit and a take.
Yeah, it's a round that looks a little unlucky for Hyunmin.
Nobody playing mix is not so good.
X-Ross was blind because I would expect Nongshim to be good enough, especially playing against the Phoenix after seeing the hot hands, for someone to be anti-flash. I'm assuming it was X-Ross, but on the pop there, it really did look like all of them were blind and Hyunmin just got a little bit unlucky there. Freeing
वो
not
दिखाओ
feeling like he
slide
wants to
वाला
hold on to the judge into the next
सामने
round.
वाले के POV से
Okay. X-Ross.
Yeah.
Fully blind.
Wow.
That's unlucky.
तीन
One
बंदे थे
spot.
blind
They all kind of
भाई
already
देखो ना
knew it.
योंग को भी
That
क्या
feels
मारा
like the game plan right now as well. Just recognizing already that Hyunmin's such a big factor for KRX.
अबे माको जैसा बाप प्लेयर नहीं मार पा रहा यार
Lucky like that too many times against here.
Huh?
I'm not saying that would have defined the round or anything, but you wouldn't have come through it with 5 guns for Nongshim, nice and clean like you want to. The gun round in response for KRX though. Quick pacing straight out A long. Bainer was already caught here on the pistol, so he's saying things a little
which
bit safer
agent do you
this time
think less
around.
people
A
should
trip
play
committed to the A side of the map
delete हो
as
जाए
well as
caps में
over
लिखा
to
करके
C.
caps हटाओ
Couple of kill trips invested. Marco playing the off angle to sewer.
Nongshim will give up map control
इन
for
लोगों का गेम सच में बाप है आना
just a bit more force into sight.
बहुत clean खेलता
This
है
setup is completely designed to deal with exactly this fast lane.
Hot hands tossed out as well. I think Nongshim are just waiting it out. Here comes the flash and dash into the kill trip. Bane walks away with a couple. The rest of KRX now just set up, waiting for their
Blind देखो ना,
opponents to
blind
walk
देखो
into
ना
their
बे।
crosshairs. Hyunmin with
भाई
an off
blind
angle
देखो ना
to
भाई
Now the gap closed up, and KRX look to take back control over this
वो
second
आरना
half.
fix था
I mean, that
लेकिन
setup is just chef's kiss, really.
वो proper
that is one of the
anti-
things that you expect with the
A
Neon,
long
and
gusto
Nongshim
वाला
need to do their due diligence, throwing up the fast lane with the initial pump, but the trip wasn't dealt with. He had a hot hands over the top from A-Link, and then
LAB
flooding
want
back in
to
as
watch
Hyunmin,
one
throwing
match
the blaze
without
wall there.
Neon.
Up onto short and multiple curveballs straight through it that don't blind your teammates. I mean, it's just
Maybe
impossible
Breeze.
to break
Breeze,
that setup into
maybe
A there for Nongshim. That is just
कोई ना
such
कोई
a
team
sick
रहेगा जो
setup
बिना
on the
neon के
defense for
खेलेगा।
KRX.
वरना सारे मैप्स में नियॉन स्ट्रांग है
Set up again.
I think
जैसे
a lot of
ओमेन
teams are
सारे
gonna be
मैप्स में
copied.
खेलते हैं
If
ये
KRX
थोड़ी
did
कि
indeed
बिना ओमेन
invent
का
that,
खेल
I
के
don't know if
दिखा
I've seen that. I mean, a lot of Phoenix being
जो
played in
एजेंट
other
बाप
regions
है
as
वो
well.
है
Maybe they pinched that from someone, but that is a crazy good setup.
Actually, well, not gonna matter too much if Nongshim ends up on B though. Just drone, not seeing too much. Suddenly, RB getting taken down.
स्मोक नहीं है लेकिन
Smokes would have been lovely, but otherwise now just trying to rely on the fast lane. Players play around it, but fully blinded. Mako makes a sneaky move. Hyunmin being able to reaggress as well. The entire team from KRX just surround Nongshim and execute them.
This is very high-level defense from KRX. You love to see that. Even having a bit of a rough game, Marco's looking to take some cheeky timings off the back of the paranoia. Bane deals with the lurk. You get the paranoia, TP in, curveball follow-up from Hyunmin. In the meantime, you see Freeing is just testing, jiggling over on garage door, and he crunches with the
उसका
rest
अल्टा
of the
गया
team.
वापस
Nongshim
में
just
कितना
completely caught in the middle of the map.
कितना अल्ट पे इनमें
This is Nongshim's map pick, but on the defense, KRX are kind of outplaying them right now.
भाई
These are
तुम
some
लोग को
very
सबसे
nicely designed
पहले
setups.
सैफर ट्रिप के साथ डील करना पड़ेगा पता लगाओ फिर एक साथ घुसो सिंपल
Side, but you would think a team like Nongshim would have plans up their sleeve or something.
Which agent do you think less people play but they should try?
Retakes,
Underrated agent Vice
the
Vice बहुत
setups
प्यारा
that
है
you're talking about, just working wonders.
भाई है जी
KRX coming into this one with a good game plan.
आरबी फैन चैट
That's cute.
इतने चुटकू
Not love RB. Did they bring the trophy today? Because it would be.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
Hawks
think
in
I'd be
the
bringing
chat?
the trophy when
Hawks
Marco's
नहीं
there.
रहे,
That
Hawks
would
रहे,
be
किधर है Hawks?
bad taste.
Yeah. The kind.
Hawks Hawks मेरी जान के टोटे मेंबरशिप किधर है मेंबरशिप किधर है हेलो नकली हॉक्स है क्या चैट है चैट है नकली हॉक्स है ना असली नकली है चैट असली लग रहा है लेकिन इसके बाद 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं है नकली हो सकता तो फिर हाँ पॉसिबल है Abhi got by. Thank you for the membership. मेरी जान कर दे. Yes, hello. Split 1 and second place Hawks. 1 second. ऐसा बोल के तूने जीजू को टारगेट किया? ये गया. Clear correct helps को टारगेट किया.
Everyone from KRX starting to
rotate
around
बोल के. ये गया बे.
Rifles against SMGs and a pistol.
ये गया.
Trying to see if he can find a sneaky one through long. Not quite though.
It's only against the eco, but Young's positioning is very good there. He's playing around the
cage.
Teammate smokes very nicely, tapping away from platform.
अब main road है. अब ये round आ रहा तो लग गया Nongshim के. ये round आ रहा तो लग गया.
Again, a nicely drilled defense for KRX. Starting to run away with this game now. Nongshim, how do they reply?
Folks, क्या ये वही map है जो map जीतने के बाद तुमको लगा तुम लोग जीतोगे ये?
Like you mentioned, Young's trips, I mean, maybe not able to find the best.
I would like to apologize. I would like to apologize.
Definitely making things.
Okay, but sorry. I would like to apologize, man.
Another layer to the defense, though. Hunter's Fury and run it back on the retake.
इतना प्यारा message भेजा मैं तेरे को.
One off of the overdrive as well. A lobby control wrestled. Courtesy of the hot hands and a dark cover. Relay bolt from Freeing. He's to pivot over towards Garage though. Marco hears all of these footsteps. Pressure wound once again onto Yong.
Folks, अगर मैं तेरे को 5000 GP करूँ, hypothetically,
survival smokes already.
तो क्या तू breeze ban कर सकता है, please?
Getting a little bit too investigative. He's going to get punished. But then the Hunter's Fury in response will connect. Not quite enough though, because X-Frost, the rest of the gang are starting to set up.
Ivy in the pole position to punish the rotations. The flank is there from Freeing though. He's just waiting in the wings, expecting a trip in this position, but RB catches him.
Timing,
then you just got to worry about C-Link. Smokes and everything all
Suggest
set
me
up
some
as well.
good IM or headphones for Valor. कोई भी ले ले gaming
Maybe a little bit of anti as well as Gunman expected, tosses out the flash. There go those kills.
By crucial round.
That's a duelist position for Francis. He's like, I've done my job, I've thrown all of my util. Can I go kill now? RB says yes.
Done fight deal hai. Done.
This was a beautiful round for Nongshim.
Done hai.
Punish Yong on the peak on flat, despite how patient he was, and then dealt very well with the run it back Hunter's Fury. Both of those ultimates invested with very little recourse. Nongshim play around that so nicely. Shove their way into garage and then just wait patiently for KRX to overcook things.
Best part पता है Oaks? कल मेरे भाई का मैसेज आया था. Congratulations #1 करके. मैंने रिप्लाई किया थैंक यू #4.
Coming back in to reassert.
Quick on the trade. Grass retaken back by the defense. Here's the
उसके बाद उसका WhatsApp पे DP नहीं दिख रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
Into their own dark cover. One thrown up by the defense.
I think servers down है.
Marco from up on high. Aftershock into the close position. Double shocks on towards A there. They do not want to run into that trip setup again. You can tell that Nongshim are trembling at the thought of speeding up into that A site too quickly. In the meantime, over on the other side of the map, KRX re-aggressing, clearing all of this space without the Killjoy alive.
Glitch हो सकता है. Possible है.
Down to the slight margins of timing, Freeing will just
by flank का कुछ idea नहीं है. एकदम खतरनाक टाइमिंग पकड़ सकते हो लोग.
Some kind of an execute in towards A while Mako's in an elevated position.
The longer that they take, though, the flank is coming sooner rather than later.
Formation slowly starting to go dirty.
ये करके वो लोग ने बता दिया flank हो सकता है.
Trying to go for a dirty peek though, but Bane gets punished. Then it's Hunter's Fury trying to come back to allow entry. The flank has shown itself.
बता के मारा ये तो.
Nongshim planting for spawn side, looking to flick them out. Back on towards the defender side of things. Cage should create a little bit more space for Yong as Freeing joins him in sewer.
Concussed trying to buy a little bit of time as well, but overdrive popped, and that will quickly run away with it. KRX coming back in just to extend the gap.
Agent by
11 now. Nongshim caught by the neural theft. Good movements in the mid-round for KRX. They don't sit idly by. Freeing and Yong taking all of that map control after that Killjoy goes down. It felt like they had space to play with, and they were correct.
उसका वो तो कभी सुधरा नहीं. उसको दे दे थोड़ा गाली.
It's an exchange that doesn't go too poorly. Marco picking up Danby there might have been the difference maker, really. It's a shot that he probably shouldn't have been picking up. He was scared by the dart, getting Hunter's Fury with a neon sliding under him, and he still comes away with one.
That's why, despite even, you know, Danby's kill count and everything, just being shut down on a push still really hampers Nongshim's advances. Now though, suddenly, just a full dump into C-side. Look at y'all.
Yeah, unfortunately won't be able to play off the kill trap. Broken very nicely by Xros. Lockdown is in play for the afterplan here from Nongshim. KRX taking garage control and prepping themselves for the retake.
Just all into it. There's no real retake ultimate, just a regular utility from KRX, but they will still make it a good go anyway. For now though, Aftershocks spams, just being able to block it off. And that's the lockdown fully to completion. Final kill confirmed.
I mean, Nongshim just waltz into that C site for free. Get the plant, throw down the lockdown, and just dump every piece of utility into the chokes. Paranoia, relay bolt, aftershock. Don't know if they threw the bolt line in there, but I really wouldn't be surprised. Just watch KRX try to come back into this site. I'm running into an arbot. There's an aftershock. Here's a relay bolt. Good luck getting back in, boys. I'm surprised they even got that many kills coming back in there. Tried to fly onto the site and break the lockdown. It was a ballsy play, but it doesn't work this time.
Back to grind. इतना जल्दी यार 2 दिन ले ले break भाई hello. ना ऐसा tire out मत कर महीना है भी महीने के भी ऊपर है.
Takes a little bit of damage trying to break the cam there. Nongshim have made their way.
You guys need a mental reset also. ऐसा सीधा ऐसा
वैसा hold the dart.
Inside of the smoke as well. You can still see though, Nongshim still trying to clear the corners, and that gives a bit of
grind की जगह पे सबसे best ward review.
TP into hell there from RB. He's joined the rest of the team on the side. Paranoia in hand. You still have the fault line and the rolling thunder. It's going to be quite a difficult retake for KRX here.
Just trying to bait out more utility from
Nongshim. 3 दिन बाद.
Play the long game instead. Francis, unfortunately not maybe the best position to send it. He's just going to tuck himself deep with his teammate. Guns at the ready to cut down KRX as they push through. Instant kills, but ultimately still being surrounded the waterfall from Mako to find a couple kills.
Hello?
Yeah, KRX, really good flood timing there. You saw all of the utilities that Nongshim had ready for the post plant, but then we're just, exactly like you said, never in good enough positions to actually get those pieces of util off.
Match point.
Fault line, the rolling thunder, the paranoia, all die in the hands of players that are just forced to take aim duels before they can...
क्या मैं snake related बातें कर सकता हूँ?
Lotus smoke there from Marco to bait them into a peek. That's perfection on the Omen. Bit of a slow start for him, but he's starting to get warmed up on the defense.
No way.
क्या मुझे permission है Hawks भैया?
I actually think there's a chance that Vic might be right. Termi might have just figured out the other Korean team.
I mean, she predicted Zeta as well. Let's not get carried away.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
उसको मोड़ देना मैं देने वाला था फिर पता चला कि ऐसे
here
में
either
नहीं
way
है.
with a timeout now being called out by Nongshim, they're not gonna have, you know, the
चलो
full
मैच
kit
देखते हैं.
for what could be the final round.
See what they come up with. Dabby on a Bucky here. Not
कौन क्या बोला रे बेचारा last map में गलत shutdown हुआ बे वो.
Enough in the last round.
Last map तो वो था coin toss. Proper coin toss था वो.
From start to
कौन
finish on
जीतेगा
their
किसको नहीं
opponent's map
मालूम.
pick.
मेरे को चैट में लोग पूछ रहे थे तो तुम्हारा मैप कैसा है बीस. मेरे को क्या मालूम भाई.
Neon Sky, Neon Phoenix in this meta.
तुम भी वही देख रहे हो जो मैं देख रहा हूँ.
Combinations in this current meta. And I know everyone's going on about like Neon Waylay, but I'm looking at the Neon Phoenix and I'm thinking, ooh, this is pretty nice.
We've seen quite a few instances already. Other regions, you talked about it, but what's the counter to that? Certainly Young's Cypher doing quite a bit against Nongshim. Now though, back into A, clear flash, and instantly KRX reacting.
Bane forced off the line, one off his Hunter's Fury, doesn't want to go down in this round before he
can
have
an option. All good, bro.
2 kill trips invested on this A side of the map. And Young going towards heaven to try to play off with them. One of them already broken.
Last map
Nongshim forced their way up A long.
Fast lane, allowed entry,
Movement
but at the
spacing
same
बराबर
time,
बराबर ले रहा था.
just positions
उसके हिसाब से उसको fight नहीं मिला था, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ एकदम left right नहीं हुआ था उसको.
Danby still putting up a door against Link. Suddenly though, it's up from the top of heaven and
भाई लग
it's gonna
गए.
be the Spectre. Mako shooting back as well. But now
लग गए
despite
Nongshim
Spike
के
landed,
हालो.
all Nongshim have is just A short. Hot hands, possibly players flash out of position, not deep enough. No, it's Young. Just trying to work alongside Hyunmin, jumping bit by bit to try to flush players out. But they're not finding the bait. Instead, they find the headshots to bring Nongshim up to an 11th.
It's a very messy situation for Nongshim to navigate. KRX had their feet on the ground inside of the A site for so long. How long were Hyunmin and Young sitting out on A? Like, this is such a messy situation. Ivy and RB inside of Shaw. It was just a little bit of a standoff. But Nongshim hold on for long enough and force KRX to tap the spike.
Timeout.
Oh, okay.
It's going to take all 24 rounds to separate these two teams. The KRX ripping another
Am I
timeout.
here versus G2 watch party today, and who are you supporting by Sawal, bro? Sawal am I here.
But the man that you'd want to have the rifle in this round has it. Run it back for Hyunmin. And the Hunter's Fury. That's a very nice ult combo that could give Nongshim some serious problems.
Yeah.
Sitting with this Rolling Thunder that he just hasn't really been able to get off on this A side of the map. Like, these A finishes are so annoying to try and pull
Just about to bring that up. I mean,
it might be duelist brain as well, by the way. Like, I feel like a lot of these rounds, he's dumping his breach util and then he's like running at it. He's like, alright, my job's done. We're on the side. Let me go get in these guys' face.
But that's why, I mean, even with timeouts like these, Termi's the one who might have called it. Siltara might have something to say to Francis that might just turn the tides of things.
Well, as mentioned before, it's Hunter's Fury.
Hello.
Rolling Thunder. Nongshim one away from pushing this into OT. KRX looking to cause the upset. Hunter's Fury ripped off straight away. Bane, almost removes that Rolling Thunder. Hunter's, run it back straight through the middle of the map. He's just run it straight down grass.
And now you're starting off what could be the final round against the back for 3v5. You don't have numbers. You don't have smokes. How are you going to find entry? Another one falling down by the dirt, and it's just KRX starting to unleash the hunt. The hounds, the dogs of war are sniffing. Where are these players? Spotted out by the edge of his feet, and then Hyunmin up from behind. KRX continue to dominate on Haven.
What a ballsy play to close out the map. That is another coaching staff masterclass from KRX. The Hunter's Fury obscuring all of the footsteps straight through the middle of the map on the run it back. They were not ready for Hyunmin to be running at them.
Just ridiculous. Both timeouts after Termi, and then he pulls off something.
Very nice looking round after both of those timeouts. I think Termi just won them that game.
डबल कंट्रोल में वाइपर ही लेते हैं अभी भी लोग बहुत सारे मैप्स में.
Still 11-13. We still see a lot of signs of life for Nongshim. We're gonna have to wonder what that's gonna look like.
Nongshim बोला था, कौन बोला था? मैंने बोला था भाई.
For now, I believe we're gonna toss it back to our very premium skin, ostentatious looking disc.
Oh man, that was a really fun map one to start the day. I'm gloating a bit, which is why I'm laughing here.
Yeah. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
How could you doubt Termi though? I mean, come on. This guy is, like Pilsky said, coaching masterclass here.
I really was on ice to go for KRX in this series, but obviously still a map to be played. But this has got to be a big, I think, sigh of relief for KRX to come out here. And I mean, off the rip, great start for Young.
Yes, I feel like this was a really good performance from him. We spoke a lot about can you stop Gabby, and I feel like he was holding his own on these sides. I mean, I think half these highlights when we're watching them, it's Hyunmin on this Phoenix is looking even more electric, and I think this KRX team slowly starting to heat up, and it's getting even scarier now. This was Nongshim's map pick, not able to get it across the line, so I think it's a little bit dire now for Nongshim. I do think it's a long series. I think they can turn it around. We've seen them win on Fracture already, but to go down 0-1 again, it's just your back is always against the wall now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is going to be a long road today for this match 2. But Nongshim has played well on both map 2 and map 3 up today, the last being Lotus. But KRX pull it through, and I think we're gonna break this down a little bit later, but a large part, I mean, like, Nongshim is trying to use stuff against KRX that is from Termi's own playbook.
Yeah, it's a clash of styles for sure. I think for Nongshim, I really respect them changing back to this Breach Sova. We know how great Francis has been on Breach in the past, and Haven is historically the Breach map. So I can see why you're willing to give it a try, and I don't think it's a failed experiment by any means. You know, this game was really as close as it gets, and it's only a couple little rounds that need to change for it to go the other way, and it's especially tough when Hyunmin is just putting up these massive numbers. He's monstrous.
I mean, he's fantastic in the game, but I mean, you can see the effort still being put in here by Dami. There's 6 first kills coming through, but unfortunately, it was just fewer and further in between where Nongshim were able to capitalize off of those. And I feel like they're going to be kicking themselves not being able to extend this one into that overtime to be able to try to get away that win. Critical timings on the timeouts here for Termi, getting, I think, double conversion off of those into round wins.
Yeah, that's right. And this, I mean, paid off in the end, but we
Sorry,
did
let's go.
almost go into overtime.
By the way, thank you.
A lot of really good planning and ideas from KRX definitely paid off on Nongshim's map pick. But is it going to be enough?
मेरा contribution जो भी हो, लेकिन मेन थॉट ओनर्स का जो है वैलो सीन में आने का, वो मेन है भाई, वो मेन है, समझ रहे हो? मेरा जो हेल्प है वो स्टेप 2 में, लेकिन स्टेप 1 ऑलरेडी इतना सब कुछ करने के बाद, होने के बाद भाई वैलो में आने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, पता है ना तुम लोग को? हाँ, EWC में इतना सारा टीम्स है, इतना खर्चा है, BGMI का है, पोकेमॉन का है, और क्या क्या है, FF का है, कितना है भाई, कितना? Credits where is the contribution था? नहीं.
KRX have put into it, so they did clearly think a lot about this comp. They put a lot of work into it, but I think it's the raw firepower. It's Hyunmin who's able to get it across the line time after time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start in the end, I guess. When it comes down to that first half for Nongshim, a rocky start, have the bonus conversion, but then they managed to go in. They pull off, you know, an effective thrifty, and then they really start to snowball from there. I thought that was just going to be the map done and dusted from that point, but good on KRX to be able to steady the ship and end up coming up with a win.
Yeah, I do like it, because I think if you're having to adapt, you're having to change a lot of things in a short space of time, relying on those things you've used in the past, those kind of older strategies, is a good way to do it, especially those kind of set-piece, turret contact type setups. They're easier run, but KRX were able to dismantle it as the half went on, especially into that second half, because they're embracing this newer meta. They're playing Phoenix, they're playing it with the Neon, where Freeing's making all of this space. He can be the one to trigger those traps, and then Hyunmin just gets to run in and get all the kills.
Termi is like, you dare use your spells against me, Potter. Speaking of the new meta with Phoenix, I'm sorry, you kind of look like Harry Potter. I don't know if the chat agree. Like, we might have heard this before.
You've got the accent too, oh my god.
Oh my god, it's kind of crazy. But you know what's crazy?
Was she wicked?
Yum was crazy. Hyunmin was crazy on the Phoenix. Let's take a look at him. We can't get enough of his highlights. We highlight him every week.
I am loving this man on the Phoenix. It was great last week, and it's looking great now. I feel like this agent suits him down to the ground. I want to see this even more.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a rougher go of it for bringing on the Neon, but it didn't really matter because Hyunmin, any slack that was there, he was absolutely picking it up. So, you know, even throughout the beginnings of this map where, like, Baka was on Struggle Street, Hyunmin was there to just kind of be the guiding light for the team. So this is another massive performance for him on this Phoenix. He continues to show that when it comes down to playing Duelist, he is still one of the best that we have in the region, that he is incredibly flexible.
Oh, definitely. And I think he's just, this is one of those examples. This is what we're talking about at the start of this match, that Termi really has an eye for scouting really good players. And Hyunmin was one of them, pulled him over from Hawaii and brought him back to this side of the continent of the planet, and he's been showing up really well, and I'm glad to see this is a consistent performance for him. We've seen a lot of star players kind of drop off due to meta changes or all sorts of reasons, so this is good to see. Now, Fracture is going to be the next map. KRX did end up picking this, and okay, there's a lot to break down for both of these teams on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the question is on Nongshim, where it was a very, very close map against PRX, but they did manage to get it across the line. I think what's interesting nice thing about this is both teams will have seen each other play this map, right? So I think this map really comes down to preparation, but we've already seen how great KRX are at that.
Yeah, I mean, the tenacity as well to not let that map slip away from them to start things off. But we know that Nongshim, you know, they can dig deep. I don't think they're one of these teams that's going to have, you know, a close performance, fail to make it into overtime, and then kind of crumble on that second map. But this is going to come down to being a prep diff, and Termi has often excelled in that regard. So it's looking a bit dicey here for Nongshim, who kind of need to be hoping that they've over-prepared for this map pick rather than investing a ton of time into that Haven where they fall short.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to have to be the way. But like you guys said, you know, this is not something that Nongshim's new to. They've gone through lots of best of fives when we had question marks about that. They've often overcome the odds. But, you know, they had their first loss for the first time in, I think, almost a year. Right? Like, you had to scroll down the page to see the last time they lost.
Well, through Ascension and then into Santiago, so...
So I don't know. That can affect some teams as well. Yeah. Facing a loss for the very first time. We've seen this happen in teams before.
I do worry, especially if this Nongshim team drops down 0-2. When you go from such a dominant run, all of a sudden you're losing twice back-to-back. And we keep speaking about how insane this group is. We know it's going to be tough to make it out regardless. But falling to 0-2, it kind of means you need to start getting those wins on the board fast. But the momentum is against you. And it's only good teams. You know, it's teams that you're going to have to really dig deep to try and beat. So I think Nongshim, I need to see a recovery in this map, or stage 1 could start to look ropey for them. Yeah, this would put them in such a precarious spot. So they need to be able to get this win to have any kind of breathing room, because I mean, we've seen from Global Esports they look incredible. Obviously Gen G as well as Team Secret suffering some losses in the, the start of their series here in stage 1, but could see that growth come through from them. So I mean, any team can challenge at any given moment. So the more buffer you give yourself, the better off you're going to be. And this would be a very slim margin that Nongshim will be working with if they have that 0-2 start.
And of course,
गोटे हैं तो भी 3 गोटे हो जाएंगे, don't worry. Language.
There's a little time to prepare for the next stage, and we all usually see a little bit of a drop off at that point. Can Nongshim be that team that defies those odds?
Well, if that's going to be the case, it has to start here on Fracture. We know they can play this map. We've seen them run it before. Both teams sticking with the age compositions that we would expect here. No changes, so that means the prep is all the more important.
Yeah, it's basically a mirror outside of the duelists. You've got come in there on that waylay. The Neon's going to be there for downbeat, of course, but does mean that as far as DRX is concerned, you have that waylay to try to circumnavigate some of these Cypher setups that Ivy's going to be bringing to bear. So if he is going to be able to continue his performance moving over to the waylay now, this is going to be, I think, a bit scary for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, absolutely. Ivy has a lot of pressure to trying to be able to hold these sides with the waylay being in his face, up and around, and Ivy did not have a great map 1. I want to see him bounce back more than anyone.
Yes.
Yes, and if there's anyone who can do it, it would be him, and it would be Nongshim. So I'm quite excited to see how Fracture ends up panning out as we send it back to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Split 1 winner
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, this whole entire matchup feels kind of topsy-turvy. Normally we'll be focusing on the duels, but it feels like this one, because of how dominating the duelists can be, the Sentinels are the ones that come into the spotlight.
Yeah, I think, you know, we'll see how Young does go versus Ivy. Ivy was phenomenal against Paper X. He really dragged them kicking.
Nikhil Kadam bhai, oh, heaters nahi, oh, haters है थोड़ा आराम से.
So the game against Team Secret was anything but clean for KRX. Both of these teams having a Fracture as a map that goes to OT in their first series of stage 1. A good win rate for KRX there, undefeated on Fracture, and Nongshim, up until the game against Paper X, had never won on Fracture.
Due to Fnatic or PRX.
Their opening game of stage 1. As mentioned before, only one Asian difference between these two teams. Dambi on his patented Neon versus Hyunmin on the waylay, who just went ballistic on Phoenix.
A lot of options to kind of play around the refract, but at the same time, a lot of forward space being given up by KRX.
Yeah, they're just playing flood heavy in from spawn side. Teo drone does go through and Dambi dives into the site.
Oh, straight through with the fault line, but it doesn't fully connect enough though for Team Young. Everyone just fanning out. Suddenly, X-Rush, despite the utility, he's caught out in the open. Where can he be though?
Could be another vintage clutch for him. Young is very low. Ivy was heroic in the game against Paper X and came up clutch more times than you could count. But with the spike dropped in the middle of the site, KRX are just waiting for him to make the next move, and it's a good peak timing for Yong. 3K for the rookie. And he's looking much more comfortable against a much scarier team here today.
Trying to be careful around the position.
By W bridge stand, W smoke, W dive in, W fight.
Talk about the map veto as well.
Just picking this map
twice, despite kind of letting it go to overtime against Team Secret.
Yeah,
I felt like that doesn't really tell the whole story though. Team Secret, I felt, played quite a solid game on Fracture. I think Team Secret has a bit of a notorious reputation in Pacific at the moment, but I honestly felt like that Fracture game was one of their better games I've seen from them in a while, really pushing KRX to the brink.
क्या तुमको लग रहा है वापस भी full retake होने वाला है? No. You are wrong.
For now, though, just spotting
W
out.
Molly. सब मर गए.
On the B side, but that judge, the spread
at that range, that is illegal.
प्यारा trip.
What a disgusting
नहीं लेकिन वो लोग सब जल के आ रहे थे ना.
RB just caught through the smoke as well. I don't think anybody on Nongshim saw their opponent that round.
Full counter
to Ivy again.
भले एक को था लेकिन प्यारा counter कर
The
दिया.
judge has got himself a bandit. He's got a weapon for every
चलो
occasion.
तब तो आज का नींद गया मेरा. भी आपका watch party तो miss नहीं करता. Love you all, bye.
Not too sure about this occasion. Well, maybe he's gonna get the spike down at least.
I mean, if he gets down on A, we've got a trip. We've got a cam for top side. Help you read. Bye, Judge.
Aww.
ये DRX की KRX.
Put that down.
हुआ है.
Throw
DRX
that in the
KRX.
hole with Boom Esports.
Shot.
Okay.
क्या हो गया कुटो?
Well, Nongshim had that happen last week.
What? I don't know. You have. You have.
Another nice pick for Ivy. Drops
Give me
Spain.
2-3 pieces.
Time.
Yeah, here I'm in can feel the bonk, 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 bonk all the way through, eh, mate? Look, I'm Australian, I can say it. Hey, put him on the cross. Nice and easy.
एकदम तिखट एकदम मतलब मेरी
Young's got himself a neural theft heading into the bonus round. But decent damage done by Nongshim, especially given the way that round started. We're going to have to watch it again.
No, come on, that was one shot.
It's up there. Yeah,
I think next month end
as
well
by his
next month early या next month end ऐसा कुछ आएगा. एक डेढ़ महीने का gap रहता है.
I'm starting to get a certain sense from Yong today. He seems like he's in a good mood and comfortable playing on the stage. His debut wasn't phenomenal.
ये मेरा call है chat पीछे से मारो.
Today could be the day he steps up. Marco spotting out the push on arcade side from Nongshim. Ivy on the other side of the map. Trying to punish Bane for picking up the orb, but pushed away by the fault line.
Just to reposition as well. Maybe a little bit more information for KRX.
Door opening on A main with the courtesy of the salvo is going to tell them around about where the Teo is on the map right now. Another salvo over towards the B side. Much really trying to play with KRX's rotations, but with the Teo drone coming through the top side of the map and clearing out all of arcade, that may allow KRX to respond to this A push
वाला starfish. क्या ये?
On the A side.
क्या बोलते हैं इसको? कोई तो fruit है.
First one to receive contact. The trip will buy him a bit more time as he tries to reposition towards the bottom with light speed.
W Molly.
Team has arrived and
वो लोग fight जीत रहे हैं. Random spam में मारा क्या उसने?
Now ready, but also burnt down. X-Ross being able to fight back.
It's a tentative situation. Hyunmin's still alive on the site. Marco gets caught in A main though, and that could be the kill that changes things here.
Uh-oh.
Well, Young just got caught by position of the trip, and also Hyunmin going down because Ivy with the flank. It's Fracture.
I mean, yeah, absolutely classic, isn't it? I thought that Nongshim were about to get bonus there though. Bane does a good job running onto the site, draws enough aggro away from Hyunmin to get himself another kill. Ring didn't see him dive up into the Caterpillar smokes across the side of the site. Unfortunate timing for Young. Patience in the mid round yet again. The best round of Nongshim so far in this series. Ivy pushed away on the cage over on arcade side. Young lucky to be alive, going to dive back into the site with the rest of the boys.
And also Mara Molly is just trying to delay as much as possible. The cage is all being set up, but with Nongshim hovering around, you can never feel too safe. Relay bolt, and it absolutely connects. Young trying to tuck himself in the corner with some support from Mako.
Such an awkward standoff between both of these teams. Nongshim just kind of waiting for KRX to overcook things here a little bit. RB caught in the corner.
Oh, now they're starting to cook as well. The aftershock being sent through, but X-Rush from behind. And then suddenly Ivy to find a double to end it off.
Everyone died in 4 seconds.
Hello?
It's just such an awkward exchange of utility. Neither one of the teams wanting to be the one to make the next move and potentially make the wrong one. Everyone just goes down in an instant before the spike even gets on the site. RB gets caught. Francis and Bane, the fast lane across spawn side creates passage for Nongshim to dive in there. Oh, that's a lucky picky on me. He probably should have just got that round done for Jen and Ivy. What a transfer to close it out.
Bro.
Ridiculous.
Nongshim जीत गया.
Positioning to boot, but for now,
Nongshim जीत गया.
back towards
मेरे गान चल
KRX
रही
trying
है
to some early presence.
Bring on the off angle towards Dish. Easily dealt with by Ivy. He is
Ivy
really in his element on this map. You saw exactly the same thing against Paper X. Neural Theft active allows them to read the rotation. Young caught in transition, never even had a chance. Poor boy, he's so young.
Oh well. Previously, I guess some of rookies or Ascension winners. Now,
bye Ivy.
Nongshim. Okay, getting caught, flank on flank. Once again, fracture, but still. Despite that now, more normalcy across the B side, while KRX just.
It's star fruit.
Maybe thinks to save the Vandal or Mako trying to fish for.
जी को कितने मैचेस जीतने होंगे क्वालीफाई करने के लिए? I think 2 और जीत गया तो हो गया. एक और जीत गया तो शायद ifs and buts वाला situation है.
1 kill and a death or 2 kills here.
2 और जीत गया तो
orbital. Looking for some exits towards Arcade. Doesn't really want to give up the ult to RP or X-Ross into the next round though. So I don't think either one of these teams is really that incentivized to hunt. If anything, it would be Nongshim to do so, but also their money's so fragile they don't want to lose extra guns. Marco will go down to the spike.
Yeah.
Another nice round from Nongshim, simplified by Ivy's pick on Dish, followed up by the Neural Theft.
Considering वो लोग पास 2 बड़ा ult है, ये round हार गया तो
situation as well.
लग गए.
This next round's about to get messy though, I'll tell you what.
For sure.
Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, and Nongshim close to a lot of ultimates that they don't have going into the round.
Excuse me?
Those are sometimes the hardest situations to deal with because you're not really sure what player on the other team is going to get a kill when. And if it's in the middle of the post plant that you see, for example, X-Ross get his Armageddon or RB get his Orbital, that can completely change your game plan. That's where you just need to be adaptable. Young has had some real dirty trips this game, man. Been in the practice server with KRX's coaching staff.
Suffer? दोनों सेम ही है. नाम चेंज है बस.
Love to see it. Oh my god.
कैसा angles hold करते हैं.
Commanding respect. Freeing, zoning him with the special delivery. KRX all the way through tree.
And possibly back up towards tower. Oh my god. Straight into the cage.
Damn, he couldn't go up any further. There was a trip above his head. He was waiting for someone to break it. Oh, yo, no! I was just praising you!
Well, it's utility for utility now. The Molly being spent just to possibly buy a bit more time or delay. But you still got to worry about both north and south side. Ivy, the flank now being spotted out. Bane wants to dispatch of him. He finally does so with the help of Mako.
Francis has ripped the Rolling Thunder without a whole lot to show for it and caught in the back by Hyunmin. Convergent pass secured and 3 up for KRX.
बोले बस अभी भी heavy ults है Nongshim के पास. 6-6 half लग रहा है मेरे को.
All being boxed in towards the B side, but still being able to fight their way out of it.
Nice start. Let's just skip that next part. Great.
Thanks,
plays, guy.
अगर जी टॉप 2 एंड करते हैं उनको टॉप सीडिंग मिलेगा ना तो बेटर है ना. भाई अगर तुम लोग को चैम्प्स जाने का है भले सीडिंग विनिंग इतना मैटर नहीं, एक्शन में मैटर करता है सीडिंग, लेकिन you have to be prepared to.
Very true. Just like to saturate. Oh, refracted back, and he wants more. A bit of support for freeing as well, but suddenly it's X-Ross.
They've overcooked that one a little bit. X-Ross was the standout over on Haven. It's crazy to see how good he's become on this info initiator role.
Just just piercing through into the site, but Bane trying to slow them down as well. Gets caught mid-transition.
Hey!
To catch Young on the rotator again. Just Mako left, and despite the utility, despite the guns, I don't think he's going to be able to
Gotti thoda juice
dent in this round.
वो कर रहा है.
It's ground up day for Young. He's been caught in that same position
अरे
by
मैं पूरा
Ivy
पीने पर रहा हूँ
multiple
गोटी को
times now,
जैसे.
just b-hopping his way through north side.
अरे गोटी ब्लॉक कर रहा है.
Ivy's giving him a couple of cypher lessons this game. Like, come on, bro, you can't just freely run up on top side like that. Wake up, buddy.
Now's a good time to learn.
Yeah, you've already got one win in the group stage as KRX, but I think if you beat Nongshim here, you are feeling very confident about your prospects of playoffs, which would be the minimum expectation.
कल के टॉक शो में मजा आया by the way.
Love you.
Especially for the group that they're in as well.
Yeah. I mean, even without necessarily much
Utils के
success from
कीमत देखो हम 4 साल से देख रहे हैं.
brought on in the
आप देखो.
extremely short notice.
Kickoff,
Talking about Hermes, they still did fine. Finished right in the middle of the pack here in Pacific. That's rough from Dabby. 2 and 6 for him.
For both duelists, I feel like, but Hyunmin definitely.
गोटी निकल रहा था juice भी निकल गया.
I want to say that, but then I remember X-Ross killing them.
Yeah, X-Ross breaks that round wide open. KRX looking to dominate A main control after finding the opening pick onto Danby. They could have just slowed that one down, but they went looking for a little bit more. And X-Ross punishes us nicely. As I said,
मेरे दिन भर गए लग रहा है.
Over there on Haven. Once again, Ivy is putting on a clinic on Fracture. Said it multiple times, but he really did win them that game against Paper Rex. Without him, I think all hope is lost. A couple of big clutches for him.
That's why the positioning is so key. The timeouts from the previous map from Termi have been wonderful, but
I mean, with a buy like this, you're not expecting a win, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if they convert this one as well, I'm willing to just
like
glaze Termi.
Yeah.
Which is not a particularly popular thing to do for some reason.
Well, especially not against their upcoming
opponents. Language.
KRX against GE in the upcoming week. For now,
all
5 vaults online. They've come up with.
Can you dive into that in a little bit more detail? You're just going to move on.
We're going to move on. I mean, I'm going to dodge your fist bump as well, but got a huge potential round. Nongshim, Ivy just going to mark the spots. Dammy with the Outlaw as well, and despite the Armageddon going through off towards south side spawn, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Another neural theft. Ivy can read their positions so perfectly. It's already leveraged Nongshim a round win previously. The rest of them will just group up with him. Smoke deployed to the other side of the map over on A main to provide freeing a little bit more confidence. He's already burned through his Armageddon, so 2 men set up on the site, but this really hinges on Yong and Mako to hold.
My eyes are down.
Especially Mako. Potential orbital. He just goes down. Young still trying to hold on to the corners, trying to sidestep all the utility. But bit of movement inaccuracy, perhaps. The rifle shots whizzing right past the top of the head.
Yeah, he thought he was on for one there.
मेरा कीबोर्ड ना चलो ठीक है. भाई जीत गया अभी.
Close range freeing now in an untenable
Next
situation.
map, Lotus.
Salvo's still in play, and he knows exactly where Francis is, but not a comfortable enough position to flash him out with the missiles. Instead, he will fall away and opt to hold onto the rifle going forward. Thought that was going to be a save around a saved weapon there for KRX, but they actually take the timeout into a force buy, which doesn't work out too well for them, despite bringing a lot of ultimates into that round, ripping the Armageddon. They walk away with very little.
We got next. Lotus.
Really makes you wonder. I mean, why? Picking a map like Fracture, it just feels kind of chaotic.
सब बराबर था. I think smoke के बाहर stun करता था वो लोग को बीम में मिल जाता था.
And I think
और फिर वो लोग crunch कर सकते थे.
That Nongshim beat Paper X on this map. Like Paper X are very good at Fracture. You've seen Nongshim be able to beat them, although I don't know if they necessarily. They did play very well, but it took some crazy whiffs and some crazy clutch plays.
But
Nongshim to get through that map, but they still did beat Paper X, so against KRX you're thinking to yourselves like, okay, we could do just as well as PRX on this map and take down Nongshim. I don't know if that's necessarily panning out.
Fracture is attacking or defending? Attacking.
We'll see. I mean, maybe for the upcoming round. This one though, just Hyunmin on the hero weapon. Everyone from Nongshim already in position. just in case anyone peeks out.
Just ready to rip the fault line off of the orb being tapped. And be creeping up on the line with the Outlaw.
Hyunmin actually collect.
भाई वो दो बंदे लोगों को देखो ना एंटी ब्रिज स्टन और एंटी ब्रिम अल्ट खेल रहे हो लोग.
You can show your rewards.
No.
Oh, but it's Dampy instead. Everything going south.
Well,
No way.
Didn't even get a picture of him at the end of the day.
Bro.
Marco goes down for all of that trouble.
गलत टीम है नॉन्गशिम.
Young on the other side of things was the man whose cam did laps long enough, diving in on that door side with the bandit, trying to make something happen, but Freeing's been cleared out on the side, and Young decent enough on the bandit, but let's be honest, Nongshim clear out the rest of KRX with ease.
क्या
Six up for them
मारा?
on this attacking side, still plenty of ultimates to play with on both
Sister in
sides.
chat देखो सुमड़ में आशीष भाई चलो
Attacking side is picking
आशीष.
up more and more momentum now.
If there's ever a time in this first half for DRX to get
ओ
involved.
आशीष.
See what they come up with. Nongshim being quite a prickly team to deal with. They've got active lurks on certain parts of the map. Jamie quite happy to be by himself or joined up with the rest of the boys, just poking and prodding with the Outlaw. Ivy is often
जी का न्यू बूट कैंप देखा
walking
नहीं?
somewhere by himself as well. Main control secured by the Sky Smoke and the Salvos, and the aforementioned man once again having a little bit of a walk towards their side. Young jiggling the line, doesn't know that Ivy's crossed yet. Surely Marco doesn't go down for Young's sins yet again.
अगर हुआ तो कुछ crazy हो जाएगा.
No, Marco's just sitting still.
Ivy can hear the trip here. Going to try to catch somebody on the cross or catch somebody out of position, but not ready for the off angle on Young. The reaction is even better though, and Ivy just waltzes onto the side. He's like, okay, thank you very much.
Does Marco have a response? Waiting for the case to fall. I don't
देखा ना
think either
Pixel?
one is spotting them out. Meanwhile, it's rolling thunder outside of A. He's just trying to buy time. If he can walk away with more kills, that's even better! Oh! A double kill! Meanwhile, B-side is ripped open. Orbital blocks off Marco. And everyone from KRX just scrambling, trying to look for some other semblance of control, but they've all but lost it. 30 seconds.
वापस आ सकते हो
Bit of
लोग ये पे.
smoke.
बहुत टाइम
Are
है.
Nongshim trying to...
They don't want to force the issue because they know the orbital's there. So they want to try to bait out the orbital at 100% this round. If they try to force things into an orbital, it could go horribly wrong for them. And they're giving time for Dambi to
वो
clear
time
out
पे
that
आ
A
ही
side
नहीं
of the map,
सकता
but there's no
लेकिन.
time to actually pivot away. And now there's a crossfire on the side.
Oh,
Green going
shit.
down though, and Marco very low. Lines them up nicely, but Francis is there to trade. That would have been a round that goes horrifically wrong for Nongshim if they find a way to lose it.
तारों वाले को.
May have been just another universe where Mako actually got that last one.
That's rough for Young.
KRX हो गया नहीं
Ivy's
रे.
just disrespecting him.
KRX
This is what I was saying, like Ivy and Dambi, they don't have any support in that round. That's just a Neon and a Cypher just kind of like hanging
ये तो
around.
DRX का बता.
What are you doing, man? I'm just hanging around.
I'm chill. We're good, man. Well, nearing the end of the first half now, we still have yet to see KRX.
अब पिन करना पड़ेगा क्या
show us
KRX
reason
वाला?
why they
लेकिन
picked this
KRX
map,
तो
striking
DRX है
solid
लेकिन.
defense once again
मर
onto the
दिया.
pistols now. It's the simple fault line peak, but that is clear as day that B side is
ये round
not as
thirsty हो
strongly
सकता है.
reinforced. Outlaw, everything sneaking on through, almost taking down Dampy, but no, not quite. Look at the taps from Francis.
That's
भाई वो
crazy,
लोग
man.
alt use करेंगे क्या
And Young
भाई?
is getting bullied now. Like he had a good start to this game.
Short.
Oh, Freeing
Oh,
though
fuck.
does pick up X-Ross. Back into a 2-on-2 now, may force out some ultimates. RB drops the Sky Smoke to buy himself a little bit more space.
गन्ने है ना?
We're still sitting on the utility. Careful peaks coming through. Bane as well.
एक इधर है.
Does have some utility to assist his teammate. The flash going wild. RB just stepping away from it. Nongshim, they want to secure the rounds. They want the lead as much as possible. So all the utility
इसके
just to
पास
buy
गन है,
time.
वो defuse
RB for
कर
the
रहा है.
swing.
no.
But he gets clipped by Bane. It's Francis from the back lines now, and he will just save the day by a hair. Red Bull clutch, quad kill, and it's Nongshim up to 8.
Yeah, critical 4K for Francis.
क्या?
To save Nongshim in a round that goes a little bit pear-shaped. I was talking about how good the Cypher and the Neon have been just poking and prodding around the map, but that's a round where Ivy gets a little bit ahead of himself. feel like the man has kind of got himself into the mindset where he feels invincible, but made to look a little bit more mortal. Definitely a round that could have gone the way of KRS. A big clutch play from Francis.
बहुत लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है ये तो डायरेक्ट से
now, but come in with the double op setup for Nongshim.
On the attacking side. Not something you're seeing too often. Have left a rifle in reserve. Dabby straight through the sky smoke. Quick as you'd like.
ये fast था.
Felt like he could just dominate that A main control. He's caught Ivy there just the round previous.
Bro. Hey,
it's just a small little timings and 1v1s that can completely flip around on his head.
Every single time, man, and already moving pieces.
By crazy quickie diya be crazy.
Unbeknownst to them, it's potential 2v5 that you have to withstand.
Jump spot from Bane. Ivy waiting in the wings over towards Dish side. Nongshim prepping themselves for the execute. Oh, Bane is in a bit of a pickle there, but there's no speed up for Nongshim. They're going to wrap sand instead.
Okay, a little bit more time to work off of. Orbital comes in to try to assist in the pinch, but still Nongshim. Bane, he's trying to fend them off despite getting Valoranted. Full utility on conversion path sent through as well. Will survive long enough. Hyunmin comes through with the shorty now, but then it's a 1v2, and he's got an op.
1v1.
Will silence off X-Ross. And RP onto the plant. Will be pinned down in this position due to time.
Oh, reaction off the jumping shot, Hyunmin!
What a monster!
Just so quick with it,
Bro, made this a shot?
A fourth round picked up by KRX. What a messy exchange in that round. Nongshim running into A main, trying to force out utility by throwing up the fast lane across the A site. There's patience with the orbital. You can tell that Nongshim is really trying to play around that ultimate in multiple rounds. Another Red Bull clutch. These rounds really coming down to small margins. And a lot of very fast operator shots from both Danby as well as Hyunmin in that round. It was a big question now that the Yoru is out of the equation for Nongshim, who will wield the operator, and on this map at least it definitely has been Danby. He's not looking too shabby.
Starting to come back into his own. But other than that, now swapping sides. I mean, 4-8 still a slight chance. But either way, I mean, just by sheer nature of how Nongshim has been playing, the confidence coming back in.
Translate, Quack.
I can't.
Fraud!
Why am I?
Language, Musharabai, language.
From him, but I think it's an effort done by committee there for Nongshim. KRX, a defense that was not as fruitful as what you saw over on Haven.
So dance karo.
What can they put up on the attacking side now that it's a bit of a role reversal?
Why DRX to KRX? Because DRX ही KRX है.
A lot of clutches, a lot of very impressive
shots.
A lot of depth, as you would expect from a Breach Teo comp interacting with one another. See both teams, you know, from a spectator's and an observer's perspective, you know, there's a lot of rounds where it looks like one team can just freely walk onto the side, but when you consider all of the utility and the way that these teams trying to interact with each other, it's why they tend to just fake pump one side or throw up the fast lane somewhere and then pivot back somewhere else. They're trying to draw out the utility from the other comp. Breach Teo is an execution-based comp where you need to place your utility in the right positions, and if you're not able to, or the other team kind of outplays you in that regard, can end up in an unfavorable scenario.
Just like this one. Oh, winning shot from Hyunmin. Gets clipped by X-Ross as well. And then suddenly a different approach from
Reverse Bago!
Yeah, X-Ross caught on the cross. KRX with a man advantage. Just trying to get a little bit of a cheeky right click through the smoke there. Well, territory to hold. Zabi has claimed tower control. Francis not feeling so peckish now, falling back away from Canteen. Danby has firmly got his foot planted on the ground of that A site. KRX anything but decided about where they want to finish this round. I think Bane is just going to apply a little bit of util pressure, maybe play with the door, similar to what you see over on Lotus. There's the flash out, trying to draw a rotation. There was already two players there for Nongshim, so it's not really going to change too much. In fact, Nongshim are reading this. double rotation straight to
क्यों?
B.
क्योंकि सिर्फ ब्रिक्स ने दिखाया, उसने दरवाजा खोला ब्रिक्स ने, उसने ही ब्लाइंड दिया.
Great recognition from Nongshim. Oh my god, the shots though still. And suddenly,
डांबी बोलते.
it seemed like it was KRX's. Okay, still going back in control with Mako pushing up.
That was just a perfect example of like, I have no idea what's happening. One player gets completely caught by util and they just win the aim duel. It's like, what is going on, man? That wasn't the case for Ivy, unfortunately, though. Fault line dumped on his head with a Waylay dashing up on him. That is just unreal shot from Young. Very fortunate. Great shooting from Marco, though.
And so far, KRX winning every single pistol.
Yeah.
Like
If they lose this game, we'll be a little bit illegal. I think it's going to be looking like TFM versus T1. Similar kind of circumstances. Beat some teams that are amazing at winning pistols. Okay, Danby. Oh my god! No way! Oh my god!
It's just came back in the right second. It's still just the pistols for Nongshim, so we'll kind of write that one off, but either way, funny circumstance. Another player getting shot. Everyone's scrambling to try to maybe reinforce the A site. For KRX, I like, look, maybe more coming through the zip line. Let's just hang on for a second.
I've missed this map so much. You would not get to see this kind of chaos on any other map.
Never take this out of the pool.
Yeah.
Especially in this meta.
Couldn't agree with what Stack said earlier. Fracture Lotus in for Abyss and Garode. Come on now.
Alright, now the executor.
Bro.
Clear as day, Hyunmin.
Clean Hyunmin.
Pot shots through the Caterpillar smokes as well. RB trying to not get hit by anything whatsoever.
He adds his own smoke to the execute. Hey guys, I'm still on the team. Throw this one for you.
Slowly creeping through. He wants to try to get on the spike somewhere. To be found, especially when everything dissipates.
दो heavy ult आ रहा है, लेकिन ये round अभी जीत नहीं सकते वो लोग. 69.
Yeah, pistol and anti.
69. Hey, Binks, Twitch when very soon.
Carry those guns over the next round.
It's crazy that Young's the one to check that.
ना करो very soon यार Twitch यार.
Meant to be the new guy.
मैं टनल कर रहा हूँ, मैं उधर लूँगा tier 1 साब. ना करो यार सुबह.
Already been taught a few lessons. A little bit more invested in this bonus here for KRX. The Ghost upgraded to a rifle, 2 bulldogs, and 3 rifles. Quick molly from Marco. Lands in tower. It's a bit of a fake over towards this B side of the map. Hyunmin trying to sell it as best he can.
It's just Danby here. Of course it is the Danby. He's getting hit by all the utility. Still swinging out into 3. Suddenly KRX with a lot more control over space and timing. We're trying to push into the A side, but Francis, alongside X-Ross and Gang, are still hovering close by.
Big rotation back across. Surf drone dealt with inside of A. Has made his way into Dish. This could be a difficult position to navigate. Nongshim are kind of out in the open. Cannot afford to get caught in transition here. 1 for 1.
And just a bit of Overwatch. Complete this ambush to fruition as well. Francis cannot tap for the life of him. And suddenly it's just X-Ross feeling too much heat.
In the meantime, on the other side of the map, RB noted on the flank as Young gets that spike down. Salvo's not positioned to flush the Cypher out of the site. A 1v1 that has to go the way of RB. Freeing just going to fall back to try to crossfire with any of his teammates, but no one's really there to play off of him.
So it's down to this 1v1. Who takes it? Who wins it? KRX possibly up to the 7th now.
Oh fuck, sorry.
As the spike continues to tick away, X-Ross suddenly thinking, I'm just going to be a wallflower, I'm out.
Oh shit, मैं भूल गया.
Another bonus picked up for KRX. As you mentioned, winning every pistol and then a bonus per map. Yeah, you're right. A lot of breaks going their way today. And they are the underdog team in this matchup, so definitely need as many as they can get up against a team of Nongshim's caliber. It's a round where it's an awkward kind of exchange. Like, Danby could have had the best timing in the world here, but just doesn't quite pull it off. And then there's just a lot of awkward positions. Francis is out in the open. X-Ross is kind of out in the open here. It's just one of those tentative setups where no one's really quite in a comfortable position.
And it was like a masterful execute out from KRX as well. Let's not forget.
They worked it quite well. Outlaw out for Hyunmin.
Potential to really even out the score. What? Okay. Phantom headshot still. Suddenly everywhere from Nongshim just trying to push back up. Maybe regain that Phantom. Hold on to it. Dish out a bit more damage while KRX regroups.
Yeah, Phantom juggled across to Francis. X-Ross with full armor is the one to peek there. Takes the head off the player with the Outlaw.
Poison 9. उसके हाथों पे के घर में गुंडा आया था एक
tree for now.
मार के भगा दिया उसने कोई से नहीं
reposition back towards Arcade to catch them off guard. Yong given the neural theft here to allow them to read those rotations.
Indian players वो उड़ो तो मेरा चाचा का लड़का है अब तक क्रिस्टल यूपी से पैटमैन हिमाचल से ऑटम बैंगलोर से जाहिर बिहार से
Try to halt the advances, but rotations elsewhere.
I mean, he's just given them an extra 5 seconds to be able to beat the rotations into A. Second scan reveals that Ivy is over here towards spawn side, so they'll smoke him off.
एक Ivy मारेगा.
See if Ivy can get away with a bit more.
30 seconds left.
Ross revealing classic spams, not seeing too much.
Spike planted.
Mako would love a kill here. Orbital into the next round could be very useful. KRX on this streak.
3, 2, 1, now.
Bit of utility to try to clear out initially, but Binks got his own as well. KRX are already prepared for this fight. Francis the first to fall.
Shot.
Even a neat shot here or there coming out from a Sheriff. Weapon picked up as well for Ivy. The Molly all the way out from main that will seal the deal for KRX to
भाई वो हेडशॉट नहीं खाना चाहिए करके जंप करके मॉली डाला.
Nongshim have more than enough time to put some nice defensive rounds together, but they need to get them rolling sooner rather than later. Bad attempt on the half by there, but it's great reactive utility there from KRX. Bane just pegging the flashpoint forward and opting to fight in front of the salvos, and then a nice no-nonsense post-plant set up well by the neural theft of the orb.
चलो बे 2-0 नहीं चाहिए अभी.
Just trying to really seize control over it for now. Refracting back. Young on a slight insert, but unfortunately gunned down. The flash, everything.
खुद ही ब्लेंड हो गया. लेफ्ट हो गया हेवी वाला.
They've got to fit him to the dogs, and then the saturate onto his own team. A bit of a whiff from Hyunmin that somehow still ends in Marco finding 1 kill. That will give him access to the orbital. Still a player down here for KRX. They're going to force their way into sand.
Just trying to break through
as much
brute force as possible.
100 रुपए में आपने सुपर सेट किया भी मैं से चला जाएगा ना 2 मिनट में.
Not trying to give up too much here.
ऐसे टाइम पे कभी भी ना 10,000 वो क्या 3 घंटे तक रहता है वॉटपटी एंड तक.
This could be a freebie for him that secures the round for Nongshim.
नहीं मैं मेरे लिए नहीं मैं मतलब आपका माइंड फक नहीं होना चाहिए समझ रहे आपके लिए.
Spot from Marco, and he's not fast enough this time.
Thanks for the 100 million.
I don't think you want to be peeking that anytime soon. Still checking just in case anyone's around sands or top, but nothing spotted.
5 घंटा रहता है guys. मैं तो 3 घंटा रहूंगा ना आदित्य और.
On this B side of the map, but no one to play off of them for Nongshim.
30
surely the
left.
rotation soon now. They should be kind of getting a read for it. Hyunmin sticking around just to see if he can once again fish for a little bit more, keep some players invested.
RB in position now. Molly at the ready. 15 seconds. Cage trip. I don't think they're getting in here.
No, sir. What timing. What a read.
10 seconds left.
You'll run across at the last second, perhaps, but you might just get caught by RB. Bane. Still trying to position around to try to find whatever he can get, but otherwise dying. We'll still get the Rolling Thunder, so 8 to 9, but KRX keep things competitive.
Bit of an awkward exchange inside of A main. KRX usually very solid with their execution so far in this series. That's a round that doesn't really go too well for them. Francis does a really good job being the player to kind of play around all the utility. He was sitting inside a tower when the fault line caught the rest of his team. He dives out of the smoke playing anti-flash, and he's the one to turn from the second flash as well and catch Yong as he tries to come out of the cage. Great positioning from Francis. Really
Nambi
makes the
ke paas
difference in that
hai.
round.
Oh,
They're gonna run it back, I
P.
guess.
Yeah, I'll try it again. Not a Phoenix, but the strat all the way through the refract as well.
Oh,
As
shit.
Xro's in a different position this time, trying to slow them down with the
Oh,
stuns. The
shit.
whole team trying to push on, but this time,
Oh,
Young
shit.
just able to sidestep, find more kills. Mako coming through. Ivy trying to pick his targets. Dabby as well, but they're all whiffing
Hello?
until KRX comes through with the final one to
Bhai,
put
humne
another
kya
9
mara
on the
be?
board.
Just a 5v5 in the sand. It's like watching a wrestling match.
Bhai,
Just
Young ka
scrapping
aim
around.
dekho be. Dikho na. Hello?
9-9 now. Crazy that that round goes so
Ye le.
disastrously for KRX,
Aur koi aayega.
disastrously
Ye
for
le.
KRX, and they just go,
Ek aur
let's
koi
run it
aayega.
back. Let's send
Ye
Young
le.
in on the entry again. Got his head banged off in the last round.
Kya
See how
dodge
he
kiya na
goes
blind
this
leg
time.
में उसने?
Dodged the flashes. Mako as well.
I mean, this is just the perfect example of what defines Valorant as attack FPS compared to some other titles. Is like, sometimes we
Major
really
winner, by
are
the
kind
way,
of playing a
आएगा कम
MOBA
बगाएगा.
where
Nongshim में भाई.
it's just 10 people in the same part of the map, and it's really just about execution and how you play around each other's util. KRX in that
Crazy
case
plan बन रहा
just
है.
does it a little bit better.
अभी मेरा वाला plan देंगे.
None of that
पीछे से
breach
मारने
util
वाला.
really
पीछे से वो
hit
लोग
as
भी देंगे.
effectively
मेरा वाला
as
plan
he
है.
wanted to, and it didn't really feel like Nongshim were quite in the
इधर
same
back का
position.
इमो करवा दो.
I felt
नहीं.
like they were a little bit caught off guard by the fact that KRX just did the
The
exact
same
same thing
thing.
again. They're just like, oh, you just got rolled doing that. You're really doing that. Oh my god, they are. Oh my god, Yonkis killed 2 of us.
And this time,
इसमें मेरा doubt है.
at some point it's like,
RX का नाम KRX में change क्यों हुआ है? Love you
hopefully for the
Bugba.
next one up
RX
now.
नहीं
And
रे.
that's why
DRX
the
रे.
IGL as a coaching staff,
And
it's
चावरे minus करते
definitely a
बा.
bit of a chess match here.
I mean, Chummi's been playing some 4D chess today.
चल टीम को like कर दो मेरी जान के
Good job
बेटा.
for the boys.
Fuck मेरे को लगा था डामी जीतेगा
KRX
आज.
are on the verge of upsetting Nongshim in this group and putting them down 0-2 to go up 2-0 for themselves.
डामी.
That would really change
Alta
up the
Dambi.
hierarchy back to its natural
Dambi
order in
Alta.
Pacific.
Not all done off of Silkanon's timeout. Suddenly
Dambi,
pushing
Dambi.
out. KRX had the right call to kind of sit back and wait, but unfortunately Mako gets absolutely dunked on as well.
Ivy on his lonesome over towards Dish, going unchecked. Yong is hot on his tail, but he could cancel this plan. It barely goes down. Neural Theft rips. How is he still alive?
He dropped down. Not sure if it was intentional or not, but it keeps him alive just for another second. Enough for the Rose Thunder come in now, and suddenly it's Nongshim out from A main with flip sides. But with the utility, even despite the guns, they've picked up quite enough just to give them an edge in this fight. Young, though, has other things to say. He wants the round for DRX, but it's not happening quite just yet. Nongshim able to push them back off.
Great timeout to win things on the half by. This could really change things up for Nongshim. They beat KRX to double digits off the back of their own timeout, but KRX will have the money to recover from that. Wait, how did Dambi get on? I didn't even know you could get on that box as Neon. Am I crazy? It must have gone on the little jump up thing and then schmovemented, as you've been saying today, back across. Just a bit of a tentative situation. I mean, Yong, he's had a pretty solid game so far. I actually thought he was on for a multi-frag there. And Nongshim gonna run it back.
Once again at it, this time with guns. KRX immediately back off, trying to pick their fights.
Breach ult का वजह से गया
Oh,
वो.
that's out of me. Now some assistance coming through, but Dambi sliding forward. He finds double.
Dambi
as well. Will get gunned down through spams. Bane, bit more assistance, and then ultimates and everything all collapsing onto South Spawn. Trying to push on through now, but still low HP. Mako has just absolutely abandoned this spot as well. Just trying to find other bits of spacing, but at what cost?
This is just a mess. Everyone's dead on the bottom side of the map. Marco barely clinging to life. RB, say much the same for him on the other side of things with the Brimstone. Drops the smoke behind him. Who will catch who in transition here? It's RB one step ahead. 11 up for Nongshim. Masterful utility on the bottom side of the map. The same approach initially, but with just a little bit of a different flavor to it. Instead of Dambi jumping up on the box, this time he goes up close and off the back of the fault line from Francis. Beautifully set up. Oh. Dumps the relay ball, forces Young out of his cage, and from there it really felt like it fell apart for KRX. Convergent paths and orbitals get traded.
शॉट बे
It's another cosmetic stun.
शॉट
the
बे
second was a tap too.
शॉट बे
Gorgeous from Francis.
All right, enough of that.
Refract active. Yeonmin works his way into A main.
मैच पॉइंट के बाद सर एक राउंड जीत सकता बस ज्यादा से ज्यादा
That the refract
I think 13
needs to be careful not to get caught
13
here,
10
but
या
it's a
13
sky
11
smoke.
13 11 लेकिन ये
The
नॉन्गशिम
rest
है
of KRX walking to tree.
Smoke's down.
Maybe going to sell a little bit of a fake on sand. Unfortunately, that smoke not really obscuring anyone's vision because X-Ross is already licking the door.
KRX कौन सी टीम है TRX
now as well. Well, at least they've managed to find a bit more space out towards B, but then you got to deal with the trips, the cams. Ivy is the one with the trap.
And Francis playing in tandem off of Ivy's trips. As mentioned, Yeonmin diving into the side, avoids those trips nicely and has got a little bit of space now.
Okay, but Spike not fully committed just yet though. Everyone from Nongshim, quick rotations across.
Wow,
And everyone all
yeah.
set up for it. KRX are the ones with ults.
वो मरा किसने नहीं हेलो
Armageddon could make things very
कितना
spicy here
मजा
for
था वो?
Nongshim, but they're going to dive back in regardless.
Oh, the timing of it all.
अरे,
Dami this time getting caught out in the
क्या
open
वो?
tag down by Bits, but
Bro, Ivy ने
what
मार दिया इसे
positioning!
goal!
He finds a quick double, continues to push through, and he's looking to hunt down even more heads. Mako finds
crucial
a bit of a scalp, and then the ultimate comes back in just to stabilize. Still though, it's so imposing with just a sheer tap. And for KRX, off of the positions and contacts, they will find more kills
Hello?
to bring themselves back on the board.
Yeah, Yeonmin buying them just enough space to
कभी
get
ये राउंड
comfortable
जो
inside of the
जीता
side.
क्या
Don't get caught on the cross, they don't get caught by the
बस रिंग
trips.
ने क्या वाइट सुन मारा
Despite the fact that Francis is the player on over there, the reactive
बंधन
orbital on
पे तो
Gen's side was
उसका
everything for
ने बचा लिया
KRX there.
लेकिन ये राउंड
That was a big difference maker. And as the smoke to be able to cross fades for
Heavy बचाया
Nongshim, it's kind of
मार्को
the perfect storm for KRX. Even despite such a favorable play set up well by Marco, it still comes down to a
Once a
2-on-2.
legend said match
It's
point,
such a
rest
tight
is
game right
history.
now.
नहीं नहीं नॉन्गशिम पे
They're just trying, but then this time, Nongshim, they get ahead.
I mean, Yeonmin refract active once again, tries to go
काम
looking
भी
for
उठा
something in
मतलब
A-Main, but Nongshim are not done just yet here, Quack.
Onward and forward with the drone. Spring trying to shoot and scoop, and unfortunately,
सब
definitely
लोग
getting everything tagged up and
टंडे
Dubby.
कहाँ तक घुसके मार
Just
रहे हो
lapping away, kill after
कहाँ
kill,
तक
overdrive
घुसके मार रहे
rips, surely anticipating the
बाप
off angle. It's
रे।
Francis, Debbie,
Spike down.
बाप
everything going
रे
full bar for KRX.
I mean, they just clear the smoke
भाई
so
एक
nicely.
टिक्का मिल गया
Ready for Young in
इनका
underpass as well. Smart
बेस
point
तो
for
जाके मार
Nongshim.
गए भाई
A game of very tight margins here on Fracture. Undoubtedly, you've had some
Okay,
phenomenal rounds for KRX, but it feels like
24.
at the nth hour, Nongshim are showing their class yet again. Just seem to come out ahead in some of these very tight kind of util trading situations. And that small detail is the perfect example of what Nongshim do so well. Despite the fact that Francis is no longer on the Yoru, he
Nongshim
still
defense कर रही है
fundamentally
attack
understands that Tambi is going to
घुस के
dive
मारा
into
भाई,
that
घुस
smoke
के।
and he needs to clear the right side of it. Just
ऐसा भी नहीं वो लोग
instinctually playing so
भाई
well off of
बे
each other. It's what won
भाई मैं
Nongshim
जब
a
उनको
championship
इतना यूटिल से भाई
over in Santiago.
पुश रोकने के लिए कितना यूटिल से फिर भी घुस के मार रहे हो लोग
Understanding. Well, out for KRX now. A timeout call, but slight half
मैसेज
by
पिन
coming
कर
through.
दो
I'm
भाई
not
आपको
entirely
काम
sure
है
if they actually
लैंग्वेज
have what it
लैंग्वेज
takes to extend
Language,
the
John
duration
Bhai.
of this map. Bane close to Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
यार पिन कर दो तो आप
More
पहले
of a
सुपर
vanilla
चैट
gun
करते
round until
नहीं
the
ना
breaches get a bit of a
अभी
multi-frag
देखो
on.
200 आया
Hyunmin's been a bit hit or miss inside
सबसे
of
वाली
A-Main
बात
so
है
far
भाई
this game.
बिजनेस
What have KRX come up with? Pretty good on the timeouts in the first map. I think actually the post-timeout, Nongshim have been the more successful team on Fracture thus far.
नेटबोर्ड 833 किलो का हिट
KRX reorganizing the setup a little bit better after the timeout. Camera gets moved to the top side of the map. KRX will contest tree early on. Nongshim will go towards arcades, so we could get a cheeky little exchange in underpass this round.
Okay. Cams and trips.
हिरन जीतो तो शायद वो लोग का
Just
उल्टा सकते
KRX already having a
Bane
good
plus 1
fundamental read of this.
Can-
Pick his targets, Mako.
Yep.
Oh!
Bro.
1 by 1 into the full hat trick! Francis on the side though.
You saw it coming together right at the start of the round. One team going one way. Francis has lost his mind.
Bro,
Just running through the util.
bro, ऐसे क्या?
Caught out in the open. Just a bit of pressure now. RB the only one left.
भाई इससे क्या?
Does not give Mako his full ace. Spain robs it away at the last second, but he will get the ult. Everyone with all slowly coming online.
That's just a classic scissors paper rock kind of round.
पूरी चैट को रेज वेट कर रहा है, मैसेज ना पिन करके
Nongshim with a paper. He just cuts them up. Nice and
क्या
easy.
मारा बे, क्या मारा बे, माँ कसम.
So clean.
It's optimistic from Francis. Through a smoke, salvo, and a molly. You don't make big plays by not taking risks, though.
Either way, though, now both maps having gone the full distance. Nongshim definitely a little bit more defensive this time, but getting hit by the collat. Oh, hey, refract back into Freeing now. Orbital gets dumped in, and it was just kind of put both teams in a bit of a stalemate, staring contest. While the Rolling Thunder now gets sent out. Francis, another Rolling Thunder right back at you.
I know. This is just a crazy exchange of mutual in this game so far. Are you not entertained? It's just breaches yelling at each other. Oh, Marco is on one right now. He's yearning for the overtime.
Ivy just tries to skulk forward, spots out Young. The rest of KRX kind of have the other position now because of Tunnel. But at the same time, RB trying to sneak forward. Okay. Getting a couple more kills now. This assault huge for Nongshim, but still numbers in spades for KRX. As they look to compel Nongshim into an overtime. 12-12.
All 24 rounds, both maps. Very tight game that we have.
Feel that you tilt them through the screen.
Different to double duelist meta that you've been seeing. This is a classic game of Breach Teo from a meta of yesteryear.
Chalo, Masters winner, chalo, mere sir!
Both teams with big ults, both teams with just throwing fault lines at each other, missiles flying everywhere. This is a nerd's game of Valorant.
It takes a bit of creativity and innovation to be able to
अपने हमें रेस्पेक्ट
play
करा
around
तो
the
उन्हें मैं तो वही दे लेकिन
situations, but now we're back over onto KRX on the
लेकिन
defense.
KRX का नया टीम है
Starting out
क्या?
with an early peek around tree, they've spotted out quite a bit, now instantly backing off the more defensive spots.
Genuine question.
Free setup, they're going to speed off the stealth drone.
Play wall, let's slide.
Bit of salvos just to provide extra cover, but the aftershock, Bane, oh, absolutely beheads Dambi. Now RB coming back through, but Bane has an off angle, tries to get a spring transfer, he's gonna get all three. Francis tries to stay alive, flash tossed over, and it's Ivy out from behind at the last second.
By Francis.
Oh, if you earn yourself a Rolling Thunder in overtime, the temptation to rip it is immense. And it just backfires for Bane. You really got to feel for him. He was doing everything for KRX in that round.
Starting with that.
Yeah. That was a three-player setup on that B side of the map for KRX. I thought it was going to come together for them, but Nongshim does such a good job fighting as hard as ever. Francis dead in the middle of the pack on the breach.
Well, now we
अब ये मैच खत्म हो KRX कोई नहीं पूछेगा लेकिन कौन है KRX?
Some control outside of A, but locked up by their own smoke.
अच्छा खेल रहा है Nongshim के सामने.
Push us to Lotus. Yamin speeding straight up into the site.
Full
Door is
retake,
wide open.
Oh. Well, turns things over into the full flip. Young with the information. Well, let's see if he's able to stand tall to pass. Side zipline though.
के जा रहे हैं?
Oh, look at this push into spawn side. Ivy needs to hold his nerve. That's a ridiculous reaction from Freeing. Francis has found Young in the meanwhile, though.
All the way side towards Arcade. They hear the movement out from Dambi. Gunman tries to get ahead. Oh! And he's just playing whack-a-mole! Two down, Mako with the ping! It's just X-Ross left!
Oh, what do you even do? Caught on the flank, 1v4. Series deserving of multiple overtimes. Best his counterpart, but that's where it will end.
KRX अच्छा खेल रहा है.
13 apiece.
KRX बाप खेल रहा है. KRX बाप खेल रहा है.
Game just
क्या फायदा
continues
लेकिन
to
Nongshim
deliver.
जीतने वाला तो?
It's just an illegal shot from Freeing.
हाँ?
A little unlucky for Young. I felt like he had a decent timing in the
ये क्या
underpass
मारा
there, but
भाई?
Yanmin saw his
उधर
mechanics
कौन
over
aim
on the
रखता है बे?
Phoenix.
What the fuck?
The very finest duelist inside of Pacific, and you have to say inside the world as well, given his performance over at Champs. Francis has just speed run 1,000 kills.
But
His
भाई
second
कैरेक्ट
season in
कैरेक्ट
Pacific.
जिसे क्यों खेल रहे हैं उनका stats
I
copy
dare
किए
say
हैं
that
क्या?
Yoru helped him with a fair few of those, but he's doing a pretty good job on the breach as well.
Stats तो ठीक है, players भी कर दिए
Gain up
बे.
a lot more as well.
एक का जमाने में क्या क्या नहीं होता
Yamin
बताओ.
on the line. Rafak no longer active.
अभी उसके पास रिफ्रैक्ट कुछ नहीं है.
As well. Have to reposition suddenly now.
अरे
Ivy
माँ
getting
कसम.
caught by freeing.
डिश खाली है अभी
He's gone for that
लेकिन.
same timing, walking up behind the trip a couple of times. Forward goes the salvos and the breach utility. KRX very comfortable now.
And all the smoke
बहुत लोग return जा
deployed,
सकते
but
हैं.
then the spams through them as well.
मस्ती हाँ
Just the position
मस्ती.
around it. KRX still trying to enforce position around the smokes, watching for them to possibly dissipate. But suddenly it's Nongshim kicking down the door.
Oh,
Dambi, of
W,
course, with
man.
the
अरे
spear.
यार.
Mako coming back through the shield for KRX.
Nongshim getting comfortable inside of the site now.
अल्टा गया.
Marco spotted out. Out comes the
Alta
Armageddon, and that will
Oh!
zone him into the fight. Francis takes his head off, and it all falls to the rookie.
Suddenly, you've been absolutely ill-equipped, just young. The door already heard. Trying to play around the timing of it to see if anyone actually tries to peek up against him, but no. Nongshim just sitting on top of that spike.
Time नहीं है,
Young
दोनों
has
को
to
मार
make
के
the
वो
move.
करने
He's
का.
got a camera, but
टाइम नहीं है.
slowly running out of time as well. You could surely think
मुझे
that this
माफ
might
करो
be a
चैट
high
बिंग्स
level
में
shot, but,
डब्ल्यू खत्म हो जाए मैं
as soon
ब्लैंक
as they all
बैच.
peek out, the headshot right through the skull.
मैप
It's
3
Nongshim
बोलते
once
लोटस
again in the lead.
बोलते.
Forcing out map point yet again here. Was a decent opening, dealing with Ivy on the lurk, but dealing with the lurker doesn't guarantee that you can win the round. Nice spam through from Xpros. Danby does what Danby does best. Dives into the side to create enough space for the boys to trade. It was beautiful spacing for Nongshim. The Armageddon really the cherry on top there to secure the round.
Watch and learn.
And it's back to KRX on the attack. Nongshim not really aggressing too much this time.
Yeah, playing in the middle of the map. It's fast blood. Danby securing control of A main. He's got a nice info line. Over on the other side of things, Ivy with the info cam, playing off double trips inside of the site. He set up a kill zone.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Hyunmin lands just wrong.
He's dashed there every time.
Yeah.
Ivy is over it.
The rest of the team from KRX though, and off course with time
वो
elapsing
लोग
as
को
well,
लग रहा है A
Nongshim
जाने
now
वाले
pushed in
डिश से.
towards A main. They're starting to maybe piece things together. Either way, there goes Hyunmin.
He hasn't hit either of them. That is outrageous.
Oh, he's avoided. He spots them out now, just trying to break them bit by bit. Ivy's still into the corner. But this whole round possibly shaping up as a full 5v5 retake. The trip's not coming through. Aftershock, Smalley's all tossed in. And at the same time, Danby wanting a piece of the pie as well. Asserts himself up front. Suddenly maybe things going a little bit more catastrophic. Just up towards tower, kill confirmed. X-Ross pushing through. Onto the spike, Danby sticking it all the way, finally. After chaotic rounds, Nongshim completes the entire map run, pushing us into a third map of Lotus.
It's just a bloodbath, but Nongshim emerges from it victorious on Fraction there, KRX. It's another map pick for them that goes all the way to overtime. But at this point, I think Nongshim are kind of questioning, we just won the Masters final with these, why is Pacific so hard?
Every team watching, waiting, studying.
मगर एक कौन कैरेक्टर टीम है
With the way that these rounds are playing out, certainly towards the end of it, Nongshim are back. We're going to toss it back over to the desk.
उसने क्या मारा लेकिन आईवी के यहाँ पे 2 kills तो
Well, that was exciting. Yeah. We were here at the desk waiting for it to come to us, but we were very excited, shouting a lot throughout the ways, and yeah, like you were saying, Achilles, this is going to be a very exciting third map.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus to decide it all. This was
Marco,
a
goat
neck
to
and
है
neck
DRX
fight
में.
here between these two
DRX
squads. I
कौन है
mean, good on KRX to be able to persevere to push it into that overtime, but
Native
Nongshim
अच्छा खेल रहे
just finding
sexy
their footing
खेल
there at the end.
sexy
And
खेल
some
रही
big
है
heroics on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, huge individual plays. I mean, Mako.
अभी ब्रेक में कोई समझा दो KRX DRX का क्या सीन है भाई मेरी बात सुनो DRX KRX है लेकिन KRX DRX नहीं है क्योंकि जब DRX KRX हो रहा था तभी KRX नहीं था लेकिन DRX था तो DRX KRX हुआ टेक्निकली समझ रहे हो मन भाई बर्थडे पे मेरी तरफ से चीयर्स नो लाइम जूस फॉर यू बाय मैं भाई लाइम जूस गिव अप कर चुका समझ लो लक्ष्य भाई मेनी 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 हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द बर्थडे लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू मेरे जान जोड़े लव यू लक्ष्य भाई लव यू थैंक यू फॉर द 7th कैनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन हैप्पी बर्थडे डॉलर्स हैप्पी बर्थडे रे हैप्पी बर्थडे ये सुनने के बाद मैं अंधा हो गया
Map, so I think it's really nice to see him step up
But
here on
भी है
Frax.
बे
You
लेकिन
see
कुछ भी
KRX
बोलो
there
भाई
taking the
क्या
lead in
गलत
terms of
impact
first kills,
है
but
बे
I don't
डांबी
think
का
it was anything crazy. I think
मार्को
this
ने
map
लेकिन
felt
बहुत बात
very
खेला
close the whole way, and I think if anything, KRX
मार्को
going to be
बहुत
kicking
बहुत
themselves if they
मतलब
didn't get it done
बहुत
too.
बहुत
I mean,
बात
it's the same exact story, just inverted from that opening map.
Yeah.
It's
आदि
just
चैट
both
कनाडा
teams
से
kind of
कनाडा से
pulling
बहुत
that
लोग हैं
extra little mile on their opponent's map picks to be able
Yeah.
to scrape by with
कौन-कौन
those
है
wins. So
कनाडा
I'm
से
hoping that this
करके विश
back
कर
and
दो लक्ष्य भाई
forth
को पागल
between
लोग
the teams continues going into Lotus because at this point, the worst thing that could happen is to go into a third map and then have one team show up flat.
Yeah, that's right. I think this has been really interesting. Like Pilsky was saying, you know, Nongshim ended up strolling through Masters and then coming back into Pacific, facing these kind of monsters. The two RXs, frankly speaking, but KRX has really showed up. I don't know in terms of predictions how this is going to go because both teams look fantastic right now. And KRX, it looks like Young is settling into the team, but there are moments still. You can see that sort of rookiness come through, that self-doubt.
Yeah, you can see him start to heat up, and then just cast your mind back to that last clutch he's in the OT. He's slow, he's hesitant. You see these little moments where he's not quite bloomed into the full player that he will be, but I do think this was a solid map for him. I feel like he had moments where I was very impressed, where he's able to hold down the sides quite well. He's putting up those multi-kills, so I'm hoping now he's had two maps on stage here today. Long maps, lots of rounds. Nothing's going to surprise you anymore, so I want to see a big map 3 from y'all.
I mean, I think that if this is your jumping off point for your second series, and he was already steady enough in the first one, but to be playing against a team that just lifted a trophy at Master Santiago and to put up numbers like this, we can excuse the shakiness. We can excuse that little bit of hesitancy that he's putting on display because he's already doing well beyond what my expectations would have been.
Oh, 100%. Now, Danby is a guy that we do have high expectations on. We did see him on the zip line, a little bit of a scary moment.
It's Mission Impossible.
It's almost
for a
an
second.
incident.
It was, but overall, in this particular portion of the map,
Yeah,
saw a lot of action.
This is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. They are at their best when it's scrappy, aggressive. Danby's going in, he's playing that tank role that they talked about, and he's getting set up by excellent util across the board for the team.
Yeah, it's just a really good decision to go for this outside crunch. It's something that they hadn't really been going for all throughout the course of this map, but they decided to just go ahead, up the pace, be the ones that are dictating it rather than having a bit more of that laid back, you know, sight-sitting passivity that we were seeing from them. They decided to turn things up and they completely catch DRX off guard, and then they were able to run it back again near the, closer to the end of that map. So just really good decision, just go ahead and flip that switch.
I love that it's when the times get tough, when the scoreline is closer towards the end, they immediately are okay to go, okay, let's run at them. Now is the time to send it, and they're so good when they manage to do that. So I love that they're finding that confidence, even in the new meta, even on a map like Fracture that they haven't played in some time.
Yeah, that's right, and it completely paid off. And another guy, we were a little worried about him in map 1. He completely stepped up in map 2, and that's Ivy.
Yeah, it was an uncharacteristic performance from Ivy on that Haven. He was not having a good time. He couldn't really get the lurks off. He was having a very hard time trying to anchor those sights, particularly around C. But here, you start to see, like, okay, that first map is a little bit of a warm-up and really roared back into form. It wasn't quite the, Master Santiago, I'm dropping aces across the board. play from Ivy, but it was a big step up in his impact.
I do feel like they can't afford for Ivy to slow down. They really can't. Sorry, or Haven. They're just not able to get it across the board when his stats look like this on the left.
भाई ये बेस्ट है भाई, $5 1 मिनट के लिए, ये नया रेट है टाइम आउट का, याद रखना। अगर किसको भी टाइम आउट देने का है, $5 is the rate. Thank you for updating my rate card. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let's see if Nongshim are going to get that win here today.
Well, it's a big step up. I mean, both in as far as the
Binks
ACS,
भाई
but
D
particularly
और
in the
K
ADR, when you're going over
एक
from
वर्ड में
the
आता
KJ where you
है,
actually do have damage
और वो आपको
to
हाथी
the
का
Cypher
बहुत
where you do not
language.
to be able to really level up in that regard. That's a very good showing for him coming alive throughout the series.
Yes, and he will definitely want to remain consistent or performing the way he normally does as we go into map 3. Now this is going to be Lotus. We've seen Nongshim play a lot of Lotus back in earlier days when they first entered Pacific, and it's evolved quite a fair bit until this point.
I mean, I think the question is for sure on Nongshim about this Lotus.
Yes.
It didn't look good last week. They got kind of rolled by Paper Rex there. When it was a map through decider, when it's all on the line, they didn't really show up. 13-6, I think it was. Now, I do think Paper Rex had some kind of trickery in a way. They were playing that Vice. It felt designed in a way for what Nongshim were going to be able to bring in the pace. They were great at putting a stop to it. So what are KRX bringing in? Because Nongshim have already shown this map and they've shown holes in it.
Yeah. I mean, this is, you would say favored to KRX because they're coming in. Nongshim don't really know what to anticipate from this squad, what they're going to be running, but there might be a decent, reliable expectation for what they're going to be bringing to the ball team, because I think that we're probably going to see Freeing going back over to that Neon, and I think that we can just see him sticking with that Waylay.
Yeah.
So, in all, I think that that's probably the best thing to bank on if you're Nongshim Red Force. The question is, can you have that level of performance?
Yeah, and they did have a full week since that match against Paper X. So
something was also having a very good day. Yes. Second Neon debut, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they too have the same VOD that we watched, which was learning from their mistakes. So surely they have a little bit more to work on. I hope so anyway. They could have also been banking on not needing a map 3. But KRX definitely came really close. You can see the score lines from map 1 and map 2 really close between these two squads. And I think I'm very impressed either way. And I have no idea which way this is going to be going. And I'm very curious what KRX will be bringing out, as we were giving Kermit lots of credit for. This guy really knows what he's doing. He's one of the most experienced coaches on the stage.
Yeah, I wonder how much they're going to counter. Wait, on the side of Nongshim, we're seeing big changes. He's not on that Waylay anymore, he's on the breach. And after getting cooked by the Vice, they said, Ivy, I think we need a little bit of this in our life.
Yeah, bring that one out, but it's actually not going to be the Neon Waylay, it's the Neon Rage that's going to be coming through for DRX. It's good to see these teams, kind of shake things up and not play exactly what we anticipated. I have to ask the question, like, what the hell comp was Frost talking about? Because we've been seeing every team in the region playing different stuff.
I think we have to highlight Young on this Chamber as well. I think playing Chamber on this map is really fun for the Chamber player, especially when they get onto that attack hop. He's just going to be walking out A, trying to bait out all of this initiator util. So he has a very important job here. Even if he's not killing, he can really get a lot out of this double initiator, really drag out that util and force Nongshim into a difficult position.
Termi did mention he picked Young for a reason, and this could be the moment where we... But he seemed confident about it, so this could be the map where we really see Young shine, and I would love to see it because we have pretty awesome rookies in Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters. Pilsky and Quack, you ready to keep going?
We're not entirely sure, to be honest. Well, I mean, jokes aside, for Lotus, definitely some skyscraper tall expectations for Young, but at the same time, I mean, all of this is laid out right now. The Vice coming into the fray, definitely a factor to think about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just looking for a bag of third map, honestly. Both of the first two maps taking 24 plus rounds to separate these two teams. Last time for Nongshim, had a bit of a disaster class against Paper X, getting completely shut down on this map. They've changed up their quant quite substantially. Seems like double ENIT is the standard for
the win at Masters
the standard is aggression. Every single map, double duelist chamber for an old KRX that It was very double init pilled.
But I just love
but Young on the
Vice.
defense has got big
I
expectations.
just love
This is where you want
Vice.
your chamber to
I
be a real
think
problem for the
easy
other team.
peasy lemon
Having that
squeezy win.
rendezvous. Big high-low setup
for
across
Nongshim.
this A side of the map. And Young on the other side of things. RB TPs across. A sneak up A without being caught by this big high-low on stairs side, but he's going to peek into it.
Doing enough. Okay, smoking it off.
Oh, he's crept in. Sneaky man.
Singular shots going through, has no idea.
Oh.
It's only a matter of time. Meanwhile, though, there goes Young. Out towards C-side, full contact found.
Ivy on front B will be kept in check by the trademark. Damn, he's gone very deep. Maybe a little too deep. Freeing puts him down. Francis filtering the ghost. The spike is not down yet for Nongshim. They want to continue to aggress here.
Just trying. Classic right clicks. Maybe get one.
What?
1, 2! Exposed, what is that? Dragging his crosshair across the screen and down towards Francis, who still has 50 seconds to run across. No, not quite. He's being definitely corralled. Just continuing around mound now. All the work onto Ivy's shoulders as he tries to beat them out into 1v1s. Carrick's not moving though. And suddenly swinging together at the same time. Bane with a sheriff shot to kick things off.
Yeah, Nongshim, not like they didn't have their opportunities, didn't have their timings in around like that. RP, a little bit of a risky one. Over towards this A side of the map. When he goes down as the primary smokes, though, it can put you in a little bit of a pickle. Outrunning the Viper, so you don't have that wall as the second wave of controller smokes. Play off. Another pistol for KRX. Like, it just 3 in the pistols for them today.
इधर उनका नाम रख के नहीं हुआ है उससे ज़्यादा अब तो चैट में हो गया है.
And they were 4-1 or 3-1 rather going into this
Time
game.
with 100 मेरे जान के रहे.
In
KRX है कौन?
Well, bonuses here and there. Hopefully this time around similar responses. Smino sidestep it though, Dabby keeping things interesting, especially with a Bucky of his. Straight on through now, Young will be able to take a chunk of health out of him. But at the same time, Freak just trying to spring all the way across with that Spectre of his. Couple kills going his way now as he swaps over to the Ghost, running out of ammo. Francis coming through with the shot. Mako coming back in the relay forward, but everyone slowly going down. 3 players alive for Nongshim, but not quite this spacing. Young has a bit more to go. Pulls out the head. Just trying to make a lot of noise as well, kicking Mako off to the other end, but suddenly Young, newfound courage and confidence, he just walks through, picks heads.
It's just a game of timing. They were back-to-back for so long. Nongshim are so annoying on these pistol rounds, just running around like a bunch of lemmings. Never a clean aim duel that you're able to win. You think about how an anti-ego should be going down, and you're thinking, oh, it should be free, I'm going to get a spray down. Nongshim, so annoying to deal with, but Young holds his nerve in a key round. It's a round that gets very expensive for KRX though. Not a particularly threatening looking bonus here, but they are going to seize nade over on Rubble. RB has TP'd into that position a couple times, but this time TPing back into lobby. Chamber spotted out on that A side of the map, and Young will be left on that info line. Close on front B is freeing, Bucky in hand. Marco pushed off the one-way fault line. Gonna force him to throw out his dark cover towards C. Does that give Nongshim pause for thought? Doesn't look like it.
No, they know there's no delay utility. They can just definitely waltz through, especially fast lane. Suddenly off to the top, perch on top of it. The Guardian shots running through. Dabby towards the back lanes. Everyone from KRX just going down by the inches. Mako all the way towards the back line. No clear shot with a Spectre. Dabby is just on a tear.
It's a bit more like it from him. He had a very quiet game against Paper X on a map he's usually quite phenomenal on. Oh, Young, what a shot from the young rookie. He's looking sharp today. Nongshim giving him a lot of respect. Judge picked up now. No one wants to peek this guy. He's got a nice little triangle crossfire, and he will at least take one gun away.
By heavy damage.
Swings out and gets things done. A little bit more laborious than Nongshim would have liked, but it's a first round nonetheless.
Just to be able to buy back as well, he's still got to always watch out for potential judge, but otherwise, all throughout the map, you always got to watch out for these. I mean, if the Seize Nade is already spent, there's not much else that Mako can do.
I mean, it is, you know, double duelist chamber, so there is no Viper Orb. Oh, I got to pump the site like we saw earlier in Beta. No, it's very flood heavy. It's It's very quick comp from KRX.
Le combo.
Think twice before using their utility. This time around, she's going to be freeing, unfortunately getting
Reveal ho gaya lol.
all but caught off by Francis.
Yeah, that's a rolling thunder for Francis as well. Taking the Neon out of the equation. A fantastic start in the first gun round here for Nongshim. They'll be well that Yong will be on this info line. Prowler thrown out. Dambi jumping around, but picked nonetheless. Yong is playing very ballsy right now. I'm loving it.
Rookie or not, I mean, this guy definitely has that fire to want to bring KRX the win. Just in another spot as well. Up towards stairs, gets another headshot, but at the same time, Nongshim finds her own. Off to the side and off to the races, it's Ivy.
Oh my
God! Kill confirmed! Just X-Ross left, and with the spike planted, he tries to reposition. Has to watch out for the poop bot though. Position revealed. Prowler from behind. He cannot see!
Good stuff from Bane, and a 3K for Hyunmin. Showstopper earned off of the defuse. Yong making all the difference for KRX there. They lost freeing in quite unlucky fashion, getting caught on the cross here through the smokes, I would assume. Yeah, I mean, a glimpse of him spotted out there by Francis. He gets caught outside the door, and Yong, despite a Prowler thrown at him, despite some breach util thrown at him, he sticks around and picks Dambi, evening up the numbers and takes one more with him.
By Yong, I
was not expecting that.
Yeah, look. Yong has got the 2 to force out now. 8 and 2 on the chamber here, having a fantastic game for himself. You love to see it in a make or break game against Nongshim. In what world were we expecting Nongshim to be 0-2 in this group and KRX to potentially be up 2-0? Definitely a possibility with how this game is unfolding.
Especially with a showstopper for retakes as well, but getting stunned up. You're just going to let it rip. And then for freeing to play on the other side, the judge spanning all across. Ivy getting some shots in with the Sheriff.
So possible hai. One off the Steel Garden now.
Possible hai.
Yong still does have the 2 to force closing in on the flank, and Bane playing things patiently over on Waterfall side. Caught for a second, but doesn't cop any damage as a result. Phantom picked up now.
Get the plant, get Steel Garden, maybe bring things back.
That's not going to trouble Yong though. He has the 2 to force out.
It's a big pointer, which is exactly why Ivy wants to mark Bane's positioning instead. Yong's going to take a little bit more time, but seeks to push up and clean house. Just sweeping angle to angle.
It's a good plant for Ivy. Playing the off angle over towards spawn side. Haunt there for Bane. If he throws it into spawn, could definitely narrow down the angles, and that's exactly what he does.
Ivy found. Does he have the double kill, the spray transfer? Not quite. Yong bringing up KRX to a 4.
Quick scope to close things out there.
लेकिन यहाँ से कम बैक है बोले बाद अल्ट्स देखो एक बार
Nongshim was only a half buy for them though. They'll
यहाँ से कम बैक है वो लोग 4-1 से मिनिमम 4-3 कर सकते हैं मिनिमम.
Rolling Thunder is still in play. It's exactly how you want to play this comp as KRX. Flood into the site, make things very uncomfortable for the other team who are trying to get their execute off. You get the paranoia, paint shells, relay bolt. A lot of this quick snapping utility that you can just throw and run in with.
Please support KRX.
It's exactly how you want to play this comp as KRX.
Get on to the next round now. Buys back up for Nongshim, but 2-1-2 for now. Just trying to wait to see how KRX will assert themselves.
Chamber spotted on this side of the map. RP TPing across, but you cannot mess with Yong right now. 10 and 2.
I'm out of here.
Academy upstart of all things. And suddenly this is his time to shine. Off the kill though. Nongshim trying to regroup, possibly back in towards B where the trademark has always been round after round.
Ivy trying to activate in the middle of the map. Green gives him an opportunity, but it's not capitalized on. Now joined up by the rest of the team. Trademark is still in position, but Steel Garden will be invested here.
लेकिन ये अल्ट मारेगा.
With the overdrive.
वो लोग combo कर देंगे.
Instantly. Just looking to.
अरे बाप रे Dambi crucial kill भाई.
Shots through from Dambi and then his own overdrive gets popped as well. Tries to peek on through outside of C-Link. Oh, Hyunmin off angle. Yong going down all of a sudden. The mid-round calls from Nongshim to try to end up on the A side, especially with Nightfall being sent through now.
Look at Bane though. He's in a critical position. I don't think they're going to be ready for him to be this close. Just backing himself inside of the drop. Marco TPing in on the flank. Bane is holding down the site.
He is
the line, all by his lonesome. Ivy, though, sneaking through. Mako just trying to set up. Has a smoke to peek off of. Listens for the tap. 10 seconds to go. And Bane makes himself known. Ivy runs and guns. Spike plant, but Mako looking for the safest peek. Just as soon as he reveals and spots him.
A pretty untenable 1-on-2 for Ivy. Keep getting put in these difficult positions by Nongshim. KRX winning every clutch necessary to keep themselves going on the defense right now. Very interesting exchange earlier on. Harvey's definitely been taking some liberties on this A side of the map that have kind of backfired, but this is the rotation timing that wins the round for KRX. He's had a couple of critical multi-frags in this game, but that's just another one of them.
Timeout.
Especially with Bane out towards drop. Timeout though, as buy after buy, Nongshim have been forced to relegate themselves back to the half.
Nerf shot.
It just feels as though they're caught in free fall right now.
It's a timeout for Nongshim, and the concern on the face of the coaches is evident. Down 1-5, but you're also thinking about just the last game they played against Paper X. It didn't go much better than this one is going, and they swapped their comp as well. Feels like Nongshim is in free fall on Lotus. Not like it's a map they aren't familiar with. Throughout their Ascension run into Pacific last year, they had one of the longest OT games against RRQ. They should know this map relatively well, but it's something is just not clicking for them right now. And you can't blame the meta so much.
User by 1972 wala message aapne aaj likha hai.
Not on this map. They should just fall back on the comps that they're comfortable with on this map, but something is just not clicking for them.
Definitely not. Meanwhile, for KRX, I mean, just newfound confidence with the academy rookie coming through, for risky peaks.
Doubt kiya tha na tum log ne?
Duelist, providing so much support factor. Now Nongshim off the timeout, back themselves into a C.
Bye-bye, guys.
He's been sitting here for the whole game, and finally he finds his mark. Ivy hits the deck, won't be alive to try to win another unwinnable clutch for Nongshim. Nightfall being prepped here, ready for the fast flood off the tap is KRX all through spawn side.
Nightfall, they're going dark. Relay bolt out for freeing a spawn out towards Waterfall, almost getting the kill, but the stinger of all things still proving to be quite the threat for KRX. Off angles being held now, but suddenly out from Waterfall, from Mount. They're finding all the kills necessary. They will not stop. They will keep on pushing forward.
Yeah, that's the kind of round where you expect Nongshim to get away with a little bit of classic magic. But when Ivy gets cleared up on front B so easily, and the retake just doesn't even look like a problem. Expect Dabby to at least get one with the shotgun, maybe some sheriff shots to be connected. Very flat looking Nongshim right now. And for a team known for their aggression, it feels like KRX are the ones that are running at them.
Definitely tell the mentality is kind of swapped around. Meanwhile, for KRX, they're just having a while.
Nongshim recognizing that they're getting into C fairly easily at the moment. Marco, once again on his lonesome, will be pushed off of the line. Over on the A side of the map, KRX has taken full control of Rubble. Probably just going to play the showstopper. Nongshim well aware of that ult coming into this round. How do they play around it?
Trying to push further up front, prevent it from really setting up the Prowler and everything. Oh, just sidestepped on by Dabby. C's now continuing to fend off incoming KRX assailants. Might have a bit of an angle out from Waterfall, but that's about it. Maybe a Prowler and everything to check, but look at Francis. Sharp as ever. Final player Young. He's got knocked at an angle, has to back off.
I mean, that's the difference between getting the clean execution that you were looking for as KRX and just not quite hitting the mark. After the showstopper gets burned, and they use a lot of their utilities securing control of Rubble, they don't really have anything left to break that spawn line. Once Dabby dodges the rocket, they didn't have Prowlers, they didn't have a relay, an extra like satchel or anything like that.
Again.
It was quite a dry approach back in through spawn side, and that's why it looks so easy for Francis to kind of, in that high-low crossfire, just pluck their heads off, because there's no util that really dissuades him from taking that fight there. Nice opener from Danby. Robs Marco of the ability to use the paranoia. Bane is second on the train there. But as mentioned, it's just two guys from guns running with guns running into a high-low. It's not going to work for KRX.
Kind of adjust around it.
वो अल्ट का वैसे नहीं लगा रहे लेकिन उसके बाजू में फटा ना हो इतना बड़ा.
Again, Marco on his lonesome. Going to be forced off the line. Progression smoke, but this time it is a slower approach for Nongshim. They're just trying to draw out a bit of a rotation. That's exactly what they've gotten. Free
and Bane,
both inside Waterfall. Young on the other side of the map with the operator in hand, looking to play off his rendezvous.
ये तो मिस नहीं कर रहा.
To a 3-1-1. If he gets a shot, that would be huge. But otherwise, the rendezvous to allow him to escape. Tries to track it out towards Dabby.
Oh!
He swaps to the headhunter! And then for Ivy to swing out! The Lark coming good for Nongshim. KRX banks everything onto Young and more.
He's fearless right now. Marco left to pick up the pieces. Beautiful peak timing. Paranoia looking to be jumped on Francis. Dodged well by Xbox, who pins him into the corner. Nongshim, despite not a great start, losing RB at the start of the round. Looking good in this round, Young in hot pursuit. They dodge the headhunter bullet, and Nongshim will secure control of C.
Try तो है.
Not necessarily the right word, but suddenly.
Op save कर रहा है क्या? Op है क्या किधर?
Guess what would be the op or?
Yeah, the op over on that A side of the map, so he's gonna go recycle that. You know, it's nice to see these.
भाई Young ने दो मारा बे एकदम crazy.
Okay, definitely not something that I was thinking about at that time. Be a good tool for KRX to bring into the next round.
जो भी है कला ना name change करके.
Nongshim are scrapping their way into a couple of nice attacking rounds and trying to square themselves up for a much better half here. And the formula is quite simple, really. It's run at Marco.
वापिस वो लोग बस वाई चलते, ब्रीच चलते, वो लोग वापिस भी जा सकते हैं, वापिस. पोस्ट प्लांट में वो लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
RB is getting bullied on this A side.
बी प्लांट वाई चल्ट के साथ.
Ivy.
और जब वो लोग रिटेक करेंगे ब्रीच चल्ट. Easy AF.
Feels like both elements having a rough time.
देखो शॉट देखो बे.
Prowler,
उसके बाद एक और मारा था उसने.
RB's the second person to swing through the fast lane. He's already heard the op shot. He's thinking, I'm good. He's rendezvoused off. Absolutely not. And Young, it's one of the biggest factors to being an elite chamber is just having massive balls.
Excuse me?
No matter how much util is flying at you, you
still try to take one. एक बंदा spam किया जा रहा है. पहले बताने का था.
Really do have to admire it. Look at him going at it again. This time he's
finally.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword.
Finally punish हुआ.
Get the dark cover. Bane will continue to recycle the operator. Needs to back away with it.
And meanwhile, freeing as well into position.
वो तो clear होएगा. No way वो लोग clear
नहीं. Are picked up by Bane now. Nongshim have to kind of reassess the situation.
Prowler to re-clear front B. Try to retake all of this territory that was lost earlier on. My Fade is just such a good initiator on this map, so flexible. Fade on the other side of things. This is just rough from RB. I think we should ban him from Rubble. I'm willing to vote on that. What do you think, Quack?
I want to vote to keep freeing into this position. Aftershock will flush him out. On towards Mount as he just hangs back towards C. 40 seconds left to go. Nongshim still have some options. I mean, with KRX split.
With the dark cover on C, you're feeling very nervous about diving into that site, given the fact that you know that Freeing's just sitting there with the shotgun.
Well, still a chance for Nongshim to let rip some of these ultimates. They will just face check though, slight jiggles, and Hyunmin will be the one with the op this time. Freeing. Just a trap card waiting to activate. Not quite the range though, and suddenly it's Nightfall, just trying to secure it. No op shot found. Bane out from behind as well, just trying to keep more players invested while the spike gets planted. Mako diving through, hopping across, gets a Bucky shot, but out into the open with a TP. Where is Hyunmin? Does he have a line, or does X-Ross have an ace? All the way towards the back of stairs now, and Hyunmin just keeps the crosshair trained. Straight through into position. And X-Ross will just mark the spot!
Bro!
Just so many small things that Nongshim does there to win themselves a round that was looking like it was falling apart. I mean, the highlight is the fact that Xbox has come up with an ace there. Denying the chamber aggression, but even just backing away from the judge there. The little jiggle up onto the side so you don't get caught by Hyunmin's op. You could have easily wiped on that line at any point in this round. But it's perfect movement. And Xbox, I mean, the newest addition to this Nongshim team, a player that we never even expected to be playing this info init role, has become one of the very best in the world.
Quickly turning things around, big factor, but we're nearing the end of the first half now. KRX have had some cushion, but I'm not sure how long more this will last.
Anything but Nongshim's finest game. But regardless, the scoreline is remarkably close. Some clutch plays from some of the individuals really keeping them in this game.
नहीं चल रहा क्योंकि वो दौड़ रहा है ना दौड़ते मार रहा है वो नियॉन है चलने का नहीं है
slow game on the Neon from Danby. I think he might have gone triple negative against Paper X, and it's looking like this game is heading in the same direction. It's just his signature agent on a map that he's played a lot of in the past, but something is not clicking right now.
True.
He's definitely getting challenged, a lot of the pressure as well, but either way, still just trying to put that best foot forward. You got some ults potentially. Quick first on through. Straight into B. KRX just trying to avoid as much as possible, and all of a sudden Danby snaps targets, but then Free coming up from behind. The spike has been dropped.
Oh shit.
Young waiting for his opportunity here.
Oh shit.
RB kind of tentatively sitting, waiting for someone on KRX to make a mistake. There's a lot of little timings that could go every which way.
Oh,
Free still
shit.
with his hands on the spike as Marco's in transition over on Heaven side. Ivy climbing closer.
Oh shit.
He's going to spot out Young, which definitely makes things a lot more troublesome for KRX. It's just freeing to try to hold on to the spike as much as possible. Marco cannot afford to give up his life.
Oh, that's a big steel garden. Freeing once again has the overdrive though.
All right, pops it. Just trying to play around the corners now. Such a tough target to hit that Nongshim will just get absolutely contained! The paranoia flushed into it! Just Nongshim thunderstruck! 7-4 now.
I mean, every single time the steel garden's gone out, Freeing has had the overdrive. It's the worst possible scenario for those ults to line up. Even in a round previous when you had Ivy in that 1-on-2 is when the Xbox had his force out. Gorgeous timing, just patience from Marco, waiting for a time to swing out, and then the paranoia to set up Freeing for a 3K.
I cannot believe that. Well, next round up, and Nongshim just continues to pick up the pace. More flashes, more pushes, but it's Young into an off angle. When you cut corners like this, though, you don't check them! And Young just spraying all over the place. Will at least collect onto one kill. The rest of the team now trying to play around it. Nongshim trying to spam onto his rendezvous spot. He will stay alive though, while Danby continues sprinting all the way past spawn. Just trying to fend off KRX.
Yeah, Relay Bot will zone them away at least for the time being. KRX turning their attention back towards the door, trying to re-angle this retake back through Waterfall side.
Their own relay bolt sending through, but no one's really pushing past it just yet. Ivy still such a lethal shot. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just trying to angle closer and closer. They've run out of utility, so this all comes down to the gunfights. The spike tapping away, but still KRX trying to find every shot necessary. They found those kills. Nongshim not able to withstand the push. The assault coming up from KRX to 8-4.
Another patient retake, well organized by KRX. They lose spawn control, but pivot straight back through front B. Start tapping that door, start taking duels towards Waterfall side.
Love you, Akshay. Love you, yaar.
Make or break, third map here. We were looking at Young on the chamber coming into defense. Could have even done better than one kill there if he was a little bit cleaner with it. But 14-5 is still not a bad scoreline to be looking at. With how bold he is looking on this chamber right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a couple of liberties on the attacking side. And try to find that is a half where Nongshim are limping through the attacking side. Every single round picked up by big plays. An ace for Xbox, a clutch from either here or there.
Rookie Valo Brain says map 3 with 3 sides is more attacking.
On Lotus. Like something is not clicking on this map for them.
Hey,
And I'm
थोड़ा सा
getting
attacking है,
extremely
लेकिन
concerned
defense
they're
भी
about to be
अच्छा
down
है.
0-2 in this group.
This is 50.
It's quite possible.
Defense में भी तुम लोग बहुत plays बना सकते हो. Trap plays सबसे ज़्यादा यही मैप पे बन
towards
सकते
the end of this first
सबसे
half,
ज़्यादा.
but at the same time, just given how the rounds have all played out, given how KRX have managed to retake, even running out of utility, it just feels as though something in the post plants or whatever it might be, Nongshim aren't quite able to hold on.
My Hungel's pretty bad, but that might be Young's dad in the audience. Not
That
sure.
could be, yes.
Either
Or
way.
an uncle, you never know. But yeah,
हाँ क्या?
next half though,
Young's family.
Nongshim over onto the defense. With the Vines now coming in, do you feel
Young's
like that
family
could
का नाम
give them
रहेगा Not So Young.
a bit of a lifeline?
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yep.
I mean, against this kind of very
Thank you
diving comp,
guys. Thank you,
they have a
thank
lot
you,
of
thank you,
different
thank
movement that
you.
could get up over the top of the wall potentially. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Young though. Spotted out by the Horn. He's undeterred. Takes Damby's head off.
मारा.
And his woes continue.
उसने
Of all
फिर
players.
भी मारा.
That'd be in my build div, man.
He's also taken a chunk out of Francis, by the way. And I'm thinking he's just going to keep pushing A. I
Huh?
don't see any reason to stop. Marco spotted on the cross though by Ivy. Shiba grouped in the middle of the map here.
Language, Draco, language.
Just trying to control as much as possible.
Oh,
Don't see
do
much
it
else
again.
towards A. Thinking KRX probably going to end up towards C, but you never quite know what Young's about to do.
You could definitely catch Francis here if he finds a nice timing to peek out from door side. Freeing may trigger this wall on front B.
Close
Towards a
तो
little
जा
bit
रहा
of
है
a
वो.
rotation. Bane is still hanging around towards Mount as another smoke goes
B
out
side
onto
पे
that C
rotation
side.
भी नहीं है बे वो लोग का
Rotation denied
कुछ
on
भी.
A, but it's a close smoke. This is the kind of smoke that on the defense you're reading as info denial, if anything, rather than a stairs smoke. Prowler dealt with, so this is definitely a false sense of security that may keep Nongshim on this C side stack.
Just going to give KRX the initiative of getting spike
भाई
plant,
पूरा
maybe
retake
set
ही
up
करना
further
पड़ेगा वो लोग पास कुछ info
observational
ही नहीं
post
है.
deeper towards the back as well.
Yeah, they're reading this round so well, KRX. This is fantastic call.
Francis को देखो क्या
Paint
दिख
shell
रहा है.
still in the back
ये
pocket.
दरवाजा टूटा है.
Paranoia. You've got all of the little pieces of util that are going to make this retake a nightmare for Nongshim. They're already so far out of position.
You know what though, Billy? All of that began with a shot from Young. Now onto the A site.
इसको कैसे क्रॉस
One-way
करेंगे
smokes
आने
all
को?
set up outside a drop. Paint shells prepared while the timer has been ticking for like the past 10
अरे
seconds.
बाप रे heavy वाला नेड
Nongshim
पड़ा.
just trying to dive
भाई
head
heavy
first.
वाला नेड पड़ा.
But at this point, you're slowly running out of
Heavy
time as
नेड
well,
पड़ा
and Young
बाप
is
रे.
just continuing to
Oh
tap
my
away.
god, hello?
3K from him. Starts the round off and closes it to boot. A masterclass from the rookie. Where the Young doubters at? I was not expecting anything like this from him.
Hi, I'm Young Doubter.
I wasn't a doubter, I just wasn't a lover.
From last week, yeah, but
भाई
this.
क्या मार रहा है भाई?
얘들아,
Oh my
모두
God.
어땠어 진짜로? 야 하빈아 멋졌어. 형 멋지지?
Might have flashback V2 in the server.
Every pistol is gone for KRX as well.
हाँ से fraud से active है? सोचो fraud के पास भी trophy है.
Yep.
हाँ? तुम्हारे पास यहाँ पे bench और
Is this the pistol?
150 का
Are
membership
we in the
नहीं है.
replays?
No, but
Oh.
RB has
वहाँ
a
पे
judge.
तुम जिन को fraud बोलो वो लोग के पास trophy है, बताओ.
Might have picked that up off of Danby's
Danby,
corpse. At this
बताओ
point.
भाई.
The round has started in
किसका
the
mic
exact same fashion.
मुंह में चाहिए तेरे, बताओ.
And after finding this pick on the A side of the map, KRX working their way back through Mound, trying to pull and push the rotations
Oi.
yet again. Freeing slotting into front B. Just looking a little bit too easy for him right now. RB is looking
Young
stressed
वैसे
in
नहीं
the
कर रहा है,
player
Young
camp.
मार रहा है भाई.
Oh, Young's just locked in off the Prowler. They hear that it's a judge. They're going to head off somewhere else.
I was about to say, surely you get the headhunter out and start wallbanging him when he sees, but quite find the right angle. Tippy away from RP.
Membership तो उनके पास भी नहीं है.
For the B,
That's a good one.
potentially. Could always pivot to C as well.
ठीक है.
And RB's way too far off to make that judge effective.
Yummin
got
wants
his
his
own.
showstopper here. He's on the active lurk towards C.
Slowly picking the right timing. to
What?
push through. Unfortunately, Freeing's going to be the first to fall. It's a bit of first blood here in the retake already, but Young again. If any time you start to wonder why Termi
Raise
says
देखो कहाँ से आ रहा है.
there's a reason why this guy's picked. This is exactly
Raise
why.
देखो. Raise को देखो chat.
And And Hyunmin out from behind, just everything all completely surrounded. Nongshim up to
bonus भी निकाल
surrender.
सकते क्या?
It's 4-10, and it feels as though, well, this might be the time where KRX finds their bonus. They had that past 2 maps.
वो लोग ने shotgun नहीं लिया मार्शल की जगह.
Young one off his 2 of the 4 heading into said bonus round, so he's going to feel bold enough to just buy a Vandal. He's going to have an operator one way or another.
क्या तुम लोग ने भी वही देखा जो मैंने देखा?
Flank for Hyunmin, he was on that active lurk towards the front side of C for quite a while. First gun round from Nongshim, and it's going to be a big biff on A.
And with the Neon as well, though, suddenly you're feeling like you need to back off, and whoa, what is that? Hyunmin up through the air, Davi just going in for a couple of spams, trying to see if he can fish anything, but Francis has gone down. All of a sudden, it's a pivot towards the B site, and nobody's really that much close by. Just Davi just trying to sidestep paint shells, gets the first frag. Paranoia flushes Mako away as well. Suddenly, KRX pinned down, sandwiched up around side baby door.
Phantom picked up.
He's
got no more utility. He just has to hold this down with the Phantom. Complete pause for KRX. Expecting Nongshim to go looking for some information, but with Ivy firmly planted in mound, they have no real reason to rotate here.
No recourse for KRX. I mean, it feels like they just might have to dump everything through against RB. Straight into the smokes they go, possibly together as a squad. And that's how they take him down. Instantly, the moving pieces out from Nongshim across the map.
Patience rewarded for KRX. Really milking this round as much as possible.
C player push करके बैठा है.
Dealt with by Ivy. Now pressure on
C
the
player
flank
push
for
करके
KRX.
बैठा है. वो लोग को पता है अपन नहीं आ रहे. What do we do?
They're not seeing anything else elsewhere, but wanting to clear as much as possible. They do it together as a team, bit by bit. Dambi, though, coming back in. More assertions through, but Young, he is unstoppable. Low HP, though, with a fully healthy Ivy. There's a chance for a clutch. Pushes up front, spots out the first target, freeing with absolutely low HP, but the spike planted for him. A single judge shot, not even to the head, could end it all. Does Ivy have it? He's got thorns, he's got flashes. Surely. Around the corner. Trying to figure out where.
Just not Nongshim's day, is it? Another bonus going the way of KRX. Another round where Young delivers the most brutal shot at the worst possible time. He should have been free for Dambi. Perfect position to trade out X-Cross, sliding straight into Young, and the crosshair placement couldn't be better. And freeing one pumps him at close range to add insult to injury.
It's also now at Nongshim. Down to weaker buys. Look at Young!
Yep. Port thrown at him. C's thrown at him. Fault line thrown at him. He does not budge an inch. He still finds a pick. Throw as much utility as you want at this man. He does not care.
Off to the C site now. It's just Ivy here with the sheer wall, but like you mentioned, double dive, there's a lot of potential. It's going to be freeing the first to fall.
Nice wall, big impact there. Completely halts his push in its tracks. Francis, close range with the Guardian.
और for me, विन कहाँ सकता है?
Regardless, C site door
देंगे लोग ए पे देंगे?
now.
चेक करते हैं और कि नहीं?
Once
हेलो.
again in the 4-on-4, just slowing things down in the mid round.
Full minute to work off of it.
Another smoke towards the front side of C.
Young ने मार रहा भाई, Young
Crosses into
crazy
the
मार
backside
रहा
of the
भाई,
site. He
crazy मार रहा
repositioned,
है.
does have the arc rose at the ready. RB on the jump spot, spotted out by Bane. They know that A should be the weak side, just off the back of seeing that omen. And all of the C pressure in this round thus far.
It just forced KRX into the C engagement. At this point, you're running out of time.
Arre
So
baap
walking
re.
through now, flashes all across. Decent shots coming out from Hyunmin, but Ivy's got it a lot better.
Time ही नहीं है.
Holding on to the off angle as well with 10 seconds left. This is now a save.
Yeah. KRX.
युनमिन के पास अल्ट है अभी.
that they were looking for in that round.
वो लोग बाई भी ले सकते हैं क्योंकि Young के पास भी अल्ट है. Fuck, ये तो tough हो रहा है बे Nongshim के लिए.
Delivered from Ivy in the backside of the C side. The Vice has had
आपका माउस टेंस का है क्या क्योंकि आप सीधा वन टैप मारते हो. Love you. Real chat है, real chat.
Trailing 6 rounds now. And Young is just a
Maka is there ना Maka.
moment.
Yes
I
sir.
think more dangerous than
अभी एक नहीं मालूम नहीं.
sharp young
बीच में ऐसा था
prospect.
कि वो
He's really feeling
थोड़ा
himself.
मारामारी में फोकस करेगा. Most likely तो मार्क को ही है.
He's got tour de force as well. Pull it out in this round.
He's going to go out A into 4 again.
Professor Gamer, thank you for the 100 minutes join today.
Surely at some point,
अपने को क्या?
back.
We have to
Tries
play
get a
them
shot
both.
at the Danby this time though. Not quite
लेकिन
able to come
अपने लिए
through.
क्या अच्छा है?
Showstopper straight on
Nongshim
towards
तो
Ivy,
अच्छा
but
था ना?
manages to avoid it for now.
Yeah, this is a round that starts a lot better for Nongshim. They have the steel guard
ये
as well. They
थोड़ा
need
सा
to make
double
sure they
tension
close
वाला
it. Steel
scene हो
guard
गया.
gets ripped
ना?
early.
ना, Rusizer, ना?
KRX are outside of the range of that, and they will put down the spike.
Everyone from Nongshim just tries to set up towards the back of spawn. They're going to be pushing through soon enough. Angle's being held, Flash is being tossed, but at the same time, it's just Hyunbin suddenly able to spin around. Francis, fully healthy, up against Freeing again.
Freeing the
He has
already
the clutch
clutch.
before, he's got the clutch again! Freeing! Sends KRX up to map
दोनों आ
and
रहे
series
हैं. Excuse me.
point!
That's the kind of retake that Nongshim wins every day of the week, but today is just not
भाई
their day.
ये अपने लिए अच्छा है. देखो नोंगशिम को अपन ने भी हारा है, वो भी हारा है, लेकिन जो KRX है, जो कि तुम लोग को लगेगा कि DRX है, लेकिन है KRX, वो लोग का आज क्रिस्पी शॉट्स लग रहा है. तो उनका चांसेस ऑफ क्रिस्पी शॉट्स उस दिन लगे आर लेस. Bro, I'll tell you, I'm feeling so shameless. I forgot today there is a Pacific match. क्योंकि कल मैन है, क्योंकि कल मैन है.
Needed to even bring this into yet another
क्योंकि कल मैन
overtime,
है.
and I'm just not feeling it.
Neither am I can't
Oh,
say the
yeah.
same.
You can hear it in the player comms. You can see it from the expression on the faces of the coaches. It feels like this series is done.
It's one of those where you just try whatever you have and see what comes up with it. If you start to find the rounds, then you start to research, you start to find that inspiration. But that's why this Valorant feels so brutal. That's why Pacific is one where everything has to be earned. Out from Masters, come back into stage one, perhaps a slight curse hampering against you. You might have the ult in this round, but you're not entirely sure if you actually have what it takes to send it all the way through to OT.
Cheeky TP play going to be attempted here by Marco.
कल किसका मैच है? कल GE फाइटिंग. जो शहर कहा, मैं हूँ यहाँ.
Just the dust settling for now.
मेरे ख्याल से क्यों लग रहा है डांबी 3 किल मारेगा यहाँ
Set
पे?
up as well. Parla comes back in
Huh?
clear.
Disengagement at the time for Nongshim. They clear out.
ब्रिज के साथ खेल रहा है भाई. 4 बंदे इधर क्रॉस फायर में.
Shocks off of it too.
मर गए, सब मर गए, सब.
Everything all collapsing into KRX. X-Ross once again
भाई
starting
वो
to
लोग ने
bring things
देखा नहीं
back
क्या ट्रैप प्ले?
for the previous Masters winners.
That's the beautiful
Huh?
depth on defense there for Nongshim. They had an
कितना
initial plan to
प्यारा
dominate rubble
आफ्टर
control.
शॉक नियॉन
And
आइल
they have
फेड
a
आइल
follow-up plan for
ब्लाइंड.
if KRX retakes that. Nightfall with the overdrive is a really nice combo. All of those players tagged up and easier to finish off with that neon ultimate. Reach util straight through the tree door
कुछ
as well.
दिखाई नहीं
It's
दिया
just a
भाई,
perfect
कुछ
trap.
दिखाई नहीं दिया.
Just classic of Lotus play, isn't it?
Penetrable wall
Payment करो भाई आज
what
नहीं.
happens if KRX decides to go somewhere else?
I mean, you're seeing it. Full armor there. Dambi
अरे अरे अरे.
tagging people,
There we
bagging
go.
people.
It's not over chat.
Young deciding to join back in on this fight, but not able to dissuade against Davion and Outlaw, bringing out the movement onto the Classic to complete the ace, the Predator of Lotus.
How is
भाई
Dambi
वो
dead even in a
shotgun
game
से
where I
नहीं
feel
मार
like he's had
पाया.
the worst possible time? He's been bullied for the majority of this game, but he's starting to warm up.
I mean, I've got to remind you about SPG versus
Why
Rome.
to be
That
consistent
was
tough in this type
hell
of
of a
tournament like Nongshim just
series,
won
but
Masters,
they
now
never
they are
once bowed
struggling.
out. The resilience of this team, this guy.
क्योंकि सारे अच्छे players हैं.
I think Dabby's too swayed by the anti-eco ace. I'm not going to lie, didn't even get a smile for the man. Dambi, aggressive. It's a big play straight up the guts of C Mount, but complete disengage. Nice fast lane and reactive utility from KRX to shut down any aggression from Nongshim in the earlier parts of this round. A lobby, or a rubble rather. Young hand in hand with Marco.
Nongshim moving towards B pillar.
I try to catch them in transition here.
B split होएगा क्या?
Like KRX might be aware as well. Just
oh
fuck!
Flashes
dodge, but not fully. Fuck. And suddenly there's blood in the water, and Dambi smells it.
And Nongshim is starting to get warmed up. That's a very nice flash timing.
Save.
Yong triggers the wall. He just wants this 1v1 with Ivy. Caught in the thorns now. That's where Ivy is most deadly.
Save.
Sit down.
Save.
I've got the thorns. Meanwhile, Mako and Hyunmin is probably.
Oh shit! Time out आ गया अभी.
Save, hold on to their weapons while all 5 of Nongshim.
Time out क्या?
Invited to start going hunting.
They're starting to get warmed up. Not outside the realms of possibility that they put 4 more rounds together on defense.
Toilet by action में कम कर सकते 2 gun round चाहिए. वो लोग पास ult भी है. डम्बी का ult भी आ रहा है. फ्रांसिस का already ult है. वो तो जब खत्म होएगा वाइस ult भी आ जाएगा.
That's what everyone would want to see.
Possible तो है.
Still trying to keep things interesting with a smoke out towards
DRX के पास heavy attack वाला ult है. लेकिन वो लोग क्या घुसने में ult use करेंगे. तो अगर वो लोग ने एक अच्छा round retake कर लिया और एक प्रॉपर गनफाइट जीत गए पॉसिबल तो है.
Another round 1 with some really nice mid round. You saw their A trap in the round previous to that. The re-aggression on front B. It's not like KRX isn't ready for it. You can see 2 players kind of hanging around front B after the C mount trap. It's a very common kind of mid-round transition for the defense. Regardless, it's really all a game of timing. The
but Acetyl is always
concerned.
That is true. That is
kind of irredeemable for KRX caught in spawn.
I'm just going to get a little bit nervous about the upcoming round as well, because all them close away from the ultimates and
ये 4 ult सामने ऐसे जरूरी नहीं है क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग का 2 ult है ना वो लोग यूज करेंगे सीधा घुसने के लिए फेड और रेस का ult करेंगे. हो सकता है वो लोग तीनों ult यूज करें which I doubt. लेकिन 2 ult वो लोग सिर्फ यूज करेंगे घुसने के लिए. तो अगर ब्रीच के साथ अपन बराबर रिटेक कर लिया पॉसिबल तो है. पॉसिबल तो है. कल जी का और कौन से टीम का मैच है पता नहीं. हारने वाली टीम का शायद.
Considering here for KRX as well. Freen's got the overdrive. This is the kind of round where on the attacking side, like a fast C hit would be gorgeous. Get the Nightfall in, TP behind, send the Neon in on the overdrive. It can be a very pacey round that if you're not ready for it, can completely catch the other team off guard. In considering that though, as Ivy, this is a round where just no brain, you throw down. What I was going to say is should be the Vice wall on C, but in this case it's actually the Omen solo on C.
Oh my goodness. Might leave things a little bit open as well, a little bit closer towards B.
Oh shit.
As KRX tries to
Oh shit. दो मार सकता है.
though able to hold, finds the double necessary to bring the advantage for Nongshim.
Still big ults in play though for KRX. Young into zone with his utility, sees up over the top, dodged well by Dambi.
इनमें ult use करने स्पेस के लिए ऑप्शन नहीं है जो
backing
प्लान
off
कर
the
रहा
safer
है.
spot, trying to set up the Rolling Thunder all the way through. Fast lanes as well. Prowler to check. Suddenly you know exactly where KRX are positioned. Triangulated, confirmed, backed off into a corner. It's Bane, inner cage. He's trying to keep himself alive as well. Dambi though! Just full-on air assassination off the top of the boxes with a shorty.
The movement is just so gorgeous. 4 in a row for Nongshim. 3 more needed to secure overtime. And you talk about all those ultimates. None of that matters if RB just holds on to mount control. Doubles down. And before you can even get into an after plan, Nongshim just flip the Rolling Thunder and run at you. Now you're starting to hear it.
Now you believe.
0 reaction to the anti-eco ace, but Dambi knows that that is a big round. Money broken now for KRX. Nongshim on the verge of double digits.
All the way through. Outside of me. Trying to end up somewhere, but the Stinger's not fully connecting. Overdrive, absolutely stopped and ulted as well. Teleport turn. Everyone from Nongshim, hurting KRX into corners now as the final two players get spotted out.
Okay.
हाँ?
Don't know where Young's going.
Chat come back. Next round
He's
जीतने
taking
का वो
it
लोग
back
को
to
बस
school in this case.
क्या अल्ट है इनवी को चाहिए यार.
Alone with a bandit. Completely surrounded by Nongshim, who are
भाई वो
looking
लोग सब चुप
for
रहे
double digits at this point.
इनवी के लिए.
A round that is not
इनवी
even
को ही
close
kill
to
चाहिए ये
competitive.
वाला.
Overdrive ripped. Perfect flank timing from Ivy. It's easy
W.
as you like for Nongshim. One off the steel guarded for him
भाई
now.
वो लोग सब चुप रहे थे
flawless
इनवी अल्ट आने दो करके.
And
हेलो.
you're starting to feel some rumblings
अभी वो
now
लोग
for
सी फाइट
Nongshim.
करेंगे ना.
5 rounds in a row.
इनवी का
They're getting
fun
loud in the
करेंगे
player
क्या?
comms. You heard that reaction to winning the round previous. Could be a phenomenal comeback.
Very much
कल
so
सदा का
within
बर्थडे
the
अभी
round
स्ट्रीम कर रहा है.
possibility.
वारन डाल
Close
के
to
तो
steel
ज़रूर को
guard as
बोलेगा.
well.
मेरे को
Good
क्यों
things
बोलेगा?
going. But at the same
मेरा तो
time,
कजिन बेटा है वो.
you've got to think about KRX and their ults. Everything all set up outside of the A contest. And both teams just wanting to send it through. Nongshim though.
इनवी ने
trying to
आईवी
hit
रे
back,
बजे आ
so
रहे
it's a
थे
showstopper ripped
मेरे.
off. It's a slight trade, but all of a
shit.
sudden Francis popping
Heavy
outside
fight,
from
heavy
Baby Door
fight.
as well. KRX are forced to sit back.
Bane doesn't make it into the door. They're still worried about someone being up on top of rubble. You saw RB with a TP inside of tree.
भाई 3v3
KRX
क्या
paranoid.
मार्क को वो लोग के
He could
बेस
be on
में
top
अल्ट
of
करेगा
rubble.
और फिर ये लोग ये
Finally the
जाएंगे.
smoke collapsing though. And as the dust clears, we end up in a 3-on-3. Jump spot from Ivy. Movements in the middle of the map for Francis. With the trip down, the flank potential is real, and Francis is going to back himself to deal with the B pivot. There's the TP confirming that there's still players outside of A. He only saw one though, RB.
There's a lot of time. The smoke's gonna help.
RB could be the overcooking this one.
Whoa. And there goes Mako as well.
Oi,
And
oi,
we're
oi, oi,
absolutely
oi,
rightfully
oi, 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 oi.
Young once again coming back into the fold.
अभी वो अकेला है भाई.
Ball clears out drop, rendezvous in
वो
position
भी
now.
अभी
Ivy
play
next
बनेगा ही
up to
बनेगा.
bat, one off of his steel
Plant
guard.
case
And
में
looking to
bridge
once
के लिए नहीं
again
रुकेगा वो.
save the game for Nongshim. He's been in so many clutch positions. Plant goes down
रुक रहा है
now.
वो.
Fault line and aftershock at the ready.
Tries to hang back. Francis might just need to
ये
set
क्यों
up
play
for
बनाया
Ivy.
सोलो पता नहीं.
A check onto the top of the box, but KRX undeterred. Mako goes down,
Wait a minute.
and suddenly the fault line pushed through. But Young just steps back up again.
Bro क्या हो गया?
He's the one with the steel bat. He's the one with the dream. Up for KRX. A singular tap.
God.
Nongshim come in saying we
Masters
might have been the
getting
Masters
Maria.
winners, but KRX are saying this is now our turn.
What is really harder at this point? I'm starting to question if Pacific is more stacked than Masters, because the current reigning champions are 0-2 in this group, and KRX, off the back of picking up another brand new rookie who just had an all-time game on Lotus to close out the series, are up 2-0. Struggled against Team Secret. I didn't think there was any way they'd put together a dub over Nongshim today. Really got
भाई
put through
Young
the paces
क्या
at the
मारा
end of
बे
Lotus,
ये
but a
map.
very deserving win. They played a fantastic game. But Nongshim giving limited prep time into this stage. Still seems like they're figuring things out. We can still, despite the fact that they're 0-2, expect them in the playoff, but it's going to be a lot harder to get there now.
Well, आप डांस करो काश दोस्त लूंगा पक्का पक्का पक्का. भाई देखो 3 वॉच पार्टी है. 2 दिन से मैं सिर्फ म्यूजिक और डांस कर रहा हूँ. So I would like to decline this deal. चलो भाई बाय आदियोस चढ़वी में पादियोस मिलते हैं 1 घंटे में मेरी जान के डे इमिए आज ये में भी अच्छे मैचेस है. लेट मी चेक आज इमी में है फुट वर्सेस नावी जीतने वाला और है जेंटलमैन वर्सेस केसी जीतने वाला. उसके बाद है सेंटिनल्स वर्सेस क्रू स्पोर्ट्स. यप क्रू की टीम है. और फिर G2 वर्सेस एमए. बाप रे एने तो बैंच गाफाड़ है. एने से एलिमिनेटेड नहीं रहे ब्रैकेट्स में. सबको सबके साथ लड़ने का. चलो बाबा आदियो जड़ में बात टेक केयर सी आई लव यू बाय. मिलते हैं 1 घंटे में. बाय.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you.